It's never started. Have you seen that? No, because it's smart Marwadi. Here, obesity and dieting. Then second comes exercise. To lose 1 kg, one need to burn about 7,500 calories. So somebody who is 40 kg extra need to burn about 3 lakh calories, which is really difficult and impossible to burn. And when somebody who is obese, they can't do effective exercise because the weight itself, somebody is carrying 40 kg extra and trying to run on treadmill and machines, I think they will injure their ligament, or they may have chest pain, angina, or they may stop doing exercises due to some small injury, and they gain more and more weight. Then comes medicine. There are so many medicines which were discovered in the last 40 years, but none of them are effective till now, losing more than 10 to 15 kg. The new medicine which are said to be promising, every year we hear that we will get a medicine this time which will be Rama. Our permanent solution, I just said, bariatric surgery will be stopped because we are getting a medicine which will reduce 30 to 40% extra, 20 to 20% extra weight loss. But 20% extra weight loss of a 40 kg man is how much? So we need to understand that our target should be limiting other diseases which are there because of obesity, and we want a permanent solution. So none of these medicines are safe or effective lifelong because body get adapted to these medicines. Your appetite may come back even after taking these medicines, and you may not lose weight. So surgery is the only solution. So this was a concern between 1991 in America, where all the experts who were dealing with obesity were invited, and it was concluded that those who are morbid obese people, for them bariatric surgery is the only option, best available option. Diet, exercise program, or medicines to reduce their weight or their modifications are not effective therapy for morbidly obese people. I'm not talking about the overweight and class 1 obesity. So the only method which has long-term weight control is bariatric surgery. Here we don't remove fat from body, and it is not a cost. With weight regain. So the goal in our surgical treatment is usually to not only reduce weight, but to cure the complications already arise because of obesity, that is diabetes, hypertension, or other diseases. So these are few examples. This is endotherapy, wherein we can put a balloon into the stomach. So we have a swallow balloon, which we can just, a balloon which is attached with a string can be just swallowed, and that string has a connection of fluid which can be injected through the string. So we fill up this balloon into the stomach, and this we can leave. So this swallow balloon nowadays, which is available, will stay in the body for about 3 to 4 months, and it will disappear. It will get decompress itself in the stomach, and it will pass out with the stool. With this and with medical treatment, one can lose about 15 to 20 kg weight. Not very much. So we don't expect 40, 50 kg weight loss. And many people, they come because it is non-surgical, no endoscopy, no other procedure required. People try to opt for it, but it is an expensive balloon. So we have different options. Now you think that bariatric surgery, new surgery. No, bariatric surgery was started in 1952. Gastric bypass, which is the commonest surgery being done, was started in 1967, which is older than my own age. But earlier days it was done by open technique, so people were not opting for it. And nowadays, since 1995, it was started by laparoscopy, and I started in our country in 2000. So now it is 23 years I brought obesity surgery to our country, and that too in Gujarat, almost 23 years back. So these are different posters. This was band which are available earlier, wherein we just put a band on the stomach, which will divide the stomach into 2 parts, the smaller baby stomach and the larger stomach. So one can eat only this much, but this was not very effective because you need a band to be adjusted with the time to time. But those who are obese, they will not get adjusted because they want to eat. When there is a marriage or function in the family, they will go to doctor and get deflated, have food and come back. And many people, they found the alternative to the surgeon, and they'll go to radiologists and this kind of they'll do it. So that is how this procedure has failed in the country. PPDDS we don't do in our country because it is mainly malabsorptive surgery. And the commonest surgery which is being done is Roux-en-Y gastric bypass, wherein we make a small pouch of stomach and then we divide the small intestine in such a way that your original stomach is bypassed. This procedure is very good for those who are having type 2 diabetes because type 2 diabetes getting a long-term remission almost for 10 to 15 years with this because there is increasing effect of gastric bypass which leads to resolution or long-term control or remission of type 2 diabetes. The another surgery is sleeve gastrectomy. As I was talking about it, we reduce the stomach capacity from this side to this side and remove this much portion of the stomach. Again, because this is a tight tube in between two walls, this size of stomach will increase. So people will lose weight in 2-3 years, but they'll come back to you with weight regain because of the increased size of stomach. And if it will not increase, it will dilate the G junction, which lead to reflux esophagitis, and your esophagus and stomach become a single unit, so you can eat as much as you want. This is banded gastric bypass, and this is the commonest surgery in India, which is being done where people who are foodie and want to enjoy food capacity and everything. So this is a surgery of choice where we make the stomach into two parts and joining this with a small intestine by a single anastomosis. This is mini gastric bypass or single anastomotic gastric bypass. So you make a small pouch of stomach but this pouch is larger than the sleeve gastrectomy, Roux-en-Y gastric bypass. So the food capacity is reasonably good. One can eat about 1 to 2 chapatis, so they'll feel happy.
20 seconds, please.
I'm done. We do with 3D. I do with robotic also. This is how robotic is being done, where I'm sitting on a robot and operating. And these are the results of this surgery we can have. Results of 500 gastric bypass, which are published in year 2000. The resolution of type 2 diabetes is almost 95%, cholesterol 97%, hypertension 92%, and osteoarthritis 82%. So with this, thank you so much. I will not take you through the pictures because there are so many. But while we are taking pictures, I'll just while we are taking questions, we can show this also. This is the youngest person of Surat who got it done. Now you say why a 3-year boy can get surgery done? Because he had a leptin resistance, a major problem. He was not able to play and he can keep increasing his weight. This was a 15-year girl who developed psychiatric problem because of obesity, who was needing ECTs almost twice a week or alternate day. And she was not even able to do anything. And this is after 9 months. And today she's studying at London School of Art and Performing Arts. He was a 10-year boy with severe sleep apnea from Chennai. And this girl was 9 years with Prader-Willi syndrome for 4 years, 10 months. And look at these 3 kids who were so obese. It came in the newspaper in India. And this boy already had this bone count. When he came to me for surgery, when he became adult, he was walking on knees. So look at this girl, the legs, and look at the picture. The bone get bent. So you don't have any treatment solution of this. So we need to treat the kids at this age. Otherwise, they may develop such kind of problems. They were 206 kg to 60 kg. Thank you so much.
Very inspiring talk. Thank you, Dr. Garbaria. Now, I request Dr. Bunshi to offer him memento, a token of appreciation. And now, coming to the next talk, this dynamic young man, Dr. Pratnesh Vajrajani, is welcomed on the dais. Pratnesh by himself is like a capsule with details and management of Hitcon. His various errands to Surat, his work efficiency and enthusiasm, and his teamwork with Dr. Bhupesh Chawda speaks a lot today. His topic is Hitcon capsule, what's a business?
Good morning all. By the time the laptop is set up, we are going to talk about WhatsApp business. આપણે બધા લોકો બેઝિક WhatsApp પર આપણા ટેવાયેલા છીએ. There is another thing available on the Play Store, that is WhatsApp. આપણે બધા મને ખબર સુરત ની ખબર નથી, અમદાવાદના ડોક્ટર એટલા બધા પૈસાવાળા નથી કે 24/7 આસિસ્ટન્ટ રાખી શકે, એટલે અમે લોકો વોટ્સએપ બિઝનેસ વાપરીએ છીએ, જેથી પેશન્ટને એવું લાગે કે સાહેબ મારા મેસેજની રાહ જોવે છે, જેવો મેસેજ મોકલું તરત મને જવાબ આપે છે. So that's why WhatsApp business is a very useful tool. Basically, WhatsApp business has got a lot of user-friendly features. See, what we recommend is have a separate number for your hospital clinic and have WhatsApp business for the same. Now, what is different in WhatsApp business? Basically, there are multiple features in WhatsApp business. First of all, you can set up your business. So this is my business page. It shows about myself, my clinic time, availability, and this and that. Then there are various business tools available. You can see, you can set up your business profile. Of course, we are not into show business, but you can have catalog, means the number of services that you offer. Various services that we offer, we can put here. Obviously, for their benefit, they have put an option of advertising directly from here, because you know WhatsApp and Facebook are linked now. You can put ads on Facebook and Instagram from here. And then there is a greeting message. As of now, when I'm in Surat and somebody sends me a message on my clinic WhatsApp, immediately he or she will get an automated reply, which is predefined by any content which is designed by me, that I am not available at Ahmedabad, I am at Surat, I am maybe in conference. And during the clinic time, they get a message regarding, okay, most of the queries are simple, very basic queries. Sir, ક્યારે મળશો, કેટલા વાગે મળશો, અત્યારે ક્યાં છો, રવિવારે ચાલુ છે કે નહીં, દવાખાનાનો સમય શું છે. These basic things can be taken care very easily and effectively without your any extra effort. Then there are other messages when you are not available. As I said, you can put other messages that I am not available. So this is a very simple tool and editable છે. તમે તમારી જાતે એડિટ કરો, કાલ સવારે ટાઈમ કરી લો, you can edit this on yourself. Then there are some shortcuts, which is quick replies. In the COVID time, we all had a lot of consultation, telephonic consultation. ઘણા બધા મિત્રો પૈસા આપવાનું ભૂલી જાય, બધાને થયું હશે એવું. એટલે these short replies were made immediately as soon as the consultation finishes. There is એક સ્લેશ આવે, હેશટેગ કરીને તમે કોઈ પણ કીવર્ડ નાખો જે તમે સેટ કર્યો હોય, that message is automatically predefined type. આ બધું હોમવર્ક એકવાર કરવું પડે, સેટ કરવાનું. જેમ ગાડી લઈએ તો શરૂઆતમાં મેન્યુઅલ વાંચીને શીખીએ, 5 મિનિટ થાય આટલું શીખતા આપણને લોકોને હવે, અને Hitcon 2.0 માં આવ્યા પછી તો આ સૌથી ઈઝી વસ્તુ થઈ જવી જોઈએ. એટલે આવા બધા શોર્ટકટ્સ તમને જે પ્રીડિફાઇન તમે ઈચ્છો કે મારે પેમેન્ટ કેવી રીતે કરવું છે, શું કરવું છે, કન્સલ્ટેશન પત્યા પછી થેન્ક યુ નો મેસેજ મૂકવો છે કે તમારે પેમેન્ટની લિંક મોકલવી છે, વોટએવર, એવરીથિંગ કેન બી પ્રીસેટ. આ બધું એકદમ ઈઝી છે. ધીસ ઇઝ માય વેલકમ મેસેજ, વેલકમ ટુ માય ક્લિનિક. સો કોઈ પણ પેશન્ટ ગમે ત્યારે કેવી મોકલે, એમાં એવું પણ લખ્યું છે કે રિપોર્ટ મોકલ્યા તો મહેરબાની કરીને ધીરજ રાખજો, હું થોડી વાર પછી જવાબ આપીશ. એટલે રિપોર્ટ મોકલીને બીજી મિનિટે ફોન ના આવી જાય કે સાહેબ શું છે જોઈને કહો. એટલે આપણને જે પેઇન પોઈન્ટ્સ છે, ટેકનોલોજી ઇઝ there to help us in ease of doing practice. એટલે ટેકનોલોજીનો ઉપયોગ આપણે હંમેશા એવી રીતે કરવાનો કે જે આપણા પેઇન પોઈન્ટ્સ ઓછા કરે, આપણે આપણા ટાઈમને વધારે ઇફેક્ટિવલી ઓર્ગેનાઇઝ કરી શકીએ અને આપણી પ્રેક્ટિસને વધારે પ્રોડક્ટિવ કરી શકીએ. This is one of the very useful tool. Third is you can label the chart. અત્યારે બેઠા છે તો ઘણી બધા મેસેજીસ મારા મોબાઈલ પર પડ્યા છે, હવે મારે એને જવાબ પછી આપવો છે કે હું અત્યારે લેક્ચર લેવા જઉં છું, જવાબ નહીં આપું. I can mark these messages કે આ પેશન્ટ નવું છે એનું ધ્યાન રાખવું, આ પેશન્ટને ગઈ વખતે પૈસા નથી આપ્યા એટલે હું એ પણ માર્ક કરું, આ પેશન્ટના પૈસા આવી ગયા છે, આવા બધા. અને આ બધા પ્રીડિફાઇન્ડ નથી, આ બધા કસ્ટમાઇઝ લેબલ્સ છે. તમારે જે કરવું હોય એ લેબલ્સ તમે બનાવી શકો. કોઈ પેશન્ટને ઘણી વાર મેં કદાચ જવાબ નથી આપ્યો, એના રિપોર્ટ મેં જોઈ લીધા છે, તમે ખોલો વોટ્સઅપ, એક વખત મેસેજ જો એટલે સામે વાળો એવું માની લે સાહેબ વોટ્સઅપ જોઈ લીધું અને એ મેસેજ આપણને પણ પછી અનરીડમાં ના બતાવે, તો તમે આ માર્ક કરી રાખ્યું હોય, you can very well see કે મારે એને જવાબ આપવાનો બાકી છે. So things are that easy. So WhatsApp business is a very useful tool and I recommend everybody must be using it. Thank you very much.
Short and sweet, very helpful. Thanks. Please, Dad, please. No. So now we proceed towards the second session lectures. I hand over mic to Neha.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Neha Patel, radiation oncologist in Surat. Thank you, lovely audience, for your patient listening. Moving to our next session, I would like to invite Dr. Mukul Petrolwala and Dr. Vinod Shah to chair the session. Tech. Everyone like to be tech savvy. Even software engineer want to be addressed as techie, the tech talent of the company or the technocrat. Everyone in the audience at some point of time would have faced this kind of situation where a mammoth kind of tech savvy instrument is in front of you and you are sitting and wondering how to operate it. And then you call someone from IT, he comes there and just press one button at the corner and alas, we feel enlightened and relieved at the same time and embarrassed. Was that so easy? So let's enter the world of technology in healthcare, which is the center point of discussion in this session. So coming to our first session, which is the debate. I will hand over the mic to Dr. Mukul Petrolwala.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर नेहा આપણે એક જમાનામાં એવી વાતો કરતા કે ભાઈ કબાટમાં પૈસા રાખવાના કે બેંકમાં મૂકવાના પછી એ વાત આવી કે તિજોરીમાં સોનાની બ્રિક મૂકવાની કે બિટકોઇન લઈને સંતાડી દો. This is what we are coming to in this era, that in the terms of technology, where should we be keeping our medical records? Whether they should be stored in our data form in our own clinic or it should be stored offline.
Please, in English, please.
Sorry? Not able?
English. Talk in English. Oh, language का पल नहीं आता था बार.
Yeah, I'm talking in both the languages. So that's what I've switched over already to English when you were interrupted. Yeah, thank you. So now we are going to talk about whether we should be keeping our stored data in the system, in our own computers, in our clinic or hospitals, or we should be storing them on cloud with various data or various systems available to us. So whether cloud EHR or offline data storage, that's the point of debate. And we'll start beginning with our first speaker and Dr. Ashok Patel. Versus Dr. Arman Dhruv, we'll start with Dr. Ashok Patel. Dr. Ashok Patel is an MD in medicine. He has 26 years of clinical experience and he is practicing at Jivandeep Hospital, Varacha, and he is inclined towards software technology and medical fields. Dr. Ashok Patel.
Hello. Good morning. I think no introduction is required as far as the online and offline is concerned. What I am going to tell you that the cloud storage must be there. The advantages are because you can access your data, you can manage your data, you can work from anywhere. You can see online and real-time assessment of the data. As and when the staff gives some new inputs, you can see it. You can manage everything, including record, goals, analysis, plannings, if the data is on cloud. And the most important thing is, it is very easy to set up. There is no need to have our own server just with the help of ID and password, and your business will be set up. One more thing is, updates are automatic. There is no need to call any person. They will give the updates, and you can have your own updates. You can pay from any devices from anywhere. Supports will be 24/7 subscription based. The thing is, you need not have to purchase the whole software. You can try for a few months, few years. If you are not happy with the software, you can purchase another one. One more important thing is, there is no fear of data loss. What we are thinking is that online is having a fear of data loss, but it is not like that. As and when there is some mishap in the workplace, some local place, like fire, theft, your data will be crashed. When you will update the systems, your data will be crashed. One more thing is online software is having very high security. All the servers, all the securities are maintained by international standards. Very important thing, just we learned before few minutes, that is a WhatsApp business. So SMS, email are possible with the cloud-based services only. Virus risk is very less, very minimum with the cloud services, because window is more vulnerable for the cloud by the viruses attack. While cloud, they are using the Linux and Unix 3, so it is not there so much vulnerable. Operating system upgradation will not affect your data, so it should be online on the cloud. Very important thing is multiple handling, multiple person handling is possible with the clouds data. You can manage with the PC, phone, laptop, etc. Business chain is possible if you are using the clouds. Otherwise, it is not possible with the offline data. Real-time assessment, real-time information is not possible without cloud services. If there is any question.
So, Dr. Ashok,
Yes.
you very clearly just inform our audience the electronic health record is a health IT solution using the cloud technology to store, exchange, and protect the patient's medical information. As it's a cloud storage, now against you, may I invite our respected Dr. Urwan to give his opinion on offline technique. During my first lecture, I said that I am an odd person out. But this time, I'm not an odd person out. Since 1998, I have been using the medical software, and I was the first to use it in Ahmedabad. And I'm having all the data of 25 years with me since then. The largest data, computerized data, I'm pretty sure about as a physician. So, EHR, cloud-based versus on-premise, I don't see it as a debate. The reason I'll mention soon. So again, inviting Dr. Urmandru as a faculty for debate is a debatable issue itself, but we'll not talk about it. First of all, for those who may not be exactly knowing what is EMR versus EHR, EMR is the patient's digital record at each hospital or at a doctor's office. Like my small clinic may have my own data. So that is known as EMR, that is the electronic medical record, where a patient received medical services. Versus EHR combines all the medical data of a patient from various sources and institutions. So the definition itself will suggest that there are multiple handling people when it comes to EHR. And there is probably a single or a couple of people who are handling EMR. And the deployment environment is basically a habitat for software to live in. This market of EHR is forecast to reach $37.13 billion in 2025 versus $24.82 billion in 2018. And wherever there is a rapid rise in any business, it is always suspicious. And so is the case with EHR or the cloud-based storage server. Scalability is something that is being talked about when it comes to cloud-based server. And what is scalability? Maybe a new word for many of us. Scalability can refer to ability of a system to increase overall performance when adding resources. Yes, agreed. Cloud-based resources would always be more scalable because they are going to increase the overall performance. The role of scalability in design and execution of complex and large systems is known, but do we really need it? At an individual level, at your small hospital level, or even at the level of, as I say, I belong to HCG hospital, which is a corporate hospital. I always used to ask 7 years back, do we really need it? People ignored it, had a cloud-based server, lost all the data. Believe me, lost all the data, few updates required. The server-based company refused to go for update, and we had to change to something else at the cost of lakhs of rupees with the loss of data. If yes, at what cost are we paying for it? So these are the challenges with cloud-based data. Just let me know when 1 minute is left. Fewer customizability opportunities, EHR security and privacy requirements, and many others. So let's start one by one. Fewer customizability opportunities. See, remember, since cloud-based EHR data are SaaS solutions, they cannot be easily customized. Suppose today I am practicing diabetes and suddenly come that it is not BMI that is considered to be important, you require waist hip ratio. And ask that cloud-based server, and they would say it is not possible, it is being utilized, the software is being utilized by 15,000 people all across India, and we cannot make this update. You are helpless. Addition and access possible only with internet. So if internet is down, and we know from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and from Gujarat to Bengal, many times now there are no reasons why internet has to be banned suddenly. So if internet is not working, your cloud-based things would not work. No cloud provider offers an outage-free service. They don't say that if internet is not working, we are going to help you out. And believe me, I'm not talking about local cloud-based services. I'm also talking about Dropbox. In 2014, the people who were using Dropbox had similar experience. Completely 2 days it was off. And remember, when it comes to business, whether it is a medical business or whether it is any other business, it's a huge loss. EHR security and privacy requirements. Dr. Mukherjee just told that keeping the money in our tijori and then in our safe and keeping the money in the bank. Well, we all remember that we used to go to bank personally, physically, sign it, wait for some minute. All those inconveniences gone with e-banking. Agreed. All those inconveniences gone. But have you ever thought that there was practically no fraud when you were personally going there? And now there are so many frauds. Why? Let's see. Protecting the privacy of data in a cloud environment requires strong security laws, and there are HIPAA laws. So, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act is already there. But what is the outcome? Let's see. The provider also controls and has access to all the medical data. Most of the providers would say, no, we do not have, just as WhatsApp is saying. But still, when it comes to a Sushant Rajput case, you know that all the data is being retrieved. And there are so many cases. So if somebody is saying, any provider is saying no, that we do not have any access to it, it is not worth believing. Cloud storage means handing over the control of confidential information to a third-party company. We all know, we all have that idea that the moment you search something on Google, I agree, Google is not equivalent to cloud, but you search something on Google, next morning you will start getting WhatsApp messages, the regular messages, even on your mail, you will getting the messages from those service providers. Faith on the company is very important, and because patient data is transferred back and forth across internet connections, it is vulnerable. So it's just like online banking versus physical banking. Your money, you are taking it to the bank, you are depositing it, and then it is being given back to you. You are the only person who was handling it. Now it is being handled by multiple people and so there are lots of issues. Believe me, cloud storage, when it is on the EHR, where there are multiple consultants involved, the password is there with multiple consultants in the hospital. So it is just like your savings bank account being operated on net by 10 different people. So more chances of fraud. One day morning, you may see 10 lakh rupees in your account. Of course, in Ahmedabad, it is not there. We don't have that much money. As Mukul bhai said, ke Tonani part kya mukui, hame joi pan nathi. But for that matter, you may see 10 lakh rupees in the morning and in the evening, rest of the consultants have taken that out. So, 2014, Dropbox leaked its customers' confidential data because of a security breach. And this has happened with NSA, CodeSpace, and lots of other things. We all know, just write down the security breach in Wikipedia, and there are 900 big security breach where the cloud storage has been breached, and the names are very big. Cam4, Yahoo, and even other data was breached. So security is not there. Cloud provider dependence. You are dependent upon cloud provider. Your staff may not have that skill, knowledge, and expertise of users. So every time you shift your or change your staff, you require to teach them. Even we doctors ourselves require to learn all those things. Lack of total control, sudden updates. My worthy opponent said that updates are automatic. You are working on your net and then suddenly there is a written statement. Close your working area because we are sending you the updates. And that update may take away your time. Vendor lock-in. This is considered to be very important thing. It is very difficult to migrate. Lots of your deposits are there in one of the private bank, and then suddenly that bank has some corruption, bank stop, all your deposits locked up. They are there. They are there, but you cannot use it. So that is known as vendor lock-in, where you cannot migrate from one place to another. The overall efficiency of the system directly depends upon the efficiency of the cloud. Cloud provider dependence also suggests you are dependent upon the upload. Patient consent. Remember, these are the dates of era of medical legal issues, and you require to take the consent of the patient that I am, and this is the law, that you have to take a signature of the patient that I am keeping all your data on so and so cloud server, because of privacy concerns are there also for the patient. Remember, it is not only the consultants, it is the patient also who can approach your data. Of course, they can see only limited things, but that limited things are decided by the cloud, not by you. Suppose you decide that I'll allow only the reports of the patient, and one fine morning you realize that the report of urine pregnancy test was wrongly posted, or HIV test was wrongly posted. The patient is going to sue you, not the cloud, because it was being uploaded by your pathology laboratory. So more the people, more there are chances of problems. Archiving. You know that medical data has to be disposed of after a certain period. So once again, you require the consent. Authorized access. As I already told you, there is access to the patient also. In this era, it is not very helpful. The old customized way of handing over the reports to patient is better. You know what is happening when the WhatsApp reports are there and what is happening to those reports. The amount of access is determined by the service provider. It is a pre-planned software. So once you say that I do not want the blood pressure records to be uploaded, then the service provider would say 14,999 customers want it to be uploaded. So now we cannot remove it. So you uploaded the blood pressure records 160, 100. Next, after an hour, the patient has subarachnoid hemorrhage and you are in trouble. So it's not necessary to upload everything that you like, and that is possible only when it is EMR. Cost, just like the Reliance launch Jio, free of charge, free of charge. Initially, everything would be free of charge. The charge would go on incrementing. For EMR, your software in your clinic has a one-time expenditure. For EHR, you won't believe the charges are increasing just like Mediclaim as leaps and bounds. And you are stuck up because you cannot change the people or the server. There are other issues like multiple performances and interoperability. Then there are lack of administrative support. Yes, one can say that whenever there is a small issue in your own computer where you have stored your data, your IT people would come and would settle it down. But when it comes to a bigger issue, the answer would be it would be a recorded version. Will call you back. It is Saturday, Sunday, and will reach to you on Monday. Monday they would inform your engineer would come after 7 days. There is an appointment, and it would take around 5,000 rupees for the same. Since users are basically building, at HCG we have met with all these experiences. After that, I'm telling you, since users are basically building the hosting environment from scratch, we are creating our own data, and therefore we can create our own software. The last slide, the data entry and physician burnout. Believe me, really, I'm telling you, believe me, either you have to keep couple of people who enters the data, or you have to fill up the data on your own. At certain hospitals, the consultants are supposed to fill up the data on their own. More the people, more are the errors. What could be happen? Data entry errors, duplicate. I'll finish. Duplicate or overlapping data, lack of standardization, data quality issues, and requires regular updation. And believe me, this is absolutely the truth. For every hour, physician provide direct clinical face time to patients. Nearly 2 additional hours are spent on EHR and desk work within clinic days. So if you are meeting 6 patients within 1 hour, you'll require 2 hours to upload all the data. Otherwise, whatever data you are uploading is not of a good quality. So that's all from my side. Cones of cloud are many. Before you take up the clouds, just think about 4 important points. How much data storage you really require? Do you require the control of it or not? Security, how much significant it is for you, and compliance. Thank you very much.
That has been a very effective case put forward by Dr. Armando in favor of the normal clinic records and computer systems, like the home side. Would you like to give a result? Yes, sure.
Hello. Offline module is available as and when there is no internet connection. So it should not be a major problem. As far as the security is concerned, if I want to break the to have data of some hospital, we can, or one person can write to that particular staff and they can steal the stolen. I can't receive, I can't retrieve data from anywhere. As the sir told that multiple persons, multiple chances of error, it is not like that. Person has their own role and they can do their own work in their own module only. I cannot see, I cannot I cannot insert the data what's in the patient which sir has seen. So it is not the issue. As far as the updates are concerned, during work they want to update, they will give you the information or notice that at 12 midnight for 2 hours, for 6 hours, they are deploying the updates. On the contrary, the errors are less because they are sending the reports, they are confirming the reports with the barcodes and ID and so many things. So Mahesh Bhai and Mukesh Bhai, then what be the error as far as the technology is concerned? Daily backup is required if you are using the offline. Otherwise, in online, there is no need for a daily backup, and your personal technical
The time is tested our age-old system and showing the concept. Thank you.
So now may I invite our next speaker, Mr. Rahul Makhania, transforming the medical communication, the future of engaging and the interactive healthcare. Mr. Rahul is a User X Consulting Private Limited, founder, director, and CEO. He is from IIM's Calcutta alumni, domain expert of the customer experience, integrated marketing strategy, digital transformation, and marketing in digital world. He has experience of more than 10 years in the large corporate as head marketing strategies, product manager, and business development in healthcare domain. With these few words, I will introduce Mr. Makhania. Sir, it's now time.
Thank you. Introduction. Good morning, all. So this is the things which we carry to with us whenever we go somewhere. In the past times, we used to get laptop, mobile, video camera, watch. To listen to music, I need to know Walkman, the old kind. This is like what we are using, right? A simple mobile in our pocket. So what I wanted to say is technology is always going to evolve. It's up to us what we are taking about it and whether we are accepting or not. Today, I'm going to present you a certain technology which is going to change the entire healthcare industry. Let me give you another way. Customer experience is the next generation battlefield for any marketing agendas. Automation industries like car has been started this since last decade. They force you to try the vehicle rather than purchase the vehicle. We want generally each and every industry tried this. Healthcare is the late, and now is the time for the healthcare industry, right? So have you ever think that you are explaining the patient why I should pay more for lima rima, why bypass surgery than a traditional vein graft? It's very difficult. Whether explaining a patient that your bypass is going to be done or the angioplasty is going to be done on a particular lesion in the artery, explaining on the paper, explaining on the tablets is a different game altogether. So, could you be ready to jump? So this is one system that we have developed with 3 years for us. Jay, could you please start? We're not developing. So we are going to present you the live surgery simulations where a doctor can, initially we have seen the slide, the doctor is explaining a surgery to multiple doctor or even to the patients. When I'm explaining to someone that what kind of surgery you are required, and to be very honest, as doctor suggested in the earlier session, categories has to be there, right? As of now, access to the category is very limited. So there has to be some requirement of the technology which can enhance the entire experience to the medical students. I think there is some glitch in the
technology.
So by the time it's happening, we all heard metaverse, right? What is metaverse? The entire program has been developed on the metaverse. I just throw a light on metaverse. What is exactly the metaverse means? Metaverse is a system or a cloud-based anatomy where a user can connect through any kind of device. So let's say, for example, as of now, we need to use Facebook. Either I have to log in through mobile, either I have log in through a desktop or the laptop. Similarly, the entire system of the anatomy can be accessed through a VR, through the desktop, through the mobile, or even with the augmented reality wearables. That is called the metaverse. So assuming the operation theater in the metaverse, where a doctor is operating a surgery. Let's say, for example, I am doing a bypass operation or I am doing some orthopedic surgery. The best experience of the learner has to be on the other side of the surgeon, who's on the other hand. If I'm operating on this side, doctor who's other side is always the best view. But if I need to explain the same surgery to the 1,000 doctors, it is not possible without having the technology, because 1,000 doctors could not be able to enter in the same operation theater room. So I need a technology where a doctor is presenting through the VR. Hundreds of doctors could be have the choice of device through which they can enter into this metaverse and experience the same spot of the surgical experience, right? So that is what we are trying to build up. As suggested by doctor that this is happening in US, now it is possible in India, and we are the only company in India who's already successfully made it, and we are already presenting it. So as you can see, this is the operation theater room. So now, doctor, he is going to operate a patient, is going to do a biopsy for the orthopedic oncology, right? So you can see he's going to do the disinfection on the part of the leg. Yeah. The local anesthesia has been given. Can you imagine taking an exam of the student? It's become very easy when they know the steps. In which steps the surgery has to be performed. The J needle for the biopsy has been inserted. Now, assuming there is 100 other doctors or the students who are attending the same event through their mobile, through their laptop, or through this VR device, and they all can feel that they are just against the doctor, and they can see the exact what is happening over there. So the process how the entire surgery has to be done, what step has to be followed. When you are teaching to somebody, this is going to help them, right? Having a limited cadre. The similar thing, this is a communication between the nursing staff. Now there is a again option where you need to explain a patient. Let's say, for example, you are operating a patient for a spine surgery, L2, and you need to explain that what kind of surgery is going to be, right? And at what level the screw has to be inserted. At that period in time, you need to explain patient the entire spine anatomy. Now, explaining spine anatomy into the paper is very much difficult when they can access it entirely. As you can see, this is the entire spine. What you can explaining it. Now, let's say, for example, you are the dentist and you need to explain to your patient particularly which teeth is to be removed and which teeth has to be replaced. This is also practically possible now in India. So this is all about a metaverse which is helping into the medical communication, be it with patient and doctor, it with doctor and doctor, pharma company and doctor, and into education system where you need to teach somebody in the medical institute. So that's all from our side. Any question, any curiosity, if you have a question, I'm more than happy to answer it. So that's all done from our side, right? So at Sakha Solution and UserX, we started this journey 3 years back, developing this entire product since last 3 years. As of now, we have already successfully developed an entire anatomy of the body, right? We have completed the cardiovascular, respiratory, spine, and the oncology department. In the next 3 years, the entire product would be available for the people, right? We are getting a support from the government of India. We are also incubated with IIM Calcutta, IIM Ahmedabad, and at PDP also. So any curiosity, any doctor who would like to contribute to this also, we are more than happy to attach with you guys and collaborate with you. As of now, we are collaborating with more than 23 doctors across India who are helping us to define the exact anatomy and the exact step of the processes. Thank you very much.
So friends, technological trends in healthcare are marked by the advances such as artificial intelligence and digital technology. You have really excellently shown the research in that field. Thank you very much. Because totally we are unaware. First time seeing here, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Makan.
Mr. Request Shah, Felicity. Change is the only constant. You should keep up the pace, the ever-changing world. We must applaud and appreciate the digitalization of healthcare by Government of India. For the next topic, which is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, I would like to request Mr. Trivras Trivedi to be on the
Morning. With the permission of Chair, Dr. Mukur and Trisha, may I proceed, sir? I'm very thankful to the speakers who have taken part so far, particularly for the pre-session. They have set the tone for the government. I'll be switching over between English and Gujarati. I hope the friends would not mind. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll try, sir. So when I'm speaking, or when anybody is speaking as a federal person, as a government person, the tendency of society or citizens at large, they will go to the first resistance takes place. So the acceptance part reduces to larger extent. But it has been very positive side that both the sessions were wonderful. They have touched upon the technical aspects. What are the benefits of technology? How the technology and how best it can be helpful in the medical and healthcare sector. So you all must be very aware that our Honorable Prime Minister, sir, when he was the Chief Minister of our state, he was very interested on adopting new technologies, the use of technology. And he often says that we must utilize the technology. Reform, perform, and transform. These are the pillars for many initiatives, for the many programs that has been introduced in the state when he was the CM, and now as the Prime Minister of India, Honorable PM sir has introduced. So, with the use of technology, the governance has gone through the tremendous transformation. As he says on various occasions, that from ration to prashashan, the technology is useful. It helps us in tapping the fruits with the technology. You would be able to track your applications. When you are submitting your application in green channel, yellow channel, red channel, you would be able to trace where your application is right now. Say, for example, if you are aware about the Digital Gujarat platform of Department of Science and Technology, Gujarat State, you would be able to get your certificate online. You can download your application, you can store it, you can share it with digital DigiLocker, you can share it with various organizations, various institutes with the use of DigiLocker through Digital Gujarat. So this transformation happened with the use of technology, and what we are using or the cost incurred, these are investments in the particularly in the health domain. So when we are talking about the technology, many of the participants, they must be aware about the adoption of technology computerization in banking sector, sir. When the banking sector, the computerization was introduced in the early 90s, a majority of the employees were reluctant to accept. They had the fear in their mind, what will happen? This will happen, that will happen, the data would be lost, so on and so forth. But you see the transformation in the field of financial domain. Now, majority of us, we are not carrying any change with us. If we go to a Kirana store, or if we travel by an auto, we don't carry change with us. We just scan the QR code and we transfer the amount. We don't know the Kirana wala, we don't know the auto. Or if we are going to get the daily things, say for example, going for milk, we don't carry change. We just scan the QR code and transfer the amount. So that sort of transformation we are going to witness in the field of healthcare domain. So when we are talking about Ayushman Bharat digital mission, it's basically citizen-centric ecosystem where the government is planning to have a state-of-the-art system, and it will help us to manage the data, store the data. We have the better validations, better checks. It will help us in storing quality data with the validations and checks. It will provide us the interoperability platform. Say, for example, I'm very new to Surat. If happen to have some difficulties, issues, and if I'm assessed clinically and I got some prescription, when I go back to Gujarat, Gandhinagar, I can share the same prescription to the doctor in the Gandhinagar. So interoperability is the key aspect of Ayushman Bharat digital mission. The data available in Ayushman Bharat digital mission, it would be used in various clinical assessment and procedures. So it should be updated. It should be accurate. It should not be a time-step legacy data. So the data must be available, up to date, and accurate. And as it is said, that if you are having quantifiable things, then you will be able to improve. So when you are having data available at your fingertip, you will be able to assess the improvement of your program, whether you are going in correct directions, if you need to make any realignments, corrective measures in time. Many a time, in earlier days, Panchvarshi Yodhana, when the decision is taken to collect data, the head office or the department writes a letter to the head office writes the data to the district, and district writes the data to Tahsil. When the data is collected from the village or block, the question for which the data was collected or the objective by and large would have changed. So with the help of technology, we'll be able to collect the data timely and we would be able to analyze the data. And once we are having data, you all have heard about the words AI and ML. So if we are having the data, the historical data, we would be able to develop various algorithms. We can, with various permutation combinations, we would be able to analyze, we would be in better position to make preventive measures. With this, the ABDM system, it should give you or response immediately. It should be spontaneous. So when we are talking about the ecosystem, there may be many states. The doctors, maybe the modern medicine doctors, maybe the Irish practitioners, nursing staff, maybe the pharmaceutical company. NGOs also play a major role in healthcare domain. So such NGOs, many research organizations also play a crucial role. So those research organizations, the statutory bodies like the National Health Authority, State Health Authority, maybe like the state government and central government, and the legislators, MPs, everybody will be on common platform. They will be having the single source of truth, so that everybody has the common pool or the data available to make a decision. So when we talk about the Ayushman Bharat talks about the well-being of the citizen. So Ayushman Bharat, it started with the preventive measures. We talked about the Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center, where we focus on the preventive measures. Then it comes to the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. To support the preventive and curative measures, we need the infrastructure, we may need money to fund this. So we have Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure, ABHI. And to link all the programs, all the initiatives, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission was launched. So most of you are aware that you need to key in the same demographic details or the same patient details in various portals, isn't it? You may raise the hand if you agree. So imagine if you are having a common denominator, say for example, ABHA, Ayushman Bharat Health Account. You just key in the ABHA of the patient or that is available and you will get the entire history of that patient, the tasir of that patient. So you will be in better position for clinical assessment and subsequent treatment, isn't it? The quality of treatment gets improved. So the guiding principles of the ABDM is privacy, security, and confidentiality. These are the key building blocks of the foundation. Then the user inclusiveness. The demography it was from one end to the another end. When we talk about the education, when we talk about the monetary aspect, so entire demography should be covered. At the same time, it is a voluntary participation. The people can voluntarily opt in, people can voluntarily opt out. And the key part is the well-being of the citizen. So that is the central aspect. The citizens are at the core. When we talk about the technology talks about the single source of truth. All stakeholders are on the single platform. It is on the federated architecture. The APIs and interoperability are the key UPI for this initiative, where multiple institutes, multiple stakeholders can exchange the data among themselves. Okay, and standard framework. These are the key building blocks of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission: ABHA, HFR, HPR, ABHA Mobile App, and UHI. The ABHA is where the citizens can store their medical records. They have the name, date of birth, gender, address, and mobile number. Okay, and standard framework. These are the applications where we can generate we can generate from the EBDM website. We can scan the QR code and COVID, TMJ, and UHI. Many of you must be using where the citizens can store their medical records. Professional registry. They have the comprehensive registry for all healthcare professionals, doctors, nursing staff. They can register on this. These are the health facilities we can generate. These are the steps from the website. You can upload your registration details, COVID, TMJ, and practicing is using this. And you can submit. It will give you the notification on screen and on your registered mobile number. It is a comprehensive registry for facility registry professionals from the doctors, nursing staff. They can register on this. Then district health facilities can these are the steps. So you can upload your demographics, you can upload your registration ABDM for private practitioners and you may be and you can witnessing many on screen and on your registered mobile practitioners are the health facility registry. This is the UV of facility manager goes to the district Kanidhan. Then district, if you ask for the registration certificate that from which university or from which college you are graduated, they don't have the ABDM for private practitioners. If you search on the Google, you will find ratings witnessing many on facilities. So you can always claim the ratings doing practice. So the ABDM provides you a platform where the data is verified and is authenticated. If you ask for the registration certificate from which university or from which college you are graduated, have details are available in ABDM. So trust me, if you search on the Google, you will find authenticated, verified data on so and so facilities. So that is the best part of this. Apart from that, the government is also providing health incentives is verified and the health facilities for the professionals and also for the digital solutions available in Surat. You can link the digital trust me records. These are with the ABHA authenticated, verified data to the solution to the topic of clinical assessment. Apart from that, the government is also providing health incentives, the data for the health treatment intakes for the professional prescription or the lab report, digital solutions records. Say for example, X-ray or scan that can also be linked with the ABHA records. Same may be the ABHA subsequently with various health faculty and healthcare professionals. Physician. The bottom line is clinical assessment, the privacy, confidentiality, the patient, the doctor based on citizens' consent. And citizen is the owner of the data or the lab reports. The citizen does not want to continue the consent or citizen. One can always manage the consent. Something like WhatsApp, you are sharing your location. Subsequently, share your location. You can always build the location. Same way, you can always withdraw the consent. The privacy, confidentiality, professionality. It is based on citizens' consent. Citizen is the owner of the data. You can register for the citizen. You can register for the HPR. One can always manage the content, something like WhatsApp, you are sharing your location. For HPR, you can share your location, all the details available. The location. It takes less than 2 minutes to register yourself on HPR. Same is for the health facility registry. You can register in your health facility detail line number, the name. You can register for register for the photographs for authentication. It takes less than 30 seconds, sir. And the facilities like working on this day, this time, all the details. What are the facilities available? Like whether the blood bank is available to register yourself. What sort of services are available? Same is for the health facility registry. Maybe the general medicine or cardiac details, line and so forth. Name. So when the details are available in authentication, the details are authenticated, details are verified, this date, this time, what are the facilities available, like whether the blood bank is available, pharmacy is available, what sort of services are available, some of MBBS, the benefits of medicine, cardiac, HFR, HPR, and so forth. that so when for health facilities and for HPR, the entire process is paperless. The details you just need to scan the QR code or key in the Aadhaar number. It will give you the entire trust details built on reliability. The entire process from medication to the medical process, the entire system will benefits of. Just give you an example of today, Bhruguraj and Briguraj. That my for health facilities and for HPR, the entire process and they can paperless. You just need to, when I go to when this QR code or find the Aadhaar number, it will give you one may write Bhruguraj, one may write Briguraj, the entire process from medication to Raguraj, Raghu space system would be so on and so forth. I have received just give you an example of today. Bhruguraj, if I have been hospitalized and if the medication is the doctors are what should be your name with the name they will treat me. Whether it is Bhruguraj or when I go to various I'll be treated and if I apply for the medical, one may write Bhruguraj, one may write TPA, Briguraj. One may write, please pardon for my next space. My medical claim would be rejected. If my name is, say, if I have been hospitalized, and if the medication is doctor, this is not the same person you are treated the name. So, and whether it is Bhruguraj or patient, I will not go to, I'll be treated insurance company, or I will not go to the TPA. Where I will insurance, I will go to the hospital. Please pardon, our operational issue will start. My medical claim would be rejected if my name is say written as Briguraj or Raguraj. This is not the same person you are treated. So, and I as a patient, I will not go to the insurance company or I will not go to the TPA. Where I will go to the hospital and our operational issues will start. Doesn't it? So, it will help you for entire process going seamless. So, it is expected that I, as an individual, I will key in my name correctly. Bhruguraj, Bhruguraj. So this is expected. When I scan my QR code, it will give the details. Just to give an example, today we use the technology for the registration. Everybody, they are having the card with you and the QR code. So the volunteers, they have just scanned the QR code. They are not keying the details. So that is the beauty of the technology. And of course, the EHR and EMR, that was a wonderful debate. And you may have heard about the incidents at various hospitals. So imagine if you are having your data at your hospital local machine. And local machines are more vulnerable for various incidents. And it would be a huge loss on monetary aspect and data aspect. So one must invest in technology and get the fruits of that. If you want to open bank account, how many of you have go to the bank in person now? In recent time, if anybody has opened the account, do you need to visit the bank in person? One hand. So if you key in your Aadhaar number, it will allow you for eKYC, isn't it? That is possible because of technology. So we must adopt the technology. We must invest in the technology. Just on numbers front, the Gujarat state, we are on the 4th number among the states with almost 3 crore Ayushman Bharat health account generated. More than 1,800 healthcare professionals are approved. 12,000 applications have been received. I'll draw your attention, sir. I'll take just few minutes extra. The gap is huge. 1,800 against 12,000. So it is minutely observed, minutely checked. The medical councils, they are verifying the data. So it is not that the applicant has just submitted the data and application is approved. It will be checked again against the data available in the respective councils. And if all parameters are satisfied, then only the application is approved. And in the health facility registry, we are again on in top 5. More than 13,000 health facilities are on board. All government health facilities, 99.9% government health facilities, they are on board. Majority of PMJY empaneled health institutes, they are also on board. And I request all private practitioners, the smaller clinics, the physicians, to please come forward and join Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. I'll request various associations and the platform like this one to encourage the adoption of technology. It is very useful, and it is for the practitioners. They are at the receiving end. They will get the positive fruits of this. So once again, I request everybody to please use the ABDM. Please use the HMIS, LMIS, which are ABDM compliant, so that you can get the user health records, and it will help you in better assessment and better follow-ups. These are the ABA generation penetration that we have. This photograph is of Hajipir, Kutch, next to the Pakistan border. These are from some districts that we are adopting some new initiatives out of box. We are going in night time as well, where the demography is not available during the day hours. The Khat Parishad, something like that. Then various channels are utilized. We are going to schools as well. We are going to the panchayat as well, cooperative federations, to various associations, because as a government, we would not be able to reach out to all 6.5 crore citizens. It will take time. Aadhaar took a decade to cover entire population. And in ABHA, in just last 3 years, we have reached more than 30 crore people. So the speed is there because of the Aadhaar, and yes, the COVID has also helped in adoption of technology, the change of mindset. But again, it would not be possible without the active participation and support from the private practitioners, doctors, and associations. We are getting support from the topmost office, the Honorable Minister. Sir, he always takes the lead in various camps wherever he goes. The ABHA certificates are distributed. Our Honorable Commissioner, Honorable Mission Director, Madam, they also lead from the front, and it is mandatory to at least spare 10 to 15 minutes to review the ABHA generation or linkage of ABDM for that program. The various awareness activities are also there. We are also available on stall number 3 if you want to understand any other details or want to have more details about this. If there is any question or queries about this, I'll be glad to provide you any details. Please, sir.
Hello. Can I ask one question or something?
Both are welcome.
Yeah. It is good that the government has come out with digital mission and have a digital registry. What I have observed, you people have come to me to my hospital. I'm Dr. Yogesh Kumar Desai, President IMS Surat. Your people had come to my hospital, what we have marked, and the responses from my friends and colleagues that our data may be misused for certain purpose, because it must has to be a cloud-based program, right? What do you say?
Sir, you finish your question and suggestion. I'll revert to both.
Yeah. And secondly, software is very complicated. Even your people had come to assist me to help out to register, but it was very difficult. On the third attempt only, it was possible.
Okay.
Of course, we have registered ultimately on the third day of your person's assistance. So my request is to go for a very user-friendly software so that everybody can enroll themselves.
Absolutely. I'll address.
And some people, there are some side effects also of registering as a patient. So they have doubt. You have just shown that only 1,800 people have registered as per from the health professional. And anybody as a health professional, let it be MBBS doctor or let it be Ayurvedic person or homeopathy, or those who are registered with you, medical council, they can register themselves as a health professional. But you find out the reason why only 1,800 have registered. Thank you.
Okay. I'll start one by one. So, may I? First of all, these are the anxieties that the data would be misused. As I have suggested during the presentation, the citizen is at the core. Without the consent of citizen, data would not be shared with anybody. So it is consent-based mechanism. Data is stored at the respective locations. And as far as sir, the numbers are concerned, Dr. Desai, as far as numbers are concerned, 1,800 applications are approved. The applications received are 12,000, more than 12,000. So my emphasis was that that once the applicant has submitted the application, it's not that the application is approved upfront. It takes time, and medical council, they verify minutely with all the details. And once they are satisfied, then only it is approved. So it's not that you apply and you get the approval. So that's why the gap is there. The application received are more than 12,000. So this is what the
We welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Ajay, Mr. Ajay Kumar Tomo. Welcome to Hitcon, sir. Thank you, Mr. For enlightenment.
thank you, team. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Good day.
Request Dr. Munshi to be on the dais, please. Now I would like to request Dr. Shashank Paswala to felicitate Dr. Mukul Petrolwala, the chairperson of the session. Now I would like to request Dr. Bhupesh Chawda to felicitate Dr. Munshi. Further, I would like to request Dr. Jagruti Madam to felicitate Dr. Shah. To commence further, I would like to invite Dr. Disha Vasavada onto the stage and proceed further for the much awaited inaugural function. A very good morning to all of you, honorable guests, speakers, delegates, and all of those who have come here to attend the Hitcon 2.0 on this very pleasant, beautiful Sunday morning, almost afternoon. So, Hitcon, this is the 10th edition, and I would like to say that Hitcon is basically for the updation, encouragement, and knowledge of all the physicians and the healthcare fraternity in general. because ever since the evidence of COVID, technology, just like the cases of COVID had surged, now in the post-COVID era, we are all forced to be in the new normal, and there is always presence of technology in whatever we see, whatever we do, wherever we go. So in that case, all of us might be suffering from baby duck syndrome, which is the reluctance to accept the new technology, if anybody of you is aware. So Hitcon is here for that. And now commencing with the inauguration ceremony, I would like to first invite Mr. Ajay Tomar sir, the guest of honor for today, the Commissioner of Police, to please come on the dais. Sorry, round of applause for sir. I would next like to invite Dr. Chandrakant Patel sir to please come on the stage. Dr. Yogesh Desai sir to please come on the stage. Dr. Nirmal Choradia sir to please come on the stage. Dr. Parul Vadgamavan. Dr. Bhupesh sir. And Dr. Pragnesh Vashajan. I would now like to call Dr. Bhupesh Chawda sir for the welcome message.
Good morning. માનનીય આપણા શહેરના રખેવા લક્ષણ અને આપણા સુરતને પ્રેમ કરનારા એવા આપણા આજના મહેમાન માનનીય શ્રી અજય તોમર સર, મારા ગુરુ ડોક્ટર નિર્મલ ચોરાડિયા સાહેબ, આપણા એસએમસી માંથી ડોક્ટર આશિષ નાયક સરને જરા અર્જન્ટ કામ હોવાથી આપણી સાથે આપણા જ મિત્ર અને આપણી જોડે હંમેશા રહેતા એવા ડોક્ટર સીબી પટેલ આપણી જોડે છે. આપ સૌનું સર આમંત્રિત કરું છું. ડોક્ટર યોગેશ દેસાઈ સર આપણા ઇન્ડિયન મેડિકલ એસોસિએશનના પ્રેસિડેન્ટ પણ છે, એમનું પણ સ્વાગત કરું છું. સાથે સાથે ડોક્ટર પારુલબેન વડગામા, આખું સુરત શહેર જેમની સોશિયલ એક્ટિવિટી ડોક્ટર વેટરનિટીની સાથે એમના સંબંધોને જાણે છે એવા આપણી સાથે છે. મિત્રો, હિટકોન સાથે સાથે સુરત કન્સલ્ટન્ટ એસોસિએશન અને હોસ્પિટલ હેલ્થકેર પ્રોવાઈડર એસોસિએશન થકી આજે આપણે આ મહાસંઘમાં જેની અંદર આપણે એકેડેમિક ફીસ્ટ, જે આપણે અત્યાર સુધી આપણા મેડિકલ સબ્જેક્ટને સમજતા હતા, પણ આજે મેડિકલ સબ્જેક્ટની સાથે આપણે કંઈક નવું જાણવાના છે અને આઈટી ઇન્ફોર્મેશન ટેકનોલોજી. અને તમે જોયું હશે કે હમણાં થોડાક વખતની અંદર જ મોટી મોટી આપણી મેડિકલ સંસ્થાઓને પણ હેક થઈ અને કરોડો રૂપિયાનું વેસ્ટેજ ઓફ મની થાય એવી રીતની વાત હતી. પણ ગવર્મેન્ટ ઓફ ગુજરાત સાથે સાથે ગવર્મેન્ટ, સેન્ટ્રલ ગવર્મેન્ટે પણ ભેગા થઈને આપણને આની અંદર ડિજિટલ ઇન્ડિયા, આની પહેલાનું જે લેક્ચર હતું એમડીએમ આયુષ્યમાન ભારત થકી એ બધાના માટે આપણે આ કોન્ફરન્સ યોજી છે. આપ સૌ બધાને હું આમંત્રિત કરું છું અને આપણી જોડે આજે આ સરો જોઈન્ટ થયા છે તો તેમને પણ હું આમંત્રિત કરું છું. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ.
Thanks a lot, Bhupesh sir. Now proceeding with the felicitation of our guests, I would first like to request Dr. Pragnesh Vashajan sir to felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Ajay Tomar sir, the Commissioner of Police of Surat. Next, I would like to request Dr. Parul ma'am to felicitate Dr. Chandrakant Patel sir. Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to call on Dr. Bhupesh sir to felicitate Dr. Yogesh Desai sir. Thank you, sir. And last but not the least, I would like to request Dr. Vinod Shah sir to felicitate Dr. Nilvar Choraria sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now we proceed for the lamp lighting ceremony. May I request all the guests to please come forward on the stage.
सबने एक ग्रुप खोला निर्मल भाई निर्मल सर स्टूडेंट बेच
Dr. Pratnesh Vachajani to please come on the stage and enlighten us about Hitcon 2.0.
Good morning, all. I will not take much of time. At the outset, I really would like to thank the healthcare professional community of Surat for embracing the concept and inviting Hitcon to the Surat for the second time. Last night we were discussing about Hitcon 2.0, now onwards to 3.0, 4.0, 5.0. I'm quite amazed and quite happy with the enthusiasm among the healthcare professionals of the Surat about embracing technology in day-to-day practice. I promise on behalf of Team Hitcon, I promise that we will come out with the newer topics all the time, which engages everyone, and we'll definitely try to give something which you can take back to your clinic or hospitals and you can start practicing right away from Monday itself. So without making much ado, I would like to thank the healthcare professional community and all the supporters of the Hitcon, the tech companies, because the tech companies are the backbone of such events, who is supporting us Hitcon. And this, as Dr. Disha has said, this is the 10th edition. So it's a landmark edition of Hitcon. So thank you all, and thank you especially the SMCA, the Surat Medical Consultant Association and Hospital Providers Association of Surat, Dr. Parul Vargama, Dr. Birbal sir and all for encouraging us and supporting us and join us in the partnering in this responsibility of Hitcon and making it a grand success. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, I would like to request our guest of honor for today, Mr. Ajay Tomar, sir, to felicitate our sponsors. So, I will now announce the name of the sponsors one by one. First is Health Ray. I would invite Tricog ECG, TRICOG. Swasthya Setu. Vaishnav Bharat Digital Mission. And at last, but not the least, Believe International. Thank you very much, Ajay sir, and all to all the sponsors. Now, proceeding further, I would request Dr. Parul ma'am to come on the stage for introduction of our guest of honor for today.
Good afternoon, all. Exec 12 is there, and we really acknowledge the presence of all consultant association members, advisors, and EC team over here, and all the members who have registered for this conference. At the outset, I'm really obliged and thankful to respected Police Commissioner Sir, Dr. Ajay Tomar Sir, who had a very busy schedule today. He had so many video conferences, and still he is there with us for half an hour to do this honor. We really express our gratitude, sir. We all know, sir, we have heard him in many programs, and he is a multifaceted personality. I think he can speak on any topic, any given topic. I have heard him in the natak which was organized by Manoj Mistry sir in Gujarat Guardian. I have heard him in medical conferences and many social activities also. So without wasting the time, we are honored, sir, on behalf of Consultant Association, Hospital Provider Association, Dr. Nirmal Choraria, sir, and Bhupesh Bhai and Pragnesh Vashajani. I welcome you to this dais to give us the blessing on the occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, requesting the guest of honor for today to please say a few words and enlighten this gathering.
सॉरी सर, लेकिन बगल में कोई स्टिक लेके बैठा हो तो डर लगता है सर.
जैसे आप स्टेथोस्कोप रखते हैं We do not call it a stick, we call it a baton. It's a badge of rank and honor. Organizers and doctors and guys who are doing a fabulous job of organizing this conference, esteemed doctors, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to be amongst all of you because since morning I was dealing with different topics, including the hardened criminals who have to be restrained before Rath Yatra. And then I was dealing with the organization of International Yoga Day on 21st. So various kind of things. When friends came to invite me for this conference, I was really looking at them in askance. Why me in medical IT technology conference? But then friends are friends. They insisted and I came. Generally, since ages, it is the brightest people of the society who join the medical profession. They are picked up early, nowadays after 12th. Earlier, I think it was after 11th. And then they have to go through the grind. 5 years for MBBS, another 3 years for MD or MS, another 3 years for further specialization. The first 2 years, you have to study the basic sciences while doing your MBBS courses, botany, zoology, other basic subjects like chemistry, biochemistry. Thereafter, you have to learn the medical skills and you have to learn things that help you in treating the patients. But beyond that, while doing your MS and MD, if I am correctly informed, you are supposed to write some papers also. You are supposed to do something new also. And it is those papers that determine the quality of your medical professionalism. Unfortunately, the kind of technology all of you are using nowadays, hardly any of that technology is indigenous. We invite most of our technology, we import from Germany, from Switzerland, from Belgium, from America, from England. And mind you, they do not give it to us for any philanthropic causes. They earn a lot of money. And as a result, it becomes indispensable to use the latest technology available. And we have to pay through our nose to that. It is a well-known fact. Very unfortunately, we are not amongst the leading nations as far as medical technology is concerned. The leading nations in medical technology, use of IT, are still Switzerland, Belgium, Germany, Sweden, Australia, Singapore, Japan. We are very low in that ranking. This moot point is discussed most of the times in leading medical institutions. I have attended some of such discussions in All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And generally, the complaint in India is that our senior doctors, our specialists are so bogged down by the clinical burden. They have to attend to so many patients at hospitals, government hospitals, even medical colleges, that they are not left with enough time to think deeply, reflect deeply, go deep into their subject, and do some meaningful research work. Here, I would like to raise a fallacy. Generally, there's a misconception that you need a lot of time in the laboratory to do significant research. Certain things come to my mind. Urinary catheter was invented by Benjamin Franklin. I believe it was 1710, around 1710, because his brother was suffering and he was feeling the pain. And he was a tremendous gentleman. You know, he was one of the three main people who made America what America is today. First was George Washington, everybody knows him. Second was Thomas Jefferson, a brilliant lawyer.
and third was Benjamin Franklin, who was able to convince all European powers why it is important for America to be independent now and get out of your clutches. Benjamin Franklin was the one who invented electricity also. And mind you, he never went to any college. He did not even complete his schooling. And he was also the person who gave the street cleaning systems to the leading cities in America. He also made the first almanac. Why I'm saying so? You don't require to work in a world-class laboratory to give latest inventions. Not many people have done so. Only capitalistic, capital-oriented research laboratories, they are prerogative of the Americans and the European countries, the Japanese, Singaporeans, Australians, the leading nations. But we have to remember, Sheridan, who invented the first blood catheter, had passed only the 7th standard. He studied till 8th standard, never passed beyond that. And I think he was only a plumber. Sheridan did it. Another thing, go very deep. Go very deep, very deep. Do you think the first major invention in the world, fire, was invented by some person who had been to the universities? No. He was somebody sitting in the cave with hardly any clothes on his body, not to speak of the white coat. The wheel invention, again, millennia back, it was done by somebody who had never visited any school. And there are people in Surat also, in the field of textile machinery, they are doing a wonderful job. There are people in the field of diamond cutting, polishing, scanning. They are competing with the Israeli leading companies and they are beating them hands down. So with your kind of talents, with your kind of mental caliber, and whatever medical education does, it does one thing. You are trained to put a lot of cognitive effort. With that kind of effort, if orientation changes, I believe doctors in India can do wonders. And we can also become one of the leading nations as far as IT is concerned. Unfortunately, the world is led by Google, Amazon, OpenAI, ChatGPT, NLP, deep learning, and all these things are invading the medical territory. They are into it. Without NLP, after a couple of years, you will not be able to do anything. NLP, natural language processing, is simply an artificial intelligence branch that helps computers in reading and speaking the way human does. ChatGPT is already showing it. You ask any query, it will process the whole of it, and they'll give you a top-class answers. And mind you, some of the most difficult medical examinations have been passed already by ChatGPT. So you will not be required to learn everything from the textbooks. ChatGPT will be able to give you all answers. Then there are wearables. The surgeons who go to the operation theater to conduct surgeries, they'll be having wearables who will guide them, who will highlight their instruments, who will highlight the different parts of the body, what precautions you have to take, what you have to be careful about, where you are reaching the danger area, which is a critical part of this operation, and all these things. Implantables, implants. A lot of things are changing. Everywhere it is changing. Like it is changing in your field, like similarly it is changing in my field also. In forensic medicine, in cryptocurrency, in blockchain, and I have to keep myself abreast with all these things, including NLP, because you never know what video or any audio will be morphed in what way. Deep morphing is a challenge we have to face every day. So the world is changing. While the world is changing, I believe you are meeting today, you'll think deeply, and you'll give yourself and you will give your colleagues the confidence that we can be in steps. There are some apprehensions. Some people think, only some foolish people, they go to the Google for whatever happens to anybody in their family. And they think Google gives them the final answers. And they are sadly mistaken. There are also some people who say after some years they will not require any professionals because artificial intelligence and the latest deep learning machine learning will be able to give you all answers. Unfortunately, in foreseeable future, I do not see artificial intelligence replacing doctors. So your professions and your jobs are safe. But if you are abreast, if you are updated, it will help you in reaching the correct decisions. Predictive analysis. India is a nation, the largest nation in the world with 143 crore of us. उस डाटा को यदि हम सबको इकट्ठा कर लें, उस डाटा को यदि ठीक से एनालिसिस कर लें, तो I believe we can give any country in the world a good fight. But unfortunately, we have been traditionally, historically poor in documentation. So I hope and believe the medical professionals are very, very concerned about this issue, that our documentation has to be good. Our data analysis has to be good. For any kind of good data analysis, you need a lot of data. And big data wise, why Tesla is the leading company in the world today? Because last so many years, their cars are running in America and Europe, gathering data of all kinds of variables, all kinds of contingent situations that a car may face. And that's why Tesla has no competition today, because the data is very large. Already they possess that kind of data. Similarly, if Indian doctors, they strive, they sit together, they decide through such conferences to collect, collate, and analyze all big data that we have, I think we can give good number of solutions at all over the world. Why I'm saying so? Because anthropologically, we are a very, very diverse nation. हमारे यहाँ नॉर्थ ईस्ट में मंगोलॉइड ब्लड है, हिल्स में कोई और ब्लड है, नॉर्थ में कुछ और है, वेस्टर्न पार्ट में कुछ और है, द्रविडन जीन्स आर देयर इन साउथ इंडिया, और इन सब का जो होच पोच है वो वर्ल्ड का फर्स्ट क्लास एक माइक्रोकॉस्म है. हमसे बेहतर स्पीड में कोई नहीं हो सकता if we decide to learn and imbibe new technology. All these things are going to change the face of medical profession totally and thoroughly. I believe our health profile is going to improve. Last week only, Lancet study came and I read in the Indian Express, and I was really shocked to see more than 35% of Indians are suffering from hypertension. Close to 30% of Indians are overweight. And unlike what was popularly believed, in rural areas, people are less overweight, and in urban areas are people who are suffering from obesity. No, there's no significant difference. Even the rural people, they have enough carbohydrates. They are piling on carbohydrates and the bellies are coming out. The kind of obesity we come across in India, abdominal obesity, this is a more serious issue. And this is going to give you many, many patients. Unfortunately, I'm saying so. The third issue, which is a very significant issue, 11%, more than 11% of Indian population is diabetic. And almost another 15% is pre-diabetic. These are shocking figures. And this kind of figures show you the kind of onerous challenge you face as medical professionals. And we as a nation, we are not among the healthiest nations in the world. The Human Development Index is very low. We come at around 132nd. Bangladesh is 126. Some of our neighbors, Sri Lanka is in the top 100. So they are the countries who are doing better than us. That is the challenge. The kind of focus with which present government of India and our honorable Prime Minister is working on health issues, on all these development issues, I believe India is going to change very fast. But India will not change on its own. It is people like you, and all of us, we have to put our best foot forward. Then only we'll be able to look the world in eyes and get a rightful place in the Committee of Nations. मैं योगा डे के संदर्भ में पिछले दिनों कुछ दोस्तों से बात कर रहा था कि आप किसी भी सभागार में जाएं, आपको फिट दिखने वाले इंडिविजुअल बहुत कम दिखते हैं. आप रोड पे जाएं, आप किसी फेस्टिवल में जाएं, आपको ऐसे खड़तल, जिसको गुजराती में बोला जाता है, खड़तल दिखने वाले लोग दिखने बंद हो गए हैं. Why so? Simply because we have enough of food now. हर घर में फ्रिज भरा हुआ होता है, हर घर में स्टोर भरा हुआ होता है. Whenever you pass by the fridge, आपका दिल किया और कुछ नहीं है करने के लिए, चलो निकाल के खा लो. And this is a way of fighting depression also. We have to draw our attention first. If we want to change the world, the first requirement is self-awareness. We should understand what we are, how we can improve. हम कौन थे, क्या हो गए हैं और क्या होंगे अभी. आओ विचारें बैठकर हम ये समस्याएं सभी. संसार को पहले हम ने ज्ञान भिक्षा दान दी, आचार की, व्यवहार की, व्यापार की, विज्ञान की. मैथिलीशरण गुप्त ने 1920 में बातें कही थी. हमारे यहाँ चरक थे, हमारे यहाँ सुश्रुत थे, हमारे यहाँ पतंजलि थे, और ये इतने ऑल एनकम्पासिंग एक लाइफस्टाइल था पतंजलि के योग का. यम, नियम, आसन, प्राणायाम, प्रत्याहार, ध्यान, धारणा, समाधि, इन सभी चीजों को यदि आप अडॉप्ट करते हैं, yes, it can be very well integrated with allopathy also. आयुर्वेद की हमारे यहाँ बातें होती हैं, उनको थोड़ी इसको वैलिडेट करने के लिए ना कोई डाटा है, ना कोई प्रॉपर रिसर्च होता है. Some universities they are trying to do things, and like I said, our present government and Honorable Mr. Narendra Modi, our Prime Minister, he is working very hard to popularize Indian ICDA, आयुष्मान भारत और ये सारी चीजें आ रही हैं. हर साल हिंदुस्तान में करीब 90,000 MBBS डॉक्टर्स प्रोड्यूस होते हैं मेडिकल कॉलेज से. अनदर 60,000 आयुष्मान दूसरे ब्रांचेस के जो डॉक्टर्स हैं, यूनानी हैं, होम्योपैथी हैं, आयुर्वेदा हैं, वो बाहर निकलते हैं. जो देश हर साल 1.5 लाख डॉक्टर्स प्रोड्यूस करता है, वो देश वर्ल्ड में लीडिंग नेशन ना हो मेडिकल फील्ड में और इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी में, ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए. So I exhort all of you, I keep exhorting myself and my police professionals. We don't have to learn many things from New York, London and Hamburg police. Now, Tokyo police, they have a lot of resources, a lot of technology, but we have first-rate brains. And mind you, our brains are very potent. Indian brains are extremely potent brains. Simply because since time immemorial, हमारे पूर्वजों ने वो किसी ने लिखे नहीं वेद. वेद श्रुतियां हैं, उन श्रुतियों को सुन सुन के ओवर द जनरेशन दे आर बीइंग पास्ड. उनके इनहेरिटेंस आती थी. वेद आए, वेदांत आया, पुराण आए, उपनिषद आए, उनकी सभी की व्याख्याएं हुई. चारवाक जैसे लोग भी आए और सांख्य भी आया, कणाद भी आए. कणाद ने जो एटम की थ्योरी दी थी, एटम कैन नेदर बी, मैटर कैन नेदर बी क्रिएटेड नॉट डिस्ट्रॉयड, और परमाणु से छोटे कोई भाग में तोड़ा नहीं जा सकता. यही रदरफोर्ड ने इंग्लैंड में कुछ सेंचुरीज पहले यही एटम थ्योरी है. आप लोग, हम आज भी पढ़ते हैं. कणाद gave it thousands of years back. So that kind of potency each of us has in our brains. वो inherit किया है brain हमने. Only thing is we have to put it in the right direction. इसको ठीक तरीके से channelize करना है. We have to be self-aware and we should be confident enough to take on the world in any field. I exhort all of you, I exhort myself. I wish you great success as far as this conference is concerned. I also wish you.
Thank you, sir, for setting stage for Hitcon 10.0 Surat.
After this enlightening speech for exactly the reason Hitcon 2.0 is here and we need it, I would like to call Parul ma'am, Dr. Parul Vardama ma'am, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Moving towards the last inauguration, it is very important for us. On behalf of Hitcon Group, Dr. Bhupesh Chawda, Dr. Pragnesh Vachhajani, Consultant Association, myself, Dr. Parul, Secretary, Dr. Kartik Desai, and of course, the Hospital Provider Association of Surat, Dr. Nirmal Chaudhary and Dr. Anil. We convey a very big gratitude on behalf of all these associations towards our today's guest of honor, Shri Ajay Damar sir, who has just left from us. And we thank him for giving a precious time and a very good blessing. We were really impressed with his talk and blessings and with his knowledge on update on all subjects which I have always heard him in at different occasions. I'm also thankful to our today's distinguished guest, Dr. C.B. Patel. And also, we are missing the presence of our Honorable Home Minister, Shri Harshbhai Sanghvi. He has sent us the blessings and conveyed his apology to be absent here because he is busy with his Kutch mission. We all know that he is taking care of Gujarat state, so he's busy today. I'm also thankful to all the delegates, all the members, all the executive board members, advisors of different associations who have participated. I'm thankful to all the sponsors, especially Health Rate, TriScope, ABDM, Believe Pharma, Swasthya Setu, EP, UserX, Wellness, Dr. PRO, Dr. Cardio, MediConnect, Redisyn, Premware, SSD, Sakhya Skin Clinic, Nirmal Hospitals, Mahavir Hospitals, Udna Hospital Limited, Unicare, and Shalvi. And all the participants, all the workers, my civil hospital team who are my doctors who are volunteers for this, all the master of ceremonies, especially Dr. Rupa, Dr. Neha, Dr. Renu Gosai, and all the chairpersons, seniors, advisors, especially Dr. Mukur Petrowala sir, Dr. Prashant Nayak, Dr. Paresh Munshi, Dr. Vinod C. Shah, Dr. Dave, and everybody, Dr. De Silva is there, everybody present here. Wish you all the best and thank you for patient listening in the inaugural session. Thank you so much.
Panel. Okay.
Yeah. Felicitate our master ceremony, Dr. Disha Vasauda, and proceed for our panel discussion.
I request Nirmal sir, please, 1 second to do the honor and felicitate Disha.
Now we proceed with the panel discussion. It should be an interesting one. I invite moderators Dr. Rajneesh Vacharajani and Mr. Jatin Joshi to come on the dais. Also the speakers, Dr. Ravi Sanghvi,
And the panelists, Dr. Nirmal Choradia, Dr. De Silva, Dr. Anil Chilimunta. Kindly come on the dais. I would like to introduce our moderators, Jatin Joshi, CEO of the Nirmal Hospitals, Danish MBA from King's College London, and Gujarat head from government side project called Mukhyamantri Amritam and Ayushman Bharat, with our CM and PM Narendra Modi Shri too, as a third party role, 8 years. So we welcome him over here. And as we have already talked of Dr. Vachrajani, he is the family physician, founder Hitcon, past president Ahmedabad Medical Association IMA, and honorary secretary Federation of Family Physician Associates of India. And we start the panel.
Now I would like to request Dr. Mr. Ravi Sangvi to speak on technology in hospital management.
When we talk about hospital technology and hospital management, we know a lot of things about what are the challenges. Even in the early morning sessions, we heard about Dr. Dhruv and about the cloud and other things. And Raman Sanghvi will be facilitated witnessing what are the challenges we will face. And we have on the dais Dr. Nirmal sir, very well known face of South Gujarat, and Dr. De Silva sir from the Mahavir Hospital. So they are the one who will be on a panel discussion, who will be moderating and also able to give us guidance in between the sessions. So he will be guide us on the challenges which are faced by the hospitals. And obviously they are since last 40 years in this Surat city, so they are able to advise on the same. Over to Ravi Sangvi sir.
Thank you, organizers of Hitcon, for arranging such a wonderful conference on the intersection of health and IT. This is the 10th year, and I really appreciate, because when the first conference was arranged in Ahmedabad, I was very much there and really appreciate efforts of Dr. Pragnesh Bhai and his team. The cross-functional knowledge is ever increasing, and it is affecting and improving the health sector, health services, and the technology becoming a backbone. There is this word health tech, which is very popular in the startup ecosystem. So here is the presentation. Automation has started since long, and now it is ever increasing, ever encompassing the field of medical healthcare. And I would be talking about the automation and the IoT solutions for the hospital operations. Now, this is primarily an IoT, Internet of Things integration. And of course, this affects several aspects of the industrial activity. This particular session is focused in terms of IoT and the automation as it is applied to the healthcare sector. So the presentation was actually supposed to be done by Mr. Kanish Pitha, who is the CEO of the Exceed IO Private Limited, who is developing the solutions and deploying the solution for various life sciences, healthcare, and the hospital inspired management related things. He is based at Hyderabad, but somehow he couldn't attend. And since I'm acting as the mentor of this company, I am now presenting this presentation on his behalf. Here is a summary, which are the core problems which are being currently identified and which needs the solutions for that. As we see, the hospitals and clinic often struggle with managing medical assets, which could be equipment, devices, locating staff in real time, primarily with the multi-bed hospitals, and monitoring the usage of critical assets, leading to inefficiencies, increased operational costs, and the potential disruption in the patient care. Now, the solution for that is IoT-based medical asset tracking. So this is the solution. This can address these problems. The other problem is the healthcare providers struggle to efficiently monitor patients, especially outside the hospital setting in a remote environment, which can lead to delayed interventions, increased readmissions, and the higher healthcare costs. So what is the solution for this? Again, the IoT, the Internet of Things based patient monitoring system that continuously collects patients' vital signs and health metrics. And third thing, which is on the larger area, it talks about the predictive maintenance. We have been listening since morning, the AI, the artificial intelligence, the predictive artificial intelligence analysis, etc. Now, how this can be applied to the machines, whereby all the data are collected through the sensors and other parameters which are monitored. And on the basis of that, the health of the machine, which is taking care of the health of the patient, that can be done on a predictive basis, both in the healthcare setup environment and the pharma and life sciences machines. And for that, there are now predictive maintenance solutions for the machines using the sensors. So just a brief about the team, which is led by Kanishka, and he has done his MS from IIIT Pune, and he also co-founded a company, worked there for 11 years, and now he has started specifically in health tech things, and he comes with a lot of experience, supported by masters from IIT Madras, and I'm acting as their mentor, working very closely with the startup ecosystem for the last 8 years. And prior to that, 28 years in corporate. So I now go to the specific solutions which have been developed. So as you said, the real-time location solution for the healthcare. So what it does, it is centered around the healthcare, designed to improve the productivity of the caregivers, optimize costs, improve safety measures, and all while driving positive results across the diverse care setting. And what are these diverse care settings? These are the like asset protection. So you can prevent lost or stolen or misplaced assets, equipment, devices, etc., and make sure they are available when needed with the healthcare asset tracking. And this is done on a real-time basis with the complete dashboard at the control of the hospital management or the infrastructure. And as we have been seeing since morning, we have been listening to the debate about the cloud versus the local server. So it has both the dual possibilities. All the solutions that I'm talking about, there is something known as the edge computing. That means it is within the premises, the edge computing is there. And then on that, this entire data, entire tracking is taken care. So it doesn't go and sit outside. You are not dependent in that sense on the internet connectivity or the cloud security and cloud access, etc. If you wish, it can be done. Otherwise, it is also possible to deploy it on the edge infrastructure. Similarly, the other benefit is the duress alert. So you can get the location awareness, duress calls with the tamper-proof text, which are equipped with the panic button. So this also can alert immediately the caregiver, the hospital administration about the patient care. One more use case is the infant abduction. We have been seeing this, especially in the public hospitals, in terms of the child getting kidnapped or picked up or exchanged, etc. From time to time, we keep on listening to such cases. Now, this solution, which can also prevent it, because then it is tagged with the mother, and then immediately the alarm gets raised.
Water management is another application where some of the patients which are on the care, be it in the depending upon the which ward they are, and sometimes this patient's behavior, which also needs a special attention. Now this they also can be geofenced. That means they can be decided as to which area. If they breach the geofencing, अपनी लक्ष्मण रेखा से अगर बाहर निकलते हैं तो people immediately there is an alert and there is a sound. And if there is an inactivity also from the patient side, so there are different use cases in this where it can detect the fall or prolonged inactivity and get the automated alert. So these are all operationally possible through the deployment of the IoT systems and this product, which is both hardware and the software based. Then there is patient monitoring system. So here the IoT based patient monitoring system typically what does it do is the solution of the gateway devices and the cloud software. Now again, this is for the remote. If it is remote, then you need to have the connectivity, and hence it has to be on the basis of the cloud connectivity or the internet. And there, these are the different parameters which are possible in terms of the continuous monitoring around the clock patient care, continuous vitals monitoring with the wearables. Now, what can be done is the wearable is something identified and deployed. And many of us, we put our smart watches and then we see the pulse rate, we see the steps, etc. Now, these wearables are already invented. So no need to, again reinvent the wheel. But what it can be done is that it can be integrated through the hardware, through the cloud. And then it can be, if you want, we can connect it with our doctors and this can be monitored through the hardware. Then there could be manual taken readings can also be entered into. So this is also possible that through the apps, it can be entered. There could be a third party, so any other special care provider or a special vitals provider, if they want to integrate the machine, it can be machined with this hardware. And again, it can be centralized through the dashboard. It's a single unified user interface. So what happens typically that you have 10 parameters to be controlled. Somebody does the BP machine, somebody does the glucose monitor, somebody does the other parameters, pulses and oximeter, as we know. Now, the different devices, either one has to run through the different apps or one has to go through the different devices. Now, here is a possibility that everything you bring onto this particular hardware, and then you can have a unified display either remotely or within the hospital premises. And what it does is also helps in terms of the remote diagnosis through the integration of the various vitals. And for the medical equipment, especially from the hospital's management point of view, this can be used again through the various sensors, controllers, IoT gateway, dashboards, and AI-driven analytics can be provided into this. So here, if we go into the detail, we know that there's a real-time equipment monitoring which is possible through the sensor parameters, and these parameters could be for utilities, for indoor environment, for the temperature, humidity control, and many such things. It also does, once data is collected, the data can be trained, and then it can also do the predictive analytics for the failure and downtime of the machine. And I will also show you one of the very important use cases which has been already deployed in terms of the very critical dialysis, kidney dialysis, how this can be used. Then I talked about comprehensive dashboard. I have talked about automated alerts and compatibility and the integration. So those who are working with the software, they are aware that this can be integrated also through the API. So and one more aspect is especially important from the hospital administration, because everybody knows that the for the buildings, commercial buildings, for places like this, and even for hospitals, very large hospitals, the most high energy guzzler or the energy consumption that happens in terms of the HVAC and heating system, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, refrigeration system. Now, this also can be integrated, and energy consumption optimization can happen through this automation. Waste management system can also be integrated. Water quality monitoring can happen. Air quality monitoring can happen. Gas, if it is being used, so the gas usage and the leak, HVAC and the sewage treatment plant. for very large hospitals, this is possible. So all this can be integrated through one solution and one device rather than going for the different ones. So typically, whether it's a human, whether it is machines or both, there is a synergy. And how hospitals and even small hospitals, mid-sized hospitals, clinics also can do is that one can go for any of the hardware solution, deploy devices in the infrastructure, use IoT support which is configured, and it's very simple to use. And there are live use cases which have been which have been done in case of the various small, mid, and large hospitals. So this is one screenshot of the patient monitoring system. The dashboard talks about all the parameters of the patient. It is basically vital parameters and then the condition monitoring. Similarly, I mentioned about the dialysis center. Now this is the proactive care of the machine. Now we know that for dialysis, the quality of water and the filtration is very, very important. And several cases have happened in the past when patients are taken all the way for dialysis, and then because of the filtration, improper filtration, etc., the dialysis machine doesn't behave properly or operate, and then the patients have to go back and then come again. So what this does is that in terms of the filtration efficiency and the predictive as to when, based on the previous data, when this machine is likely to needs preventive maintenance, it predicts this so that there are no surprises. The hospital maintenance team, the machine maintenance team, they do the predictive pre-operative maintenance at their convenience so that the patient appointments can be honored. And similarly, we mentioned about the hospital management, and this is also possible through this solution that anybody who is manufacturing a pharmaceutical, there are various parameters which can be controlled. There's something known as the digital twin. So that also can be developed, and then it also helps run the pharmaceutical machinery and the plant smoothly without the disruption. There is also a use case in terms of the air quality monitoring inside the hospital, and likewise there are several use cases. So with this, the idea was just to give you a glimpse of what all things are possible in terms of the hospital infrastructure management, hospital energy management, and the pharmaceutical management, patient monitoring, and the asset tracking. So in brief, these are the solutions. And anybody who is interested, we can interact further outside, once this session is over. Thank you so much. Thank you for patiently listening.
We invite the next speaker, Mr. Advocate Dr. Chintak Pathak, to talk on what we need to learn from recent data breach in hospitals.
Dr. Chintan Pathak is and by profession he is attorney, privacy leader, assessor, educator, and cyber law and the security consultant. And he just introduced in SUNIT the policy of the cyber crime policy, the first time in the university, which is introduced in SUNIT University. Over to Advocate Dr. Chintan Pathak.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you. So first of all, I am really thankful to the Hitcon and the organizer who brought me over here and just shared my view. So thank you for this opportunity. Now, today's topic is, as far as the data breaches is concerned, that maybe that we all aware about the recent data breaches of the AIMS and the KD hospital, the Ahmedabad, right? Are you aware with that? Yes or no? Okay. So we need to understand first of all, because we all are the literate people, but what is the difference between the literacy and the digital literacy that we need to be understand, right? So what is the digital literacy? So as far as the we all are the literate person as for education, but we are talking about the digital literacy. It's basically a subset of the literacy that focus on the how to use the technology responsibly and safely. So basically, this is called a digital literacy. As far as the digital literacy is concerned, we all are not much aware about, because we all are using technology. Yes or no? We thought that we are all using technology, yes, but not technology is using us. Yes or no? Yes. So yes. So this is a fact that we all understand that technology using us, and that's why all the data breaches and all these things which are discussed already in this platform. Now, let me come with this. I always see this particular picture when I study. Maybe you're aware with this scene, right? Who is not aware with this scene, or maybe that not didn't watch this scene up till now? कोई है यहाँ पे जिसने नहीं देखा ऐसा कोई है? So everyone watched this, right? So this is a very famous, because ये एक बहुत ही famous speech थी. And again that behind the speech, because मैं ये speech के ऊपर जाऊँगा, थोड़ा background में जाऊँगा, क्या होगा इसका? So basically, before this event, there was some manipulation happened in the speech, because the main character of this movie who changed the entire speech of the person whose name is Chatur, right? And if you are changing or you are accessing any computer or any devices without the authenticity of the person who is owning that, again there is create a lot of legal consequences. Now, which kind of legal consequences? Again, that maybe that you see over here. There are merely 3-4 sections are available. Section 43A of the IT Act, 464, 465 are fabricated the document. So up till 3 years imprisonment for that. If you are just going to be change the password, you're trying to change the password of any computer. If you are just trying to be access any computer which is not owning, or which is not under your possession, and you are not taking the consent of that owner, again that is the legal consequences arise, right? So again, if you are doing such a thing, then it will be created. So again, it's a very funny way. In the movie, it's shown in a very funny way, but here is a legal binding also there. Now that is why we need to be understand. I'm not going each and every point, but I'm stick with my point right now, because we have a couple of other speakers also. So again, that I'm focusing on the current situation which are happening. So major data breaches are happen in the computer in the hospitals in the currently, but not in India, in every world, every corner of the world, these breaches are happen, right? अभी एक डिबेट चल रहा था जिसमें क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग और ऑनलाइन एंड ऑफलाइन की बात कर रहे थे, लेकिन अगेन दैट वी नीड टू बी इन्वॉल्व विद द टेक्नोलॉजी, right? We are not supposed to stuck, because technology provides tremendous opportunity that we already number of speakers discussed this thing. So now if we are taking this, if we are storing the data in in the cloud computing or anywhere, which kind of thing we need to be keeping in mind. This is I just putting some of the scenario here. So ransomware attacks is very famous because सभी को पता है ransomware attack क्या होता है. Anyone know the ransomware? What is the ransomware? If you just go through the today's paper only, newspaper, आज सुबह का पेपर किसने देखा है? There are 42 crores of the spyware, 42 crores spyware mobile infected in India. Now 80 crores are total user in India. There are 42 crores mobile are basically infected by this spyware. Now the spyware is basically this kind of computer program which infected your computer, your mobile device. And what happened that it's stealing your information without your knowledge. It's transferring to this owner, right? So again that 42 crore maybe आप लोग किसी भी हो सकते हैं, right? So again that we went over that. So how is going on? Now see, there is a hospital. They are recently in the KD hospital. They are asking $70,000 of Bitcoin after the data breaches. Now what is the data breaches? First of all, we need to understand. Now, when the data stored in the computer or any system, right, is going to be encrypted, means it is not going to be read by any user, right, or understand by the user. So, who are basically putting this program or encrypted? They are doing. They are asking certain ransom for that to decrypt those data. Now, those data is very important because the data is itself for the patient data, the treatment data, the names, the numbers, their medical history, their mobile number, their bank details, everything is there. So again, that this data is very important. Now, to prevent this kind of attack, what you need to do? Now, regularly pay back, you need to be backup the data, store backup offline, secure, separate network. Now, again, that we need to be set a separate backup for that in outside of the computer or premises. Again, that you need to implement the robust security measures. Now, when we are talking about the robust security measure, it means that I always used to say that during my session, there is nothing like an absolute security in the cyber world, right? तो अगर कोई कहता है कि मैं absolute cyber security में provide करता हूँ, it's completely myth in the cyber world. But yes, we can take all due diligence. We can take utmost care to handle those data. So again, then we will put the robust system. Now, there was a debate between the online and offline. Again, I just put on that point because what happened? It is not only the computer system, but it is also our gadget also infected, right? Number of times. And due to the lack of the awareness, again, that due to your device infected, you are going to be infect your entire system, right? So if you are not aware about that, again, it infected through you also. So keep software system up to date and the latest patches of the security updates. सबसे बड़ा problem क्या होता है? सबसे बड़ा problem है we are all using the pirated software, right? Most of the system is pirated, right? 80% system are pirated, means you are using the Windows system, right? So it's a pirated version. Now the pirated version has what effect? It's not going to be updated regularly. Which are the regular security patches are available, but pirate system is not going to be updated. And that's why there's a major concern. So always use the version which is basically paid version, which will give you a more secure, put you more secure. Educate staff about the phishing emails and suspicious attachment links. Now what happened that the staff is not aware about it. If you are a CEO, if you are a manager, right, you are aware about it. If you are handling the entire thing, you are aware. But if the staff is not aware, if he's clicking on the email or a suspicious email. Now, recently, our honorable CP Search talk about the Chat GPT. Now, the Chat GPT created email. What happened that these are similar kind of link, just like a Hitcon info.hitcon.com. These are the phishing link. You thought that the Hitcon is sending you email, but when you're clicking on the email, it's not sent by Hitcon. And maybe that link is going to be installed in your device and it's going to be completely take control of your device. So this is how the phishing is there. And again, the popular name, the bank name, all this kind of things, the name, which are you are associated, this phishing attacks are going to be happen. So again, that you need to be educate your staff for that. Now, database breaching is very, very important because it's a sensitive personal data. Unfortunately, India has not its personal data protection bill up till now or act right now. But in October only, government is going to be passed this our first Personal Data Protection Act. And once this is going to be passed, after that, each and every institute who are going to be gathering, is taking the data from the public, they need to be preserved and protect those data. So now the liability on the shoulder of the institution or an organization who are taking the data of the from the general public, right? So maybe that if you are a hospital, you are storing the data of your patient, right? Again, that you need to be protect that data. You need to be put the robust policy over there. Again, that you need to be focused on those areas. Now, what are the preventive measures for the basic data breaches, right? So again, it's implement a strong access control. Now everything is on the networking side. So you need to be put the strong access control, means who are going to be access the device. So again, that you need to be assigned the rights to those right people who are basically conducting or who are basically accessing those data or who are controlling the data, right? Then the encrypting data, both the rest of the transit. Now, what is the encryption? Again, the encrypted word is coming. Now, I think most of the people have their email account on Gmail. Yes or no? Please raise your hand. Your Gmail account, Yahoo account, or Rediff account, right? So these are all free accounts, right? So there is nothing like a free in this world. And again, that on the internet, there's nothing like a free. So whenever you are using a free thing, then you are putting your privacy on the edge, right? Again, that what happens? Because every free thing has some kind of, you are putting your personal data on the stake. So again, if you are not aware about the Proton Mail, you heard about the Proton Mail? Anyone heard about the Proton? So Proton Mail is basically a paid services of the email, and it's going to be, if you have a Proton email, that is basically your encrypted data or encrypted mail is going to be transferred to the Proton Mail. So again, this is a much more secure than that. Again, there are a lot of other softwares available to encrypt your data, encrypt your message. But again, you need to learn that. But this is a need of the hour to understand all these things. Now, The other again is the conducting regular security assessment. Now we are very poor. Yeah, fine. So we are very poor to managing all this thing. So again, this is challenging for the security part. Now again, I am going to be cover some of the part in the last discussion because we have again a last session with our ACB cybercrime. So I will going to be discuss the major part after that also if it's remaining. Now the phishing attack I discussed the medical device vulnerability because now everything is connected. IoT is there. So again, anyone attackers can use your internet connection and that your device is going to be vulnerable and is not going to be controlled by you but controlled by the hacker. It may be possible. Now social engineering because they are developing relationship with your staff member, your administrative staff, and they are going to be take the data from that also. This is very possible. In the military right now, this kind of things are happening frequently. Now the prevention side, that again that regular staff training you need to be required. So each and every staff member need to be regularly trained for that. I am taking number of sessions with the banking industries. So again that banking is a more vulnerable than the healthcare again. But in the future again healthcare is a more vulnerable. So what we are doing, we are continuously training the manpower who are basically handling the entire thing. So this is completely needed. Implementing the strong access control, then regularly updating the patches of software. You need to be update the software regularly. Deploying advanced threat detection policy. Then again conducting regular security audits for the assessment. Creating a regular updating incident response plan. Now this is very important. That incident response plan and how can you basically handle those situations. So again, that there is one kind of disaster management plan that you need to be put on this place, right? If you are not putting that place, then again that you lost the data and you need to pay a lot of money and beside of your data. So again, these are some of the things that we need to be keeping in mind. There are a lot of things that I need to be covered. Yes, there are some of the important things. Now the cyber insurance is also come to the place. So again, that who are the hospital, who are their own hospital, they need to be focused that cyber insurance is protected, all these things. This completely listed number of companies are giving that. But yes, the main thing is you have to keep in mind that you need to be continuously train and update your staff members because there are a lot of again patches in the insurance policy. जैसे health policy में patches आते हैं ना ये किया नहीं तो ये करा सकता है वैसे cyber insurance में भी कई सारे patches आते हैं. So again that you need to be keeping in mind. So yes, I conclude over here. Thank you very much once again, Hitcon, to invite me for the station, and I will call the rest of the in the final discussion. Thank you very much. Jai.
Thank you, Dr. Chintan. I would like to invite Dr. Hitcon Pathak, wife of Dr. Chintan Pathak. She's topic was on robotic augmented reality and virtual reality, new possibilities. The short intro of Dr. Hitcon Pathak is Assistant Professor of Electronic Communication, Engineering Department, Sarojini College in Surat. She has published 35 plus research papers in referred national insurance journal conferences. And she is having her duty as a reviewer, mainly refer to journal like IET Springer and the Indian Science of Conference like TechCon and TechSeps. So over to Dr. Hitcon Pathak.
Good afternoon, one and all. So, from morning till this talk, we are having many new technology, how healthcare system can be improvised. Many more things are there. But as everyone has, after certain time of period, everyone is talking about their entrepreneurship. They want to change their conventional role. And now healthcare systems are also becoming very enthusiastic and actually adapting many technology who are helpful them for their medical and legal aspect. So many things has been already covered. It has been also invented. It has been also discovered. But as a researcher, I also want to highlight some of the facts. Rural area and urban area. These are the two factors which is affecting much more for bridging the gap between the innovative technology and how we can helpful for the area where the technology is not actually reached by technocrats. So I want to give my point of view in the area where technology has been evolved, but how to incorporate those technology at the rural part of the country. So
Basically, revolutionary healthcare systems are more or less robotics, AI, augmented reality, and virtual reality. Some of the demonstration is also has been done by augmented reality and virtual reality. But is it really true for making actual surgery possible? You can make aware your staff with the augmented reality and virtual reality. That is this technology can work out before applying operation on the real life. But how this technology can also be benefited really, or it can be harmful for the patient if the technology has been not actually learned by the technical staff as well as doctor himself or herself. So basically, the challenges for healthcare sector, if we are considering, then as our country is highly populated, so there is an increasing demand, aging population, as well as rising cost of this new technology. So if we are just adopting this new technology, we can actually train the healthcare sector. Then after, we are also providing this application for basically, first of all, we are supposed to do a simulation task and training the healthcare sector department for augmented reality applications. Then also it will improve the and predicting the diagnosis for the very harmful disease like a cancer. So there is a mammography technology has been there, but in a coming session there are certain technology which has been also delivered without touching the patient and without the aging criteria. So how pre-diagnostic can be possible with the advanced technology that we have to learn as a technocrat and as a biological terminology. So basically, virtual reality, as the pictorial view has been suggested, it is computer generated simulation. So how this computer generated application can be implanted with the real time surgery. So for that, there are certain applications like handsets, gloves, and motion sensors are helpful for actually treating the people while doing surgery or while treating the people for some hazardous situation. So basically, surgical training has been given. Then pain and anxiety management. Whenever you are going for any treatment or any operation, persons are always having some anxiety. So for that, virtual reality can also helpful for reducing their anxiety. Rehabilitation, these centers are also giving some improvisation for patient curing and patient education. They should be also aware with this new technology, how they can be cured with this new technology. So current application for virtual reality is, as already mentioned, phobia treatment is also one of the area where this technology can be useful. Then virtual reality can also be helpful for remote consultation. One of the research work that I have been done with the rural area is a telemedicine application in which if the portable devices are there for the basic diagnosis system and the power is not there, then how you can diagnose. So we need to improvise those portable devices at the rural area by low battery consumption. So I have designed my low chip designing for that portable devices. So even though for 3 days or 4 days the power was not missed, it is not there at the remote center, that portable devices can diagnose that particular situation. So that way we can also helpful as the technology. Pre-operative planning for any operation that we can do. Pain-free injections, that demonstration has been in a coming session that you can observe how breast cancer can be detected without touching the body. And mental health. Nowadays, as Thomas has mentioned, that hypertension is one of the major criteria for our disease. So in that case, hypertension can be also curable if we are just giving the psychiatric treatment as a mental health treatment. So basically the advantage and challenges are there. So basically I am focusing on most challenging part, that high implementation cost. As the population wise as well as the economical condition wise, if we are just considering, then it is the major problem to just incorporate all this highly equipment hospital management system. Then the technological simulation, as sir has mentioned here, almost all the doctors are busy with the consultation of many patients per day. Then how they can actually adapt the new technology and how they can actually implementing that technology for their own usage. Some standardization is required. We cannot use any corrupt or pirated version of that technology. user acceptance, that is the major issue for our Indian context, that patients are not actually believing that whether we should opt for this new technology or not. They are always believing in a conventional way of treating the disease. So for that, we have to give some awareness and ethical consideration, as Dr. Chintan has mentioned, that we should also maintain some ethical criteria. Similarly, robotic mechanism. There are many equipments, as one of the doctor has mentioned, that obesity has been also cured by robotic surgery. So for that also, we are supposed to consider this robotic surgery or robotic mechanism for healthcare center. So basically, they are providing precision in surgery, minimizing the need of surgery. Then reverse patient care, they are also taking update after surgery and pre-surgery also by this clinical database. So basically, there are many robotic mechanism has been adopted in medical and healthcare system. Surgical robotics, rehabilitation robotics, then prosthetic exoskeleton, as well as telepresence and elderly care. These are the various robotic mechanism has been adopted in healthcare center. So this one of the image that I would like to give you, it is AI-based images in which you cannot actually interpret what kind of images has been augmented in your raster or in a monitor. But behind this thing, there are many useful information has been there. So that can be actually interpreted by the aware staff, and they can also cure the patient by this kind of authenticated encrypted images for medical records. So surgical robots will help you for during the surgery, as one of the demonstration has been already given, that how the curing has been done before the surgery and what kind of results we need to do before surgery. Rehabilitation, in which many nature lovers are always take care about the birds who are injured by some of the hazardous situations. So in that case also, the healthcare monitoring systems are also helpful for actually detecting this kind of disease, this kind of situation, and they can also take care about their patient monitoring system. So in this case, robotic exoskeleton will help you for making a pathway for patients who are disabled for just walking for their destiny. So they are also helpful for them. Then telepresence, in which, surely I will complete. So in that case, they are also giving some consultation for telepresence robots and elderly care. As we all are very busy and we are not, we are always in a nuclear family, but we are not taking care of our elders and they are alone because of our busy schedule. So in that case, robot will also take care of our old age homes as well as our elderly people. The last thing, that is every technology has been invented, but what are the entrepreneurial criteria for those kind of technology which we can also establish? As our Indian country, we are always make challenges for curing the people by our conventional methodology, as well as we are incorporating technology. But is there any possibility for making this kind of technology as an entrepreneurship? So there are certain things that come across for entrepreneurship. So these are the innovations which are actually adopted in our Indian context. And there are certain startups already there in a healthcare center with the robotic AI, augmented reality and virtual reality. So there is an Alpha Care in Bengaluru, in which they are actually patient service system and streamline operational process and enable the standardization of the service when after operation, what they are supposed to take care while taking their medicine or regular checkup for their consultants. Then there is the Scars Robotics, which has been already invented by Karan Patil. He is the founder. And basically, it is a B2B and B2C model in which they are actually collaborating with the hospital management system, and it will improvise the customer service when they are operated. And it is not mouth-to-mouth publicity. The ranking has been given, and according to that, they are actually providing the log facility of patients who are cured by the particular hospitals. Then there is a JetBrain robotics mechanism that is also actually giving autonomous mobile robots, which will give you the assistant for patients who are operated, and after operation, what claim they can make after logistic and internal facility provided by hospital management system. Then there is the inventor robotics, which is also established in Bengaluru for automatic customer engagement with the hospital management restaurants. If someone is traveling from far away and they want to reach to hospital and to whom they have to meet, everything has been maintained by this inventor robotics. So finally, I would like to summarize. It is a handshaking between technical people and medical consultants who are actually making this invention possible for their betterment of patient life, as well as if we are joined together with the new technology ethically, then we can definitely improvise our healthcare center with the new technology. I would like to thank Hitcon management for providing us a platform. And I would also like to associate with the many, this is like Alzheimer prediction, EEG epilepsy prediction for the patient who are infants. So if those who are interested, they can also approach me. Thank you.
Thank you, the speaker. We now switch on to the moderator side and the panelists for a hot discussion.
Thank you very much. On our panel discussion, Dr. Nirmal Chauraya sir, he's here. We very well known face of South Gujarat. He is the pediatrician and chairman of Nirmal Hospital. And since last 40 years, he is running the hospital, and we well known by him as a good orator, inspired speaker. But I would like to ask the questions, especially the 3 sessions which will happen. What are the challenges, especially when we are running the hospital, especially about the technology, the cybersecurity, which is talked about the children. So what are the challenges, how you are overcome to it by running the hospital, by the data breaching and everything? So over to Nirmal sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jatin. And I would like to thank the organizers of this such a wonderful, excellent conference of Hitcon. I think the biggest challenge is our own acceptance of the importance of IT. That is, I think, the biggest challenge. Somehow, we talk a lot, we understand a lot, we live our life from morning to evening with technology, but when coming to implementing the technology in our own profession, somehow I think we are not serious. What is the problem? What is stopping us? I don't know. But I think the biggest challenge is our own acceptance. We need to implement it as soon as possible. Somewhere we have to start. See, we put our child at 2 years in a playgroup. Say 2 years. And we began and said, no, wait till 6 years. Let your child come to first standard and 6th year. But some of the parents are not ready to accept that thing. See. But here I think, don't put your child in playgroup at 2 years, but at least start implementing some part of technology in your setup. Start moving, take some action. I think the most important is the keeping the records. Each and every service provided to the patient, I think it has to be kept as a record in a hospital, because you never know when the things can come up and challenge you medico-legally. We may say 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, but let me tell you, a patient can come at any time after even 10 years and can sue you, just like sexual harassment. Me too. What happened? Who was the witness before 10 years? But the court is in the case. Means the case is in the court. And here similarly, any patient can go to the court at any time because of the wrong treatment or the wrong diagnosis or wrong service, he is affected. So I think the most important part is keeping the medical record. Unfortunately, I think it's really very difficult and challenging because of our own non-acceptance to it, but we must start somewhere. Keeping the record, don't take the things lightly. Second thing is the cost. Everything bears its cost. See, and I always remember, I am a pioneer of critical care in Gujarat. We started so many things new first time in Gujarat, so many. Call it anything, ventilation therapy, high frequency, nitric oxide. And I used to go to the conferences and people were surprised how a pediatrician of the private sector can provide a critical care. And people used to come to me after each conference, tell us how to do it. Then I used to tell them, I am making losses in critical care, in critical care service. But I operate like an insurance company. I had a 60-bedded children's hospital that time, and I created a 10-bedded NICU PIC. So I was charging 10% more from the 50% to give the subsidized critical care to the 10% of my critical care. Similarly, we have to charge 2%, 5% more from each patient for technology. I think we don't consider the cost of technology, which is very, very important. So whatever is your top line, please see that your bottom line will go up. It will increase if you invest in technology. So all the areas we have to put some investment. See, I always feel we as a doctors, we try to cut corners in many areas, which is very, very important. We will put AC in our consult room, but not in our waiting room. This was the situation before 20 years. See, we have to see the comfort of the customer first, and then our own comfort. Similarly, we have to keep each and every record, as I said, and it will cost. Our challenge is to find the right people to implement technology in your organization. It is really, really very challenging. The people vary from one amount. Suppose you want some good person who can take care of the hardware, some good person who can take care of software, and there's a lot of variation you don't know, ranging from 15,000 per month to 2 lakh per month. So people can charge you, but you don't know how competent he is to deliver the service which you want. I think this is again a big challenge to find a proper talented person. The fourth biggest challenge is which software program to buy. Because you face a lot of challenges. The first software program which I created in my hospital before 20 years, I sat with the programmer and each and every data was entered, asked by me how I want my hospital. That time I did not have any knowledge about this. And I said, I want this data. I want person by name, I want person by race, I want person by surname, I want person by the location, geographic location, I want the person by what kind of disease he has gone, and all these things, and we created some program. So that time before 20 it costed me some 1.5 lakhs or so. Then we went to the another program that costed me 5 lakhs, then another program 10 lakhs. Now the latest program which I am having in my hospital that cost me 50 lakhs rupees. So what, and that not only 50 lakhs, every year I have to pay some 20 lakhs per year for everything of this IT. So this is a challenge, but I think we need to find out exactly how much we can invest depending upon our work, depending upon our income, but we must start investing, thinking in terms, it is the most important part. Unless we all put into technology, it's very, very difficult to grow and survive in this challenging field. So this is again a challenge. So these are challenges, find a human resource, good software program. And thirdly, your data, like you said, we were discussing here on iCloud or your own offline, your own customized program. But we have faced a lot of challenges. We send the software. Then again, sending a software, it takes its own time and its own challenges. Now you have to ask for the previous data, then you have to pay to the previous software program. We have come across one software program sold as the program, a Hyderabad company. Then he sold the company to some Dubai-based company, and then he sold to some third company. Now we are asking for the data they are not responsible. That means your backup system has to be very, very strong. You can't rely upon the provider. So I think these are the challenges. But whatever the challenges are, the biggest challenge is our own acceptance that this is very, very important. Start from today, but start implementing technology in our profession. That is very, very important. Thank you very much.
This is what, sir, you are running Mahavir Hospital since last 20 years, and it's a huge size. Everyone knows that. So what are the challenges you face particularly in hospital, and how you overcome to that?
Some three issues I would like to raise. One is taking from Dr. Nirmal sir about this electronic medical records. I want to ask whether these are accepted in the court of law.
Yes, there is a matter that you can accept it. Again, the 65B certificate that you need to be required that for that. Yeah, but again, that how can you basically put it over there is very important. How can you take the data, preserve the data? That is very important.
Then the second question is to you. Mr. Padak, how this ransomware and all which attacks our systems, can't we trace it to the person who has? So it's mostly impossible, because what happened that most of the country where this kind of attack arise, they have not any MLT, many mutual legal assistance treaty with our country. So maybe the attackers are sitting in a different country because they have no that kind of legislation. So again, that is very difficult to law enforcement agency to take back into India. So and again, if you track back again, then again it's very difficult to track that bring over in India. So this is a major challenge in the law enforcement agency. That is the main thing. Again, if the country is under the MLD, then you can do that. But again, it's a very tough job for the authority. We know that technology is omnipresent in medical care. We know machines, diagnostic machines, that is the X-ray, the CT scan, the MRI, the sonography, 2D echo. These are all technology in health. Now what we are talking today is the future technologies that may come, that is virtual reality, augmented reality, and all these other realities. And there is technology in the general areas, that is the engineering areas, as well as said, that is about the water control, water pollution, air standards, that we are all doing. But one thing I want to ask you, when you said about the dialysis machine, dialysis water, is it a real time this thing or a periodic?
This IoT and the automation which is applied to the dialysis machine, the patient care during that time, what happens is this is a continuous monitoring. And then when the machine is operative, then based on the sensors, the data are picked up. There are vital parameters for machines. These are the vitals in terms of the energy consumption, in terms of the pressure differences, in terms of, as we apply to the human vitals, there are machine performance vitals. And these vitals are collected in real time. And then on the basis of that, as there would be, let's say we understand that there's a change in the human vitals. Similarly, there are change in machine vitals over a period of time. And those vitals are captured. And on the basis of that, the model is further getting refined. And hence the accuracy of the predictive is also going up. So these are the real cases where several dialysis centers, this technology has been deployed, and beautiful, wonderful results have been found. And in fact, we can also share the details, more details about the entire deployment. But this is something real time, and it's saving a lot of lives. It is also saving a lot of time. And for the patient coming, going back, especially in the settings where there are no alternatives.
And the last observation I would say. That is the medical care that we have to achieve. Technology is good, provided that personal care of a patient is not sacrificed. Thank you.
Very, very important.
Sorry, sir, please hear us.
Okay, so just wanted to add to what Disciplinary Sir said, that see, all this technology are ultimately they are tools. Now, how these tools are to be operated, that we as human beings have to understand, and that human element should always be there, because there's an emotional aspect, there's a psychological aspect. So we have to do a real fine balancing between the technology which is deployed as a tool and the human element. That's all. Thank you. I just wanted to corroborate.
Sir, I just wanted to know
what is the intention of these people to attack the hospital systems for either ransomware or whatever?
So basically, the attackers are basically the two things are motive. First is a financial gain. They require the financial gain only, right? So again, that they are asking some ransom. Ransom means they are asking some money. So again, they want to decrypt. If the data is very important, if you want to decrypt it, again, you need to be paid the money. Number of companies are paying this ransom again, and some of the time, what happened that after paying also they are not supposed to decrypt the data. So again, it's a very risky work, and they are asking a lot of again the Bitcoin and the US dollar. So Bitcoin is again a virtual currency, very difficult to track back. So that is the main financial gain, is the intention behind it. And sometimes, for the companies, it's also for the revenge, and for the competitor also they want to bring down. So again, this is also another motive to for this attack, right? Okay, thank you.
Anybody in the audience wants to ask a question to the panelists or the speakers?
Dr. Pathak, I would like to just say, we speak a lot about cyber crime, but unfortunately, the state of the affair is that people are not getting support from the government or the people, in spite of so many things. See, I just give an example of my nursing staff before 5 days. She became the victim of this cyber crime. One fellow rang her that you pay your last EMI installment of the bank of 26,000 rupees and deposit in this account, and your document will come directly to you. And after 7 days, she is still moving from one station to another station, lodging her complaint. You go there, and you go there. When she went to the bank on the same day after 1 hour, bank said, come and meet you after 3 days. And by the time the transaction already happened and said. So I think we all have to work strong for these things. It's really very challenging. People are not getting the support.
Absolutely, sir. But government is working hard for that, and that again that we are empowering the entire law enforcement agency, the judiciary, the three-tier basically. So we are keep doing the training, and again that we are creating a lot of campaign of the cyber awareness. I always used to say that the first defense in the cyber world is your awareness. So again that we are doing all this, but yes, people need to be aware about it. This is the first thing. Now, secondly, what you rightly said, but yes, there are a lot of officers that are not that much well versed with the technology part. So we have a cyber police station, but again, they have some limitation. There are some very low workforce right now. The manpower is very less. So government is recruiting those persons, and again, it's a specialist person need for that. So yeah, they are working on that. But yes, this is not your concern. Number of people have the similar kind of concern for that.
Yes. Is it acceptable in court of law that digital signature or digital consent is acceptable?
Well, the digital signature is acceptable because digital signature is legalized in the IT Act, Information Technology Act.
What I mean to ask the story, scan signature or signature taken on a pad writing.
So again, that is, put a lot of controversy whether it is right or wrong. You need to be, again, analyze those from the signature and handwriting expert for that. But yeah, digital signature is clearly legally because, it's generated given by the concerned authority. It's called the competent authority. They are providing digital signature. So it's legally.
That digital signature is the key. But what I mean to ask.
So manual signature. Your scan signature again is debatable. Again, that we need to be go with the again in this particular matter. Okay. So again, they are not supposed to accept number of time, and again it's debatable. So again, you need to be proved beyond the doubt in the court. But yeah, debatable.
Thank you. Yes. Right. So can I? Okay. Sir, please.
Thank you. I think as far as the hospital healthcare providers are concerned, the keeping records of the OPD is hell of the job. Because we have to depute one person to enter the data, and it will take time also. But the tendency of the people and the government itself is to get it done at the lowest possible or at free of charge. And this is the real problem we are facing in this era, that averaging all health catering services should be given at water's cost, at the cost of just negligible amount. I think this has to be sorted out. Otherwise, we cannot provide and utilize technology without money. Because all these Ayushman Yojana, PM Yojana, you cannot afford to continue for a longer time if the bed occupancy is more than 60%. I think that what I have done. If the bed occupancy is more than 60%, then you cannot run your hospital. You will run in loss. And the ICU maintenance charges are tremendous. And the people do not, and the patients itself and the related, they do not want to accept it. And they want to give the lowest possible charge. And the last point, when the patient expires, then things create havoc. They do not want to pay the money and the litigations are on. I do not know, government should look into this matter and should help out all hospital providers to look into sensitively to do the needful so that balance is maintained. Thank you.
Now we conclude this panel and a minute for felicitation of the speakers, the moderators, and the panelists. I request Dr. Chasatia to do the honors. The panelists, Dr. Nirmal Choraria and Dr. De Silva, will be felicitated by Dr. Chasatia. Yes, gate given to come on the dais. Dr. Sandhya Ben Chasatia to felicitate her. I request Dr. Mansukh Bhai Gatiwala to be on the dais. Mansukh Bhai will felicitate Jatin Bhai Joshi. Would like to call Dr. Vijay Shah to felicitate Ravin Bhai Sangvi. Would request respected Dr. Kiran Shah to come on the dais. Dr. Kiran Bhai. Kiran Bhai. So, the guys is around iba pinamo. And Dr. Neha Patel. So, yeah.
Good. Control. ના કન્ટિન્યુ રાખવાનું કીધું કન્ટિન્યુ રાખવાનું કીધું કઈ નહીં પ્રિયાનભાઈ તો પ્રિયાન રેકોર્ડિંગ તો બંધ રાખું
તો જાઓ તો કઈ ચશ્મા તમે ભેગા
એની કોણ કેન્ડિંગ રાખવાનું એમને પેલું ડિસ્પ્લે મૂકી દો ને એને હાથ દેખવાનું છે હા બંધ કરી देखो मेरा बच्चा even photo देने के लिए बढ़िया सेट और किलो बन गया ना किलो Iwan pilaman nije Iwan.
બરાબર
મહેશ ભાઈ નું કામ છે
હા મારું છે મહેશ ને હું મહેશ આજે લગભગ કાલથી 89-90 થી સાથે કામ કરીએ મહેશ બીજે નિલય
ઓકે ઓકે ઓકે
મહેશ અત્યારે બીજા ફંક્શન પર ગયેલો ને
સચિન ને
ઓળખું બધાને
સચિન પાટના
સચિન એટલે આપણો પેલો કામરેજ વાળો એની હવે
is like a fist, and it pumps the blood all over the blood, 5 liters, approximately 5 liters per minute. Now, structurally, heart is like a engine. It has got muscles. It has got coronary arteries, which supplies blood, oxygen, energy to the heart. It has got a network of which transmit the electrical stimulation, like SN node, AV node, Purkinje system. So, which will allow rhythmically beating the heart. And it has got valves, which will regulate the blood in one direction. And these all structures have got its entity. So during an entire lifespan, you are going to get some disease of this structure. So I will take one by one so that you will come to know what are the technological advances in management. The most important thing is coronary arteries. Now, heart disease, coronary artery disease are three types: stable angina, where the blockage is incomplete, slowly progressing; unstable angina, ACS, when the underlying block get overlying epithelium get ruptured and clots start forming; and incomplete block, so it will be unstable angina; and ACS, what you call acute coronary syndrome; and third one is MI, where the artery is totally blocked. Now, coming to stable angina patients who are already on antiplatelet, we know aspirin is the gold standard. Whenever you have a patient have a chest pain at your home or is already known case of ISD, you will find equal aspirin in the prescription. But then it is not sufficient because there are so many mechanisms operate on platelets and what you call as the red blood cell, fibrin, and all this. So ultimately, you need some other medicines like P2Y12 inhibitors, because these receptors P2Y12 is also can cause the clotting. So ultimately, another agent is found, and second agent has come is clopidogrel, which I have not covered in my slide because I am showing you what is the latest. Now, ticagrelor is the latest P2Y12 inhibitor, which is given in 90 milligram BID dose. Now, it is usually given along with aspirin whenever there is a MI or there is ACS. In stable angina patient, you may not give it, but then whenever there is intervention, as an interventional cardiologist, we add it. Now, during procedure, we give the what we call a tirofiban or integralin, which is a powerful antiplatelet agent. It does not allow the platelets to get aggregate. Now, the latest one in this category, which you may not be knowing, is the cangrelor. The cangrelor will alleviate the need for large dose of heparin during intervention. So during angioplasty, in a severe thrombosis, usually if we give cangrelor, the results are quite better. And there is an infusion form it is given during procedure, bolus and infusion. Now, coming to the newer anti-angina. Now, anti-angina, you know that nitrates and nicorandil, all this I have not mentioned in this slide because the latest one is one of them is the ranolazine, very quite effective in stable angina patient. If the angina is not controlled with nitrates and nicorandil, the 500 milligram BID is given. Now, there is one patient, just now I was coming early, but then I could not come because patient came with severe chest pain and ECG showed young patient, hyperacute MI. So in these patients, whenever the patient comes, but he doesn't have financial problem. So he said that I'm not ready for primary intervention, which is the gold standard. So he said that no, I have to make a Ayushman card and do it. So what I did is I immediately did not waste the time. I went for thrombolytic therapy. That is you should not waste time because time is the muscle in acute MI. So the various streptokinase was the oldest agent, which we are not using now as far as possible, unless there is financial constraint. But agents like RTPA or retilase and all these agents are there, which are given, and you have at least 50 to 60% recanalization rate. So the patient survives and myocardial damage is minimized. So another is antithrombotic agent, NOACs. Nowadays, there is indication is evolving. It was used for atrial fibrillation to prevent the thrombosis in the atrium and then thromboembolism, stroke. But nowadays, low dose of rivaroxaban, apixaban has been recommended in certain hypercoagulable states, in particularly post-COVID or something like that, or atrial fibrillation, already past history of atrial fibrillation. And we give these agents and after post-angioplasty for a longer period of time. Now, after ISD, ischemic heart disease, I said already, another armament is the muscles. So whenever there is a MI or whether heavy patient is having cardiomyopathy or myocarditis, inflammation of heart muscles, then you get the dilatation of the heart. And many times you get the left ventricular ejection fraction on echo is low, and patient has breathing problem, congestion in the lungs, patient get admitted with and you need IV diuretics like Lasix and all. Now, heart failure treatment, there were 4 pillars already established in the European Society of Cardiology as well as the American College of Cardiology guideline. One of them was ramipril in past, but now the latest is ARNI, sacubitril valsartan combination. Now, this ARNI is a very good drug and it has changed but I'm not going in it because I've got 15 minutes, but it has proved all the trials that it is much better than ramipril or ARNI or what you call valsartan, losartan and all. And the second one is what you call as SGLT2 inhibitor, like dapagliflozin, empagliflozin, which is given in 10 milligram or 25 milligram once a day. Ivabradine, aldosterone antagonist, MRA. All these agents are 4 pillars of the heart failure management we know for last 5-7 years. Now there is one more, the latest molecule I want to introduce to you is vericiguat. I went to Barcelona last month, earlier part. There is Victoria trial has been published where they proved that this agent is very useful when you don't control heart failure, despite all 4 pillars we have. So it is given the dose of 2.5 milligram for first 15 days and then 5 milligram. You can go up to 10 milligram by titrating the dose. Now, what is the vericiguat? Vericiguat has unique molecular action. What has happened is, one I said ARNI, ACE inhibitor, RAS mechanism. Another sympathetic system, which is responsible for worsening of heart failure, that is beta blocker, carvedilol, metoprolol, all this is used. Another is ARNI, as I said, neprilysin inhibitor modulation. And another, I said, SGLT2 inhibitor, which is used in diabetes, but it has a benefit like dapagliflozin, empagliflozin. So all these 4 pillars were already there. Now it is another pathway is been found, which is responsible for worsening of heart failure despite optimum therapy with 4 drugs. So ultimately, nitric oxide, SGC, CGMP pathway. And this pathway is very important. And vericiguat is a unique mode of action where SEC activity and cyclic AMP level is increased. But it is act through the nitric oxide metabolism as mentioned in this slide. And this vericiguat increases the increase the SGC and affects the cyclic GMP level. And increasing cyclic GMP responsible for myocyte function improvement. And that will add on the other 4 pillars and improves the symptomatically heart very well. And these are the heart and vascular there is advantage. Now, it has been in Victoria trial recently have shown that whenever left ventricular ejection fraction less than 45%, heart failure is not controlled, recurrent admission, worsening, it is type 1B indication. Yet it is proved we can use from beginning or not. But I have used for last 4 to 5 months. I have used one patient who has got ICD, was getting cardiomyopathy patient, severe LV dysfunction, 15% recurrent shocks were given by machine. I used antiarrhythmic and with that I added this vericiguat and I found that it was controlled. The patient was about to go for ablation, 3D ablation, but it prevented it. Similarly, heart failure symptoms are hospitalization frequency is also reduced by adding this drug. It is untapped pathway is found. It is, you can see third para, 4.2 events per 100 patients has been reduced in this Victoria trial by this. So we have to titrate the dose up to 10 milligram gradually. It is oral medicine. It is not IV, so it is very useful in OPD business management. This is what happened in heart failure, how the patient dies. Initial improvement, stabilized down, and again stabilized down. We go on adding medicine, optimizing dose, increasing, and ultimately patient get dead. So this is what we want to make it more flat graph, and it is very useful molecule. Now going from the therapeutics to intervention. Now there are coronary artery disease, angioplasty, bypass, and surgery, and all these we know very well. But there are certain new things which has come, which is now proved beyond doubt, because initially they were not technologically proved. Now the trials have shown that they are very much useful in, one of them is DAB, drug-eluted balloon, angioplasty without stent. And this is very useful in certain cases. We know that simple balloon angioplasty is not good because recurrence rate by BMS, bare metal stent have come. It is also failed. Then drug-eluted stent come, which is there in the market. And it is third generation has come and is good. But there are certain areas where we don't want stent, like small arteries, bifurcation stent, where more metal will be caused, more recurrence. So ultimately, in those cases, what you call polymodulator problem, thrombosis, subacute thrombosis, and all this. So in these cases, drug-eluted balloon, paclitaxel or sirolimus, particularly sirolimus, which has come latest with nanotechnology, now it is found very, very useful. Paclitaxel was there, but it was getting washed away with the circulation. While this nanotechnology, this rapamycin is the blood-coated stent is very, very useful. Now, USA also recently recommended FDA in small vessels, peripheral vessels, pudendal artery stenosis in important. And so many indications. So bifurcation stenting. So the drug-coated balloon is small vessel, long diffuse disease where stent is not giving good result in a particular diabetic patient. De novo reasons also, as I said, peripheral vascular disease. This drug is, this type of technology is very useful. Then second is cheap. Nowadays, more discussion on complex high-risk intervention, and where certain latest technology is used like rotablator, lithotripsy. What is this? In nutshell, I will tell you 2-3 slides of about each, and then we go for the imaging technology which is useful. This is the slide showing the cutting balloon. It has got blade which cuts the fibrotic tissue and allow the stent to be well expanded and good results. Another is rotablator, diamond bulb, which does the debulking and preparation of the bed before and putting the stent. So these agents in calcified fibrotics and very hard blocks where in past we were sending the patient for surgery, we could do it very well. You can see here, then this is the rotablator, how the artery, this is the fibrotic lesion, the circle, and it was done rotablated. This is the IVUS result, how it looks like, severely calcified, white calcification. This is the rotablator machine, rotabur is an advanced bird now, and it will cut the lesion very well and prepare the bed. Then another one is what you call as a cutting balloon, valvular, where there is a blades in the height, and there are the other agents which can cause the debulking. The latest one in this technology is lithotripsy, intravascular, IVL. Sometimes calcium is not inside media or intima, it is outside more. In that situation, even if you cut with lithotripsy, cutting balloon, or you do rotablator, it is not going to yield. In that situation, the IVL catheter is used, and with ultrasound energy is used at that place, and it will crack the calcium so that the stent can expand fully and have a good result of coronary stenting. And this shockwave IVL is nowadays used and minimally invasive therapy, and this is like angioplasty. So over the guide wire it is done. And this is the device. The another end where there is a circle, that is a catheter, from where it goes to the site and deliver the ultrasound energy. So the cheap, complex high risk procedure is nowadays very common, and we could avoid the surgical indication. And those patients who doesn't want surgery.
2 more minutes, sir.
Now coming to third one, imaging techniques, I will go fast. The new high definition IVUS, intravascular ultrasound, has come. It is few images from inside like this. This is the optic cross which we are using. We can also do FFR to know threshold of ischemia less than 0.75, then do angioplasty. More than don't do. Significance of lesion can be done. And in last, we are also doing renal failure, low contrast or contrast-free angioplasty using ultrasound. And we have done number of cases referred by nephrologists. Now, new imaging technology, last is also OCT. Optimum OCT is also one of the imaging which can be used. And in valvular heart disease, TAVI, mitra clip, you can see here the picture, platelet coaptation, then SVC. Most important latest is stented valve, SVC and IVC for TR. Previously, RV failure is a big problem, but regurgitation, TR failure, edema and all. So there where these valves are kept in the IVC or SVC, and you can control the flow. Another is, so knowing in detail, valve in valve is possible. Bioprocesses can be repaired whenever get this stenosis. Bicuspid aortic valve, these all indication are evolved in TAVI or TAVR. Now mitral regurgitation is also now can be treated with mitra clip. Everest 2 trial has proved good result. And last is arrhythmia. I will not take more than 2 minutes. The Rayleigh appendage closure is done to prevent the thromboembolism. Certain patients don't tolerate the anticoagulant, NOVA, which I mentioned. So ultimately, these patients, we do the Rayleigh appendage device, which is called Watchman. You can see here the catheter is passed, the device is released in LA, and this type of release LA, it will occlude the LA and doesn't allow this to. And last, the renal denervation is also one of the option of uncontrolled hypertension. Very few patients need this. With the catheter, we can ultrasound energy, we can denervate the renal artery so that the blood pressure control, but only resistant hypertension, not controlled with 3 or 4 medicines at optimum dose. And lastly, CRT, CRTP, and all these, the pacemaker type of machines are kept for controlling the heart failure, preventing arrhythmogenic death, and remote controlling. So the take-home message is that the technology is evolving in interventional cardiology, in both therapeutics as well as the intervention. And the right use at the right time will prevent your complication and improve your result and decrease the morbidity and mortality in heart disease. So this is what, in a nutshell, I would say, regarding technological advances in heart. Thank you.
Excellent, sir. You have covered all the intervention in coronary and the valvular disease. Thank you. Thank you for the excellent lectures. We will take questions afterwards. Otherwise, you can personally meet him because we are running a short of time. So I request Dr. Rajnikant Bhai to felicitate Dr. Devan Bhai with memento.
So a person's speech should be like a woman's skirt, long enough to cover the subject and short enough to create the insights. Thank you, Dr. Devan.
Another speaker, we welcoming Dr. Sriram Kulkarni sir, and topic is base of AI.
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you, Parmesh Bhai, and all the team Hitcon. Can somebody help me to get on this? Very regular. And this is the place where I'm going for the almost second time. For the next 15 to 18 minutes, what you are going to see. Yes. Yes. You might not have even thought, you might not have imagined, and you might not have seen also. Everywhere, you hear the word artificial intelligence. What do you mean by artificial intelligence? I won't call it as artificial intelligence. It is augmented intelligence because we are all very intelligent people, basic. So it is an add-on intelligence for everything. And just for the moderators have forgotten to introduce me, I will give brief information about myself. And this is my 41st year of medical practice. More than 10 lakh patients I have seen, and I am associate professor of MGM Medical College, conducted 2 national conferences and hosting 1 more national conference in Goa. And I am a pioneer of technology in clinical medicine.
It's on the screen, sir.
Yeah, not only in the world, in the country, but in the Southeast Asia. So all the great intelligent brains behind this conference. AI is there in your phone right now. If I try to type PR, it doesn't come Pratibha or any other name. It comes Pratnesh Acharya. Because last 7 days I have been phoning and messaging him so much. But the phone asks, what are your habits? What are my disclosures? I have not been paid by anybody to talk about their products. But the subject is very, very fast progressing. Even I want to read my favorite websites twice a day, BID. It is difficult to keep up. It is the fastest growing subject in the world, is it artificial intelligence in clinical medicine. So this is my 2 minutes breakup of all the subjects which I am going to talk. So first, whether it is really a maze. It is not a maze. It is not a chakravyuha. You will not get lost into it, but you will gain a lot of things out of it. And if you agree, AI is the future of clinical medicine. Like Dr. Urban Bhai said today, if you don't use AI, you are going to be replaced. Is it a fountain of creativity or a Pandora's box? Whether there are chatbots, large language model, artificial intelligence systems,
They will not replace the doctors, but they will reshape the modern medicine. And who are the players? These players are all around you. It is one of the biggest, fastest growing industry in the world. If you are an investor, and please invest in these stocks. What is the use? It saves time, money, efforts. Telemedicine, travel. The trouble and torture of waiting in a big room. Waiting time is no more. And at the same time, friends, everybody, before coming on the dais, I took the picture of the audience because I had to show to my wife. Otherwise, she will not give me dinner. It increases your freedom level of confidence, competence, enthusiasm, and acceptability. You start accepting the things because you come to know there are so many things in this world which you don't know. But what are the risks and pitfalls of machine learning, artificial intelligence? Bias. Bias is an algorithmic development. It may overlook the social variables. That's why the US and British things don't work in India. One size does not fit all, needs a robust Q&A, quality assurance process. There are a lot of regulatory and ethical considerations. It needs human surveillance. But at the same time, there's always question of susceptibility to the security risk. Now you will ask me, what is AI? It is as old as me. This is 68-year-old, 1956 born. It was used by George McCarthy. He coined the term artificial intelligence. So what does it do? It uses computers and machine processes to stimulate the human intelligence, but at a very faster speed. It doesn't ask for vacation for Navratri or Diwali or Ganpati. It does not sleep. It performs complex automatic tasks, and there is something called the big data. Whoever are wearing a Fitbit, you are creating a data. You are generating a big data and the analysis. If there are any PG students in the auditorium, this is an essay which you can come to. So what are the components? I'm going to, slight repetition is going to be there. It is machine learning, deep learning, cognitive computing, and computer vision. So what all these things done, we go from the 6 o'clock position to 12 o'clock position, AI guided diagnosis, image interpretation. What happened during COVID times? You do a CT, within 3 minutes the report is ready. Because it was all generated through AI. AI assisted clinical decision and procedures, data driven therapeutics. An example I'm going to show. Remote monitoring and telehealth. If the time permits, in my second presentation, I can show you certain equipments from where I can monitor any patient of mine anywhere in the world. Friends, how do you think? How a doctor thinks? The AI process also thinks in the same way. But what you want? We want increased accuracy. Doctor, cardiologist who is on the ICU table and sees a ventricular tachycardia, or whether it is a torsades, or whether it is a SVT with WPW, he has to decide his antiarrhythmic. Devang Bhai will agree with me. Immediate. It is a decision-making, split-second decision. And you solve complex problems, and there is a high level of computation. All the things can be done. All the things appear very good, green, rosy on the other side. But what are the obstacles? The obstacles are within ourselves. They are in our brain, they are in our hand, they are in our family, they are in our society. Time frame, jamta nahi. Attention, itna lamba kaun dekhega? Learning, impossible. After the age of 65, I am retired. Distraction, phone आ गया, WhatsApp पर message आ गया, especially classmate लोगों के आते हो. You have to decide whether the computer or the technology is a competition or a companion for the patient. And it should not be just an ornament or a decoration piece on your head. So you have to change your mindset, and I'm sure from tomorrow your mindset is going to change. How it is changed? I will just tell you only one example in this. Everybody is having either one or two in your pocket. This is the evolution of telephone. How the telephones went out and how the now dunya meri mutti hai.
And imagine somebody using a stethoscope like this and forgetting the evolution of biology, data, digital twin, predictions, and artificial intelligence. Let us touch in very brief, it is not a rocket science, what are the principles used in AI research. It is an umbrella. It covers various of distinct, but they are all interrelated. There is something called as a narrow AI, general AI, super AI. We are in between narrow and general. And the four principles mainly used: machine learning, deep learning, NLP, natural language processing, and robotic process automation. What are the advantages? What AI can do? Diagnostic diseases. Easy and quick diagnosis. You have seen that slide. Chip on the lab. Develops drug faster. Example, what we use in COVID. Personalizes treatment. Avoids relapses. It improves genomics. Gene editing is possible. There's a tool called as a CRISPR, which is going to help all of you. Imagine there are 100 horses or 1,000 horses in this hall and there is only one zebra. How the computer detects this? That is called as a pattern recognition. The most powerful thing in your mobile phone is the camera. Take good pictures, it will tell you whether it is a malignant melanoma or it is a nevus. Same thing can happen with chest. Same thing can happen with the other radiological. All the telemedicine apps, finally, they are going to use machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, and computerize this disease survival system. How you predict an epidemic? That is possible with this surveillance. So what do you mean by deep learning? It is like layers of decisions. And with the layers of decision, every time you come out with something eliminated and something pops out and that becomes your final diagnosis. One of the best examples, self-driving cars, credit worthiness, then quantum-based platform and prediction of diseases. And these are the things. In addition, it can be used in crime also. For example, somebody dashes a person in the square, but the police can definitely ask that find a black Tesla at the signal. Within minutes, you can find out that vehicle with the help of machine learning. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning. It takes great volumes of data, training times, layers of machine learning organisms, and it uses neural network capable of more tasks. If suppose in some examination there are 20 lakh people, students are appearing, who is the topper? If the answer is at the top. NLP, it again uses machine learning. In the healthcare, it is very important for all our chatbots, and at the same time, it takes fake news identification. One more part which is waiting at our threshold is the robotic process automation. It uses computer programs to automate administration clinical work, and it is a self-improving process. The only good thing about it, computer ko sikhana nahi padta hai. It learns from its own mistake. Last but one part of my talk, that what are the examples of your daily use? The daily use examples are all around you. Diagnosis, imaging, drug discovery, personalized medicine, medical robots, clinical trials, and outbreak predictions. In India, nobody imagined that we will have a case of HIV. There was a middle-aged male admitted in Jaslo. He had undergone CABG, received some 700 transfusions. It was the time was February 2009. He had weight loss, high-grade fever, diarrhea, failed to respond to everything. My teacher, Dr. R.D. Lele, he tapped into that CDSS and kept the answer, transfusion-induced HIV. And it was a shock to the entire country. We never imagined that there can be HIV in India. In drug development, it can develop the things faster, identify target molecules, discuss effective drugs without side effects, and find biomarkers for the diagnosis. There he must have used Holters with lot of wires and everything. Sir, I don't need anything. I don't need any jelly. I don't need any wire. This is just one patch. And if you have got contacts in Israel, go and get this watch. Noga smartwatch. It is like a monitor. It is like a detective on your body. With a smart ring.
It assesses your fitness, stress, sleep, as well as health. What all can be monitored? This is a company called as My Signals. And you give the parameter and you have a kit for that. You attach the things and you will get the parameter. Don't ask this question, where is the radiology department? It is in our mobile. Teleradiology. There's an organization called a Deep Track. In COVID times, he used to report MR, CT scan of thorax from 50 countries. And there is a Genki AI-powered public health screening solution for chest X-ray. 17 patterns of X-ray can be recognized at a microsecond. If it is not fitting, then you have to think about. Have you heard of Watson? It's a supercomputer. Check the last line. It processes against 6 million logic rules. All 50,000 MD medicine doctors of API, if they want to study for 1 hour, Watson can do it in 30 seconds. Electronic transmission of digital images of diagnostic consultation, no bars.
2 minutes, sir.
This is from Kolhapur, Maharashtra. My niece, she is right now in San Jose and she is studying all the oncology specimen of Kolhapur from her home. Teleophthalmology, not only eye diseases, but the fundoscopy matches with coronary angiography. There are studies in which you can match it with the coronary angiography. EMR will change the things absolutely dramatically. What is the greatest concern? Why people are afraid about AI? That AI will never replace doctors. It will not. It will definitely augment them and increase your precision work. But it will definitely use the clinicians who do not use AI. Friends, do not be weepy. Don't have an attitude like that. It will not replace your human values. It cannot replace empathy. Few tasks algorithms cannot perform. So you be prepared as a double-edged sword with your own intelligence, with your own practice and artificial intelligence. So these are the pros and these are the cons. Last is the people in the future. These are so many things which are going to be there, and there's a full cricket team of different kind. It can be a subject of a PhD for every student. A non-smelling anatomy hall, augmented virtual reality, patient simulators, exam procedures, immersive reality. The orthopedic surgeon can feel where the cortex has ended and where he has entered into the marrow. This is from a Kolkata Medical College where I can see the whole anatomy department. Forget the word plagia, no monoplegia, paraplegia, quadriplegia. With the thought of the brain, the person can walk. Biological twinning is not a big issue. It is going to be there on the threshold. So NFTs is going to be the next advance for it, and you will be wearing ornaments like this. And don't forget ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a fantastic tool, and there is one called as Google Muse. It is a text to image. Ask Google Muse, I want Taj Mahal on the top of Mount Everest, you will get a picture of it. So ChatGPT has made mad for everybody. The take-homes are main point for the failure is many AI models to implement. So start implementing. Everybody is going to be benefited. There is an organization called as NISBED. It will tell you how to become an entrepreneur and learn from your grandchildren. I can't forget my batch of 1974 Mirror Medical College, my teacher and my techno-savvy family. And I just, madam, end my words from the friend Steve Jobs. Stay ignorant, stay full, ready to learn, idiotic to pretend that I don't know anything. Learn from grandchildren. Learning technology is the only proven vaccine and treatment for fitness as well as preventing dementia. So be optimistic, informed, empowered, futuristic, build a bridge of knowledge, clinical acumen, experience, artificial intelligence and technology. And incidentally, this is the longest bridge in the country developing in front of my home. So these are the take-home messages. If you want some reading material, explore these websites. And if you want to know a monograph, this is one monograph which I have edited. And please be a part of the technological conference in Goa. And thank you very much. Thank you, madam, for your extra time.
Thank you, sir. That was a wonderful talk. And now I request Dr. Ronak to present a memento to Dr. Sriram. Thank you for taking us out of the maze of this jigsaw puzzle called AI. Yes, sir. We have a take-home message that keep learning and avoid dementia. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Thank you. And I request Dr. K.C. Shah to come and felicitate one of our moderators, Dr. Ronak. Dr. K.C.
आपका पहले नहीं एक और एक है उनका को पहले वहां जाके बोलो साहब का पहला का
And I request Dr. Naveen to felicitate Dr. Rajnikant. Dr. Naveen Patel, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, moderators, Dr. Ronak and Dr. Rajnikant. And now I request new moderators for the next session, Dr. Prashant Naik and Dr. Shashank Paswala. Two heavyweights as our moderators.
Yes. The whole session will be weighted down.
I guess Shashank doesn't want to dare sit next to his wife. So a single heavyweight shall do the job.
Two.
Okay. If you look at it, it's like a seesaw. Two underweights, malnourished. Fit and fat are here. The maze of AI. She didn't listen to your lecture, Dr. Kulkarni. Okay, I think it's not our debate. Let's proceed because we have not only paid to listen, there are some spot registrations. So, so at the end of the day, firstly, I think a big welcome to all of you enthusiasts who even after a decent heavy lunch, because now times are funny. When we were growing, when we said maize, it meant Makai. Today, Dr. Kulkarni proved it, it's a maze. So you're actually stuck. You're dumb with it. But we doctors have always fought back. And even here, I think we are going to succeed. Technology is there as long as we embrace it. Okay, Shashank, tara boxing glove very nahi hai. They have made a lot of fun of us. Please don't be good to her.
I didn't hear any of it.
This is called the matchbox effect, which AI cannot do. So now I have somebody who I'm very fond of. Right now, the country is being run by a Modi, and now who we have is Dr. Alok Modi. And normally, ladies stand up with the purse, he stands up with his laptop. So this is how men are. The ladies ne bacche jana You know, when a speaker comes with his own laptop, the first hint for the audience is he's not going to share his PowerPoint. Okay. You can see his illustrious pattern here. And for me, whenever I think of fish, it's not only machli, but it's close in situ hybridization too. And he's got his degrees from the US, from UK. He's a consultant physician who's absolutely a gem when it comes to mobiles. And the fun part is, last time when he had taken this session, we had some issues with the internet. So this time we are depending. So today we are depending on Mukesh Ambani. And I think what you will show on screen will be equally fast.
Just one small announcement for all of you here. For next time's version 3.0, we are going to charge 1,200 for it. But all of those who registered today, they can pay only rupees 800 and get registered from now.
It's good. We have to register today only for the next 3.0 version.
Those who paid for spot, the extra 200, they'll save 400. So minus 200 is equal to profit of 200. I will buy all you.
So thank you. At the outset, I'm honored and privileged to be here. A lot of thanks to Purnish by team of Hitcon over here. It's been a wonderful day, the whole day here. And it's really a lot of fun to meet my esteemed chairpersons. There's a lot of smile and happiness. The maze of AI has been broken by them. It's a different maze. It's a very pleasant maze. So thank you very much for the enlightenment and lighting up the mood. So my regards to the respected stalwarts on the dais and the stalwarts off the dais. And the topic which I have been given, which I have been sort of stuck with, how to get smart with your smartphone. So the bottom line is, this is a smartphone. I bought it for some 70,000 rupees. You guys are buying Samsung ka flip for some 1,20,000 and all. Question is, why do we use it like a walkie-talkie? We use it 90% of the time to talk. How we speak about Indians, we are in the prandial state, right? We have diabetes because 85% of the time we are munching, unlike our Caucasians. So 85% of the time we are just using it to talk. We don't do anything else. So why waste 1,20,000 rupees? I give a very good example. You married a beautiful girl from Hollywood, XYZ. I should not take any names. I don't want to get pounded outside. But the bottom line is, you just ask her to cook food in the kitchen. I mean, you've forgotten whom you have married. So there are so many virtues in a spouse, whether it's a male or female, right? You forget it the day you get married, you run behind your boyfriend or your girlfriend before marriage. You see so many virtues in them. The moment you're married, you take it for granted. Same thing you do with this. You run behind the mobile, you scream for it for months together. The moment you buy it, you use it only for talking. It can replace your entire clinic. It can replace your entire hospital. It has got so many features inside. So I just rush you through. 15 minutes will be a very small time to cover. I'll cover the basics. I won't go too much into the individual specialities. So let's start with context. So what is something very important in a mobile is backup. In life, there's something called as backup. You don't have backup of your finances, of your relations, of your contacts, of your mobile data, or your data. You're lost. You're actually lost, which even AI can't save you from. So you need to have a backup. And in a mobile, what backup you need? You need contacts backup. You need photos backup. You need WhatsApp backups. You need SMS backup. Am I right? That's a backup that you need so that if you lose your mobile, or if you damage your mobile, if your mobile is hacked by a malware, it would be nice now if I lose this mobile and my wife permits I can buy the latest Samsung and within 15 minutes, I've got my entire thing back on the new mobile. So that is very much possible today. I do a lot of work on Android. So iOS guys, please excuse me. Steve Jobs is not in this planet, so you can't blame me for what I'm talking. But the bottom line is, this is something which is very relevant and use it. So let me go to context. And as you can see, there is no wire here. See, magic. I'm working here, I'm standing here, but you're seeing what I'm doing live over here, right? This is called mirroring. I'm throwing my mobile on the laptop, on the projector. I can mirror directly from my mobile to the projector. It's very much possible with technology. So let's go to contacts. When I save a contact, how do I create a contact? I can create whatever I want. I can enter as much data as I want. Problem is, how do I save it? If you see at the top, you can save it on your phone, on your SIM card, or on your Gmail account. You can have multiple Gmail accounts. So you can split up your contacts, your personal hidden extramarital contacts can be in one Gmail account. Your genuine contacts in another account. Your patient's contacts in another. Bottom line is stored in your Gmail account. When you do that, you can damage your entire contact history. The moment you log in with those Gmails into your new phone, your contacts walk away entirely and completely. Moral of the story is, you don't have to take a backup of any of your contacts. It's so simple if you do it properly. And if you create a contact, whichever way you create, if you can store the name and the photograph at the same time, you can have a very wonderful picture which you can look at, and keep seeing your girlfriend 20 times in a day. So whatever you do, you can do that. That's how you save your contacts. Very easy, very simple to do. Nothing big about it. Something which I want to talk about is messages. When you get SMS, right, you get this default message app which comes with every mobile. This is how your messages are seen by your mobile. and all your messages are stored like this. Doesn't make any sense to see what is going on, whether it's a bank message or a personal message or it's a train message or whatever it is. Very difficult to filter and search. And if you lose this message, you've lost everything. So there is this wonderful app called SMS Messenger, SMS Organizer made by Microsoft, which is available free of cost. And you can see it's split up your messages into messages, reminders, finance messages, and offers. And these offers are classified into multiple types. And these messages are split up into personal messages, transactional messages, promotional messages, and start messages. So all this is done by the AI in the app. You don't have to do anything. The moment you download this app, your messages are auto-classified, auto-filtered, auto-organized. You can select multiple messages, remove them. And once you do that, सबसे अच्छी बात क्या है कि you can back up your messages to your primary Gmail account. So you will never lose your messages. So I've got some 5,000 messages here. They're all backed up perpetually. And this gives you an auto backup. So whenever you get a new phone, all your messages walk into it over there. And how much do you think this app will cost you? Free of cost. So don't you think we are dumb enough not to use it? Right? Now I come to something very important, which is camera. Now whatever photos you take, they're all available to you, right? You can keep clicking photos. You store tons of photos and you always lose those photos. And then you keep repenting, I went to so-and-so place. I had this wonderful waterfall photo with my dash, dash, dash. And abhi hai kidhar wo? Mil nahi rahi hai, because I didn't take a backup. You don't have to take a backup. If you take a backup, fine. If you don't take a backup, you're not losing anything because Google gives you a photo app, which is inbuilt into your mobile. It has stored all your photos. The moment you click the photo, the moment you go online, your entire photo bank right from the last 20 years is there. You've never lost a single photo. Now also, if you think you've lost your photo, go back in time. It's in time scale, all your photos are there. The difference is that if you buy a Pixel phone, which is manufactured by Google, your photos will be stored in the full strength. So if you shoot a photo in 20 megapixels, which means your file size is, let us say, 110 MB, which is in its full glory, that is what will be stored in your Google Drive. But if you buy a non-Pixel phone and if you have not paid for your Gmail or for your G account, then it will be stored in the minimum configuration which is required. Otherwise, you have to buy a space in Google Drive and then it can be stored in the full resolution. So you can store it as much as you want depending on how much space you want, but your photos are never lost. Now we come to something very important, which is your WhatsApp. Now, WhatsApp is of two things. Now, actually, I take a full 2 hours to do WhatsApp. WhatsApp is a big thing today. It's a big communication tool today, and I think none of us can live without WhatsApp. First of all, there are two WhatsApps. One is a personal WhatsApp, the other is the business WhatsApp. Personal WhatsApp mein jo hai wo isme included hai, but I'm going to talk about business WhatsApp because it gives you more features. Now, I've got both. I've got a business WhatsApp as well as a normal WhatsApp because I've got two SIM cards, so I keep both running. So you can run multiple apps on 2 or 3 SIM cards on the same phone. If you do not have that facility, you can run an app called as Parallels, which will allow you to run multiple features of both the SIM cards on the same phone. So you don't have to split it up into multiple phones, right? Now, business WhatsApp gives you a lot of features. It gives you capabilities to advertise. So you can directly from here shoot your status, your protocols, your catalog, your tagline, your status, everything on Insta as well as Facebook right from within WhatsApp. If you've got a business WhatsApp, then you can give a auto message. So the moment, can I request somebody to send a hi to me from here? My number is, anybody has 982009185 What I do, I'll show you from there. See, the moment somebody sends me a message, you see this? There is an auto message. You see this, thank you for contacting multi-speciality with ICU Cable Hospital, blah, blah, blah. For an appointment, call up in so-and-so. WhatsApp number is so-and-so. This is an auto business generated WhatsApp message. We encourage you to go through a website so-and-so. Moment you say anything to me, this message comes to you automatically. Good way to advertise about your website, about your features, about your numbers, about your status, everything. This is possible through a business WhatsApp, not possible because personal WhatsApp. And you can decide whether this WhatsApp message will go when you're away, when you're not answering, when it should be going with every message. All those features are available in settings. Now, the most important part that you people are interested in is how do you back up your WhatsApp? So suppose you come over here. Yeah. If you come over here, you can go to your messages. One second. Yeah. If you go to the settings here, in the main account, you can go to the chats here. And as you can see over here, there is a chat backup. This backs up to your Google Drive automatically, and the space that it occupies in your Google Drive is not counted by Google, it is complementary to you. So my WhatsApp folder is as much as 60 to 80 GB, but all that is given to me complimentary. This is the best way to back up your WhatsApp because it will save your media links, which you can't get otherwise if you back up on your own via a third-party app. So this is very important. Make sure that this auto feature is turned on. Generally, WhatsApp backs itself up at 2 o'clock every day in the night. Everything it backs up. It takes some time to do it depending on your bandwidth, provided you keep the net on in the night. This is a feature which you should not forget because you don't lose your backup. Another important feature is, if you see over here, I've got 520 GB of videos over here. So the space which is consuming in your mobile is your media. Media takes up a lot of space in WhatsApp, which Telegram does not take. Whatever media you send on Telegram is stored on Telegram server, not on your phone. But whatever media you send on WhatsApp is stored in your phone memory. That's a major difference. So if you want to remove this, another feature that you can use is how do you clear up your data. I'll show you that also. There are some important things here. You can either go to the storage and data feature over here and choose the storage over here. As you can see, manage storage, and then remove, which is it calibrates itself into which particular message has got, which particular person has sent you the maximum storage consumption. You can clear each message and remove all the media from there. So you can actually, if you do it on a daily basis, you can remove a lot of space consuming features of your WhatsApp, right? So I think I've covered that in very small time because I don't have much time. Now I'll show you some important apps which are required for you for your day-to-day practice. There's something called a catch. You know what happens? We used to write on a rough paper in a rough book when we were doing calculations. So the AI over here needs to do some rough calculation. That right? That's where your RAM is consumed. So people buy a mobile without thinking what is required. They go for a high processor and they really don't get value worth their money. You don't really need a very high processor unless you're playing something high video intensity games and all. Okay, and that you need a more of a video RAM rather than a processor speed, which is required. So what you actually need is RAM. RAM means rapid access memory. The place where the memory is used and consumed and cleaned and reused again and again. It's called rapid access. It disappears when you shut down your phone. So if you have a higher RAM phone, your phone will be faster. If you have a high processor but a low RAM phone, your phone will never be faster. So if you really want to enjoy your phone, do not buy a phone less than 8 GB RAM. If you can buy a 12 GB and 16 GB RAM, your phone will be absolutely working on a streaming on a on a lake or something. If you buy a very high-end phone with 4 GB RAM, you'll keep struggling throughout your life. Nobody can help you. Now there are features on the phone where your store memory can be added up to your RAM. So you can convert a 4 GB to 8 GB through your phone memory. I won't go into that. That's a little complicated. So do that. Now that RAM has got a lot of storage being used. That's called as cache, C-A-C-H-E, which your Internet Explorer browsers and all. Every time you work, they store a lot of data behind, rough data. You need to clear that. Either you go into the innards of the phone and clear the data, which is difficult, or you use this very good software called the CC Cleaner. It is available free of cost. It cleans up your cache. So do it on a daily basis. It can clean up your entire free space in your cache and cut down the RAM consumption and speed up your phone. Okay? It's self-explanatory. I won't waste time here. How do you clean up your storage? Either you go into the phone storage for original app and clean it up, which is very manual. This is an app made by Google, free of cost, called as Files. The moment you switch it on, it gives you the split up of what is occupying your storage. So junk files in my phone are occupying 250 MB. Messages are occupying 26 MB. Old screenshots are occupying 59 MB. Blurry photos are occupying 56 MB. But the large file which have come through WhatsApp videos and all are occupying 16 GB. Waste of my storage. Recordings, every time I talk, my phone is getting recorded, is occupying 11 GB. And unused apps are occupying 2 GB. So you can see what I have to delete. Click what you don't want, delete it, and use stable memory on a daily basis without hanging up your phone. So very important app worth using. And again, it is free of cost. Okay, very important apps are these. This is called FX File Explorer. Some very important feature. Every phone has its own file explorer, like your Windows Explorer. Okay, works very well. This gives you some features which others don't have. What is that? It can distinguish your internal memory with your cloud storage. So if you have multiple storages like OneDrive, Dropbox, Google Drive and all, it can split up those storages and ship the file from a cloud to your phone and vice versa immediately. Such a beautiful app and very cooperative app. Let's see. I put it up into split view. Now on one hand, I've got my Google Drive files are over here. On the other hand, I have my main storage files over here. So you can see now, suppose I go into my camera folder. I have all my photos over here. And here I've got, let's say,
2 minutes, sir.
Yeah. I've got this data here in one of the folders. So I can just copy this data, shift it into my OneDrive or my Google Drive. So simple and so beautiful, so easy to use. Okay. This is an app. Now I'll go very fast. This is an app called Flight Radar. If you switch it on, if you're traveling very regularly, you can see your planes which are on the sky right now live. And if you click on a particular plane or you can search on your flight, whichever way you want, you can see over here, you can see the distance it is, where it is in the airway right now, what speed it is traveling. And you can actually find out when your spouse is going to land before your airways announce the landing of a particular flight. Okay? Very beautiful app, and because it pulls data from the recorder in the pilot's cockpit. This is a very beautiful app called Notes. You can store multiple notes. You can number them, store them, color them, store videos and voices and everything on Google Keep under each email ID that you have. And since it is stored in the cloud by Google, whatever you store and stay here will be recorded on your laptop when you log in. And so 10 people, if you're forming a small company or partnership, you decide to exchange notes like that, which is very useful on a commercial level. Then the whatever data you're creating can be shared with all the members live, instantly, automatically. It's free of cost. If you take this one step ahead and put security and sub-levels and levels, then you go for Microsoft Teams, which is a paid app. Then there is another app called as Google Translate. Just give me 1 minute. I want to show this very useful app. Now here I can translate into any language in the world live. So let's say I'm talking here. My girlfriend is my life. Translate Gujarati. But is it right? Yeah. So you can choose what language you want. You can translate live into any language in the world over here. And the beauty is you can click, suppose you are in Paris, you saw something in some other language, or in Spain or something. You click a photo of the signboard, it translates it in English or Hindi or Gujarati for you can make out. You need not talk. Suppose sir is a Spanish person, he doesn't know English. So I ask him, so where is my breakfast today? So I don't talk to him in English. I talk to him in English, he replies in Spanish, the phone converts Spanish to English, and I know where I have to go. Live. Very useful when you're traveling abroad. So you have currency converters, you have flight recorders, you have gate gurus, which will tell you where your flight is going to go from which gate before you land up and find out at the airport. So those are translators. This is Microsoft Translator, the green one, where 4 of you can sit in multiple languages, multi-language conferences. Each talks in his language, like in WHO, and you will hear in your language. All this is on your phone, free of cost. These are the 2 apps called Lens and Adobe Scan. Take any document which you have, so you don't have to go to a scanner, converts it live into a PDF document and shares it on WhatsApp or on Drive, wherever you want, whenever you want. And just last, I'll show you one very important app over here. Now let me go to this WhatsApp here. Let me pick up this message. Suppose let's say this is the medical legal message I want to share. Now when I share it, okay, let's see this photo. If I want to share this photo, the moment I click the share button, I get 2 apps which I want you people to know. One is this nearby share and one is this quick share. These are available on your mobile. You're not aware of it. It's there on your PC, Windows PC. Nearby share and quick share. With this, if you have got some 40 files worth 2 GB or 3 GB in weight, you can ship everything from your mobile to your PC and vice versa in less than 30 seconds. All you have to do is both have to be on the same Wi-Fi and Bluetooth network. That's it. These are some hidden gems which you have, which you're not aware of. I've scratched only 1% of the features here. Give me 1 hour, give me 1 day, I can take you through the entire mobile journey. You can edit Excel, you can edit PowerPoint, you can edit Word, you can make changes here and you can walk out. And before I leave, I tell you something about Microsoft Office, both for your mobile and for your PC. Suppose I'm giving lectures in multiple national and international conferences. I've got a wonderful PowerPoint, which I don't want to carry. You see, a lot of people carry their pen drives with them to present. You don't have to do all that. Make your PowerPoint, keep it safe, make your Excel sheet, keep it safe, keep it on your laptop, store it on OneDrive. Just go to any country, anywhere in the world, pick up any laptop in the world, log into your Hotmail account or your Outlook account. Your entire PowerPoint will run free of cost from there, even if that host computer does not have Office installed on it. So you don't lose your data. Something else you should know about Microsoft Office. I'm a fan of Microsoft Office. You people don't buy Microsoft Office. If you buy a 20,000, 40,000 word single edition, whether it's a family edition or a student edition or a personal edition, you're spending a lot of money. People don't subscribe. Subscribe to Microsoft Office. It costs around 512 rupees per month with GST. Okay. What do you get? You get 5 hardwares complimentary. So 3 OS, 2 Windows, 1 Windows, 4 OS, 4 Mac, whatever you want, whatever combination you want. 5 hardware legally allowed to install Office and do all the editing you want, and unlimited mobiles, unlimited tablets in the world for editing. Otherwise, you can't edit. And you get 1 TB of cloud space complimentary with 1 email ID, which you can share with your friends and family also, which is also legally allowed. And this 512, I have reduced to 212 per month, because you buy the 1-year license for a subscription during Diwali Dhamaka, Republic Day and all. Flipkart and Amazon throw these coupons at 50% concession, at 10% for HSBC, 10% for HDFC credit card, whatever. You can buy the entire subscription for 50% price in these times. And you can buy for 5 years and load your Office legally. For my 10 years is already locked at a cheap price. And I'm having a legal ownership of this Office. And once you have this OneDrive, you can share a lot of data. You can auto backup your data. You can shift the data. You can communicate the data. You can have a conference on your data. Everything legally computed by Microsoft, dirt cheap. I'll stop here because of time. But like I said, scratch 1%. There is so much more you can do, provided you want to use your smartphone as a smartphone and not as a walkie-talkie. So after marriage, learn to respect your spouse. Don't use them as a spouse. Use them as a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Then things will change. So fall in love with your phone here. There is a lot you can do. You will become the AI. You don't need an AI because it's inbuilt over here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Dr. Modi deserves a big round of applause. That is pretty simple.
Yes, the oratory is the power to talk people out of their opinion.
I really like the statement you made. That was a very catchy statement. I'm stuck with that. You have the oratory skills. It's something I should thank. When I'm meeting up for the first time, there's a saying, कि खाने में उतना मजा नहीं आता जितना देखने में मजा आता है, सुनने में ज्यादा मजा आता है. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I request Dr. Prashant Nayak to felicitate Dr. Alok Bhai with momentum.
Now moving further, I invite Dr. Raj Rawal to present. The topic is technology in ICU.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to see the audience in a post-one session. So,
They told you they won't go to sleep.
yeah. Even after wonderful lectures on a maze, I have a good lunch. After that, I was having enough maze, so I was just dozing. But with a good discussion on a dials, I just wake up. So then I realized that there is a couple on dials. So I feel that current. I even remember my wife also. So first of all, congratulate the team of Rajnesh Bhai for Hitcon number 10, and I wish that I'll be the part of Hitcon 50. Anyway, today's my topic is on technology in ICU. See, since morning, I think we are discussing about the healthcare and technology. So ICU is the most complex unit as far as the healthcare is concerned. We are not complexity as far as the case scenario is concerned. It is a complexity about the consultants who are involved with the patients, complexity about the instruments, what you are using in the ICU. So all complex things they encounter in ICU. So technology in ICU is a very important subject, and I am very happy that I've started using this technology since last 5 years. Currently, we are running 10 district level ICU of the government through tele ICU. This is the first time in India and government has issued official tender for ICU, tele ICU, and then we are running this since last more than 1 year. Yeah. So when we talk about the technology, I think since morning we are discussing about the technology in a hospital in a various way that includes. I'll just focus on some important parts. I cannot go into the details about everything what we are using in ICU, but I'll put a catch of some important things like these are the ICU of the future. Right? If you see right from the robots, I've seen some robots they are using in ICU in Bangalore, one of the ICU. Simulation, system integration, IoT, cybersecurity, cloud computing, additive manufacturing, augmented realities, and big data. I think I'll go one by one. IoT now we know that it is everybody is using this. Everybody is using the things like eco dots or whatever. Internet of Things. It is called Internet of Things. Which are the things which is integrate through the Wi-Fi or through any sensor that is called Internet of Things. So many things you are using that is IoT. But now what that makes difference in ICU? So you have monitors, you have ventilators, you have infusion pumps. All things will be integrated by means of internet, and all the captured data that comes on your mobile or on a desktop, and you can monitor the patients from anywhere from the world. So that is the beauty of IoT. Now in IoT, there are so many technologies which are evolving. Recently, we have encountered one Israel technology. So it's a very small box. I think they have a powerful software, and so you integrate the different companies' instrument through that IoT box, and they capture in one desktop. So there are so many things that is happening in IoT. The wearable technologies, now that everybody is aware about that, everybody is now using the Fitbit, that is very common. But in ICU, we are using the the glucometer watch that you can use commonly. Now you have the ECG belt is now may be available. I think Traco people they are coming with just 2 pads, and you have a run-off ECG from any other place. So these are the things which helps you to in the ICU for a better monitoring of the patient. Cloud computing, I think this is a very, very essential part of all the data, which is not. It is not only capturing data or storage of the data. It is a analysis of data. So now what these EWS and all these people are doing, they are not just storing the data. They are giving you the analysis of the data. So this cloud computing is very, very important. So that makes your all the data which comes you in a very in a raw type, that comes in a very analytical phase. Like I'm sitting in my command center and I have a patient's data. So once I click on one data, I have all data. Suppose patient's potassium is 3.5. If I want to, the patient has atrial fibrillation, I can just put in that I have the data of last 7 days. So I can analyze, this patient's potassium is low since 7 days. Now patient has developed atrial fibrillation, and this potassium is low because of diuretics. So that's how the cloud computing is very important. Initial days we are keeping data with our server, and that is not sufficient now. Simulation. So simulation we are using is just for a mock drill, for a training purpose. So this patient, you see that patient is intubated, patient is on a ventilator. We put a data, we see the graph, and we teach the students that's how the graph looks. So this technology will help. This is a very old technology usually used for the aviation since long. Now that we are using it for the ICU technology. So this is very important, the simulation in ICU. We have so many simulations for cardiology, for nephrology, for this dialysis purpose. I think I was discussing with someone. So all simulation will give you the real-time case scenario, and on that you act upon. It is not on patient, but it is on machine. So at least you can avoid the hazards, and that's how you can learn without any adverse effects. Augmented realities. Now we know that maybe this is I think very near future. We will all be used to with the Google Lens and this augmented realities. It is in a very recent future. I think maybe down the line in a Hitcon 15, we have a session on augmented realities. It is that near future that we will come across. I went to Cleveland. Cleveland is the first paperless ICU in the world, and they've started using augmented reality. Additive manufacturing. Now, this technology we have looked we have avoided that. What kind of additive manufacturing we are using, we don't know actually. Recently, there is an article that the Netherlands guys has made a gloves that is very useful for the Parkinson disease patients. That he's not able to hold the glass. By just wearing the gloves, he can able to hold, and he has a good quality of life. He can do whatever the work with his hands. That is called additive manufacturing. So there are so many tools, as you see that they come into the ICUs, right from the catheter mounts with the MDI. So many things which is coming as a manufacturing tools, a part of a tele-ICU, a part of a ICU technology. So that's what I want to convey, that this the manufacturing by means of tele-ICU. So this is the close what I am talking about. So all these manufacturing instruments by means of technology. So that is very helpful as far as the patient's overall quality care is concerned. Cyber security, I'm not going into the details because I think we have a good session. And so what cyber security is a very important part. As the country become wealthy, the things પેલા જૂની જે કહેવત હતી રાજાના જે રાજાવાળા બહુ ધનવાન હોય ચોરો હોય. So this is a normal phenomena. So when we started our tele-ICU, the first month we have so many bugs, so many hackers. So we have to keep on hackers on a pay base to avoid this. So this is I'm telling you my practical experience. So this is a very important part. System integration. As I told you that everything is now integrated, right from the PACS, the HL7, DICOM, everything is integrated. So integration is very important part. Especially if I thought about the country like India, which is very important. Because in ICU, if I talk about ICU, I am a critical care guy. So in our ICU, we have 10 monitors. So they are of different companies. Whenever we have some money, we brought Philips. Then we don't have money, so we brought BPL. Then we have some more money, then we brought Mindray. So we have 3 of one company, 3 other company, 3 Chinese company, right? So all monitors are different. So system integration is very, very important part. Then we have to have a software which integrate everything into the one catch box, and then you have a display on your desktop. So all these DICOM, HL7 packs, everything. Now one is for imaging, one is for a lab, one for your EMR, everything all integrate into the one system, and you have all the data on your dashboard, and then it enhance your decision making process. So integration is very, very important. Big data, as I told you. Now these are the big players we all know: the Facebook, Google, Twitter, LinkedIn. Everybody, they are storing your big data. They are not only storing your big data. They are doing analysis and they are giving you back. Right? So suppose you like cricket or you like Bollywood, then whatever the next time, whenever you see it, you have all the data about cricket and Bollywood only, because they know what you like, right? So they analyze your data and then they give you back. Telerobots, as I told you, it is already in the practice. They are using. I have seen that in the Bangalore, and I think in the recent future that they come into the practice. It is very easy, I think, out of all these techniques. AI, as I'm not going into the detail, but then yes, what AI will do, it identify early based on your data at the time of the disease progress. That is called a threshold of stress, not at the threshold of distress. So it identify early, and it helps you to identify the disease process early, and you act on that early. So it prevents the catastrophe. So that's how your AI helps. This is one of the safety index what we are using. It is UK based safety index. It's a very basic parameter they are using. They are using the 5 basic parameters: heart rate, blood pressure, respiration, temperature, and SpO2. What we are using, and they are giving only one number. And based on that AI index, what they found that if the number is more than 3.5, then the patient is very critical. If it is between 3 to 3.5, patient is less critical. If less than 2.5, it is safe. So by just watching the one number, one single digit, you can identify this patient you have to be more vigilant. This is one of the example what I'm just giving how it works. This is
2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, I'll finish it. So all this integration and all these things, this is about the tele ICU. All these things ultimately we conglomerate into the system. So this is integrated remote ICU system, have all the data, the bedside data, laboratory data, radiological data, video feeds, patients, IO charts, which is fill up every hourly. So all the data you have on a command center, and by that data you can do number of things, as I have mentioned down, right? On the upper screen, you can see that you have a bedside camera. You can see the patients 24/7. You have device integrations. You have a EMR system, which is available. So virtually, patient's file is with you all the time. And your mobile card, which has a AV consult, AV system and audiovisual consult system is available. You can consult with the patient if patient is conscious. You can counsel the relatives. You can discuss with the consultants. You can guide the medical officer and nursing staff. So that's how the tele-ICU system, what we are doing right now, works. These are our command centers. The monitoring screen, as I told you, just like that. On the left side, you can see that you have a SLE monitor, you have BPL monitor, you have Agila monitors. There is a pump, there is a ventilator. whatever data you want to magnify, you can magnify on the right side. Right? So that's how the screen is visualized on your console. The console is made up of 6 screens. So that is for a better understanding and for a better analysis of the data. Yeah, so I think Rishikesh Bhai has done inauguration of this tele ICU center. And thanks a lot. Thanks for hearing me patiently.
Thank you, Dr. Raj. Here is a good lecture. Over to.
It was time to be all the intelligence and use the technology in every field. ICU is the critical units where we need to see the patient or monitor the patients very widely. And I think we have about 16 patients in ICU. What that you have told that you can have which very vigorous patients we have to watch more. So we can decide that 2 patients are more watchable and the other patients are less watchable. Thank you, Dr. Raj. It's a good thing. I request Dr. Sashank Pashwala to felicitate Dr. Raj with a moment too.
And technology always look that it always support the mankind. It is not it will never replace.
It doesn't replace.
It will never
replace, but it helps you a lot.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raj sir. Now I'd like to call upon Dr. Gaurav Khandelwal.
Maybe.
He's going to talk about how technology has revolutionized spine surgery. And
can I help you?
Yeah.
First, सर आपको नहीं तो नहीं लगी आप कैसे जाएंगे हमने हेड नहीं जोड़ा नाम तो Hello? Yes, sir? That's right. People are right. Not at all. You find out very soon. I'll try to put you to sleep.
So how many doctors do we have here? Can I see a raise of hands? How many doctors? All of us. Wonderful. That's good. Have you done technology people could also be?
Most ones have him.
Because I've had instances where I've given a lecture and lecture होने के बाद first professor एक दिन खड़े बोले सर ये spine क्या है? आधा घंटा सुनने के बाद पहले तो सुनना अच्छा है.
technologies.
So since it was AI, we thought only intelligent people will be here.
Well, okay, so I am Dr. Gaurav Khandelwal. I am working as a spine surgeon at Shelby Hospital in Surat here. You all must seen the news on 26th May, just about 3 weeks back, the first time in history, a completely paralyzed patient actually started walking on his own feet. Now, this is not what you usually hear, Baba ke haath lagane ke baad wala case. This is actually, the patient has actually walked. He is still paralyzed, but, and how he has walked, there are electronic implants placed in his brain, connected with electrodes, external electrodes which are connected to a computerized system that he is carrying in the backpack. That is sending signals to his spine so that he can think about the movements he wants to do. Those thoughts go to the computer, they are processed, converted to signals, transmitted to the muscles of the leg, coordinated well enough that he can walk. Okay. And I thought for technology, I can do the same. I have no contribution in that. I'm just telling you what is happening. But this has happened somewhere in Switzerland. We cannot forget that we are still living in India, and the reality of the situation here is quite different from the technological advances that we see on our television screens and laptops. Like this. Even the education minister, who does not believe in science, and even more closely, I will skip the name, but you all know. So before we really jump into what technologically advanced field we are working in, what realities we actually face while trying to advance the field, we'll try to just have a look. So this is one of my patients after surgery. If you can see, the footwear that she's wearing is called a AFO split. It's basically a foot drop patient, bilateral foot drop. She's not been walking for a very long time. She's undergone spine surgery now. She's able to walk, but neurologically has not recovered because both her feet are paralyzed. Now, the reason she could walk now, but she is still paralyzed, is because she was diagnosed late. Even after diagnosis, she went about taking one or the other unproven therapies, mistrusting science, mistrusting technology. By the time she reached us, the feet are paralyzed. So even after surgery, she's walking, but then not yet completely recovered. And this is just one of the cases. There are so many I can show you. I am showing with their permission. She is the relative of a senior neurologist. First missed on MRI, then distrusting doctors, taking all kinds of therapies, developing C1, C2 abscess, underwent finally surgery, recovered. There's another one. Again, he's just recovering from paralysis because he was told that a deformed spine cannot be corrected and all he needs is pushing and pulling and doing whatever else they usually do. So then finally corrected, but then neurology is yet to recover. Another one, neurology is still recovering because of deformed spine, which was finally corrected late. One more admitted under a senior doctor, paralyzed while being admitted, still refusing surgery, complete distrust of spine and doctors. Finally had to be operated under a lot of difficulties. She actually had active MI when she came to the hospital for back. So when she finally was ready for surgery, at that time she was also having an active MI, angiography done in the morning, diabetic patient, fortunately no stent put, heparinized at 9 a.m., 1 a.m. taken for surgery and surgery done, finally recovered. Even the class of the class, creme de la creme of a society, I am again showing with his permission, Devendra Bhai, Deputy Collector of Valsad, reaches us between first and second lockdown, completely paralyzed from the neck down, zero. Now I was on emergency, I just saw him as a fresh patient, I have no idea who he is. Pehla to begada chapi. He had so many files. He's been taking all kinds of nonsense treatments till he became completely paralyzed. The last file is from a major hospital that have told him please go to Mumbai. कौन हाथ लगाएगा इसको? Fortunately, I didn't know, but at least at that time, who he was. So I told him, see, you have 6 hours from here to Mumbai. Then getting fitness done. Then by the time you are operated, you are already zero. Just imagine when you go for surgery. I can give you the same surgery here. We have all possible technological advancements here itself. If you trust me, we'll do it. Agreed for surgery, fortunately. Next day morning, anesthetized. The anesthetist is from Valsad, Dr. Kavin Desai. After giving anesthesia, after positioning, he's telling me, "Teko pata hai kaun?" I said, "Ab kya kar sakte?" Chalo. Luckily for him and for me, after 1 year, videos are working. Completely recovered and was practicing now. But that was just lucky. He's one of those lucky ones. I'm not showing you so many other lucky ones who never make it to the hospital, who develop complications and even die. So many who have undergone surgery and are still paralyzed. And that is simply because total distrust and also lack of knowledge in actual advancements that have happened in the field of spine surgery. So earlier, 25 years back, 30 years back, we had only X-rays. From there, we moved on to CT. The quality of CT, 3D reconstruction, the quality of MRI scans, you just cannot believe. There are so many scans I can show you, but for lack of time, I'll just show you one. This is one diagnosed as a normal scan on a poorly done scan outside. Just rescanned, the clinical you found to be having some thoracic definite problem. Properly done scan found a lesion in the cord. Recovery now. He had a granuloma, tubercular granuloma, diagnosed, just medically completely cured. And simply because of the advancement in quality of imaging. So we have CT scans like these. Oops. You can just look at the reconstruction that we can have now. That fractured spine fragments that you can see below, every single small fragment you can see. So the kind of imaging we have at our disposal to plan what we want to plan is just mind-blowing. Same thing is with angios now and with soft tissues. Then intraoperatively, we have CM. Now to say CM, you have a wide range of CM. This is just an X-ray machine, a live X-ray machine inside the operation theater. But the quality of imaging here also, when you get a good one. Now, if you look at a benign vertebral tumor, till many years back, the only treatment was doing a thoracotomy, excising the tumor, putting a cage, putting a plate, put a tube, put him in the ICU, a thoracotomy surgery. Nowadays, you can just put a percutaneous needle, do an indirect decompression, put vertebroplasty. This can be done in even local anesthesia. Patient will walk out of the operation theater. From massively invasive to minimally invasive, extremely safe, and all because of the quality of imaging that we have in trauma. Again, operating microscopes. From earlier loops, now we have good quality microscopes. The nerves you can't see with your eyes, we can see so clearly, even if I want to injure it, I won't do it. I can just see such a big nerve lying right before my eyes if I'm operating with a microscope. More importantly, neuromonitoring. Maybe some of you have heard, but you don't realize the importance what this has done to spine surgery. Now, what is neuromonitoring? You know what is EMG and NCD. This is just live EMG and NCD. Now, why do we need this? Because most spine patients are operated in general anesthesia, turned over. Now, suppose I'm doing a deformity surgery. I correct the deformity, turn him over, patient comes out of anesthesia, and suppose he's not able to move 1 foot. What am I going to do? Anesthetize again, turn him over, go in, go back, try to find what the problem was, correct it. In the meanwhile, that damage could be permanent. The only means by which I can know this during surgery is by using neuromonitoring. So what this machine does is, if I touch the nerve, even if I touch the nerve, the EMG and NCD patterns on the machine will start showing that the nerve is getting stretched. And if you have a good technician with you, immediately can alert you that the pressure on the nerve is increasing. You need to stop right now. Because clinically, intra-op, it is impossible to know. You have a deformed person. Deformity has been there for a very long time. You don't know how stretchable the cord is. you are trying to do the best you can. But how will you know how much the cord can tolerate? This is the only machine that can tell you live during surgery to stop right where it is necessary so that a permanent damage can be avoided. UK and US, you cannot operate without this machine. In India, do you know how many hospitals, especially around, have this machine? Close to zero. Obviously, I'm only telling you because we have it. Coming to spine navigation. You must have heard robotic surgery. It is the in word nowadays. But this is not just using a robot to make cuts. Spine navigation is of utmost importance when we do cases. Because navigation basically just an instrument which is used to put screws and rods in there. Some instrumentation in the spine. Just look at this MRI picture. Now this is, if you can see, this is cervicothoracic vertebra. You can see there are congenital anomalies. Some place there is extra bone, some place it is fused bone. During surgery, it is impossible to know which part is bone and which is not. And you just do not know where you're going to put your instruments. Your C-arms and all will just not work in these cases because C-arm is only two-dimensional. Two-dimension, you cannot understand 3D complex problems. For such cases, if you have a machine like this, where exactly where inside there is available bone, because the problem with spine is inner side you have the spinal cord, outside and in front you have the blood vessels. A little bit inside, a little bit in the front, your patient will not wake up. Or if he wakes up, he may be paralyzed. So this navigation can do wonders, especially for complex spine cases. Now we have navigation at Ahmedabad unit. Very soon we will be having a navigation system at Surat unit as well. So when you're thinking of surgery, this is what you imagine. Open surgery, blood loss, cutting up, and this is what everybody, thank you. Everybody freeze, is afraid of. But the problem with this is now, this is the abdominal cross section. You can see those are the muscles. This is where the surgery is done. These are the paraspinal muscles. Just see what happens before and after surgery. On the left side, that is MRI done before. Right side is MRI after. You can see the shadow of the screws. The circled area is where the muscles were. After surgery, you can see it has become white. What is that white part? It is fibrosis. The tissue muscles are dead. You can do whatever therapy you like, whatever treatments you like, it's never going to recover. The only way this can be prevented is if you don't damage it in the first place. Now, if this is damaged, there will be pain. This is one of the commonest cause for failed back syndrome and failure of surgery. This is how we do surgery now. This is a 6.3 millimeter endoscope. It does not even go through the muscle. That main muscle goes from the side. Absolutely no blood loss because of high pressure system. Live neuromonitoring because patients are awake. This is done in local anesthesia. If I touch the nerve, the patient will tell you. After removing, you can do the entire procedure. After removing, no need for even a stitch. So this is a zero stitch, zero need for stay. Again, local anesthesia, and importantly, no GA. So even complicated patients, heart failure, kidney failure, liver failure, doesn't matter, can be done in local anesthesia. And immediately from here to here. So just a case, discectomy done. Oops. So you can see this patient is inside the operation theater. Earlier, patients used to walk a few days after surgery. Then it became one day after surgery. Nowadays, patients walk immediately after surgery from the theater. He can walk back to his room and walk home. So not just for discectomy, for fusion, we have small tubes. Again. Oops. So again, small cuts, preserving the muscles, putting instrumentation through small tubes to preserve the muscle. This is one of the first cases we had done 9-10 years back. This is a technical thing, a small single incision T-lift. So very small incision, entire 360-degree fusion is possible. And patients can be immediately mobilized. So other complex cases like these, front and back cervical spine, or these ankylosing spondylitis, this spine cut from front to back and corrected, or this deformity, complete correction. Again, adult deformity, completely corrected, where you can get movement like this after surgery. And a cervical spine complex fusion and after surgery, just look at his function. For anybody who feels like After surgery, he may not be able to do some things. This is the kind of things after doing occipito-cervical fusion, properly done well, a good fusion properly done. And that is what technology has given us. Thank you.
Excellent, Dr. Khandelwal. I think it was a fantastic talk. And all of a sudden, at least we can give hope to people who are, the Tarodo, Marodo, and Jugge. You don't have, you be like Pushpa, Jugega nahi. So thanks to technology again, and I think that was excellent.
Thanks.
Request Dr. Prashant to present a memento to Dr. Gaurav.
Again, I invite Dr. Sriram Kulkarni sir for talk on tricks to improve telemedicine. Over to Dr. Kulkarni sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the repeat invitation. This time, I'm going to talk with something, with some practical situations. I have already demonstrated without a tube. Without a tube, without a cup. But in addition, he will confirm that it can take a single lead pill. Fond of looking good with mobile. So I got something which you can put on your mobile. You can take fantastic selfie. And it has got 3 settings. So it increases. Suppose somebody is not feeling well, suddenly collapses. I can take a 6 lead ECG. Without any jelly, without any cable, only with this chip. This chip. This is called as a cardiac. Again, my friend will confirm that this pulse oximeter not only tells you your pulse, oxygen saturation, but perfusion index as well as the respiratory rate. Yes. And this is one dabba fixed on a smartphone. Doesn't require battery, just flash at the face and you will get the temperature. Everybody is aware of this kind of glucose monitors, TGMS, which are very much helpful for diabetic monitoring. And they make your experience. For otoscope, which as with an Indian Jugaad system, we can use it as a throat spatula also, and it will give an image on your smartphone. So friends, again back for the second time, what I'm going to talk is how to manage and maximize telehealth. What are the tricks, tips and traps of telemedicine? And in the COVID time, during the webinars or during we used to ask 7 questions. Can you see me? Am I visible? Can you hear me? Am I audible? Are my slides visible? Are my slides moving? Did you get my prescription in PDF format? Have you paid me? Share screenshot. Most important thing. Again, Prajnesh Bhai, thank you very much for your fantastic initiative. And when we talk of telemedicine, telemedicine can happen at 3 places. One is in hospital, in office,
And the third time is when you are traveling in Vande Bharat. There are people from Mumbai, there are people from Pune. They are trying to catch up and show something funny videos or their reports for their meeting. I'm going to share some secrets, 6 secrets which you should try to follow when you are doing any teleconsultation. The first is plan. Second is prepare for yourself. Third is practice, practice and practice. And practice with peers, like with Alok Modi, so that he is going to point out what are your mistakes. And what are the 6 things you see in the Zoom, how you appear, what is your lighting, this is a good lighting, what is my background, this may not be a good background, what is your perspective eye level. Sometimes you look at the persons who are sitting for the Zoom meeting, look in a different angle. And you have to look into the camera aperture. Don't look at the keypad. And how is the sound? You should speak slow, clear, and loud during your telemedicine consultation. Take it as a performance. Organize your presentation. And your presentation skills are as important as your message. You may be a PhD, you may be a Nobel laureate. But if you don't have presentation skills, your message will not go. So please, friend, treat it as a performance. We should need all the basic. It is like a film: light, sound, camera, action, appearance, your behavior, your body language. There are people who try to do all this kind of short-body thing when they are doing their TED talks or some other. Don't do it. Inappropriate body language or inappropriate possessions. You might have seen somebody wearing very jazzy type of ornaments that distracts. Your communication skills should be very nice. And in communication, I mean not talking, it is listening also. And you should be very decent and you should have good etiquettes when you are communicating on telephone, because sometimes the patient is seeing you for the first time. There are some very peculiar Indian phenomena. First of all, identify yourself, howsoever the patient is known to you. And the name must be spelled very rightly. Difference between I or double E, E, U or double U. And there are some old modified names. The people, they change their names from 7 words to 10 words, 7 words to 5 words. And in the Indian situation, there are a lot of ambiguous names. Rohini, Sheetal, Kiran, Harsh, Mani. I remember one of my very good friend, Dr. Rohini Handa from AIMS Delhi. I told him, sir, always write your name is Dr. Mr. Rohini Handa. Otherwise, if you just write Rohini, they will take a female and they will deport you from plane. My first name is Sriram. Sometimes it is made Shivram. Sometimes it is made Solomon. But one time I had a tough time when in Dubai airport, my name was spelled as Shariyam, which is a Jew name. Then you know what havoc must have done. And that time, what helped me was my eye scan, which was taken during one of the Sharda match. My eye scan matched with my name and I was relieved. Otherwise, I would have been there only. Megha versus Megha, there are finer details. And if you are interested, there are 54 top unisex baby names available on internet. Now don't be miser as far as technology is concerned. The morning speakers told, invest in basic technology. Don't buy the best, but at least the mid-range electronic gadgets. Never settle for a poor Wi-Fi. Always have a backup of hotspot or backup of hotspots. One of Airtel, one of Jio, one of Vodafone. Please switch off all our other connections if you want to have good link. The signal change by the provider as well as the area also depends. ऑफिस में अच्छा आता है, बेडरूम में नहीं आता है. डाइनिंग टेबल पर अच्छा सिग्नल आता है, डाइनिंग टेबल से वीडियो कंसल्टेशन करो. You have to have a mix and match of providers. सिर्फ जियो का कार्ड मत ले लो, तीनों कंपनी का ले. That is a big mistake. Your appearance makes lot of a difference. The light must be from one. Diffuse light is preferred. Don't use yellow light. That kind of yellow light is horrible. There should not be glare on the spectacles, or there may be a red spot also. A ring light is preferred. This is a ring light which you can fix up on the mobile phone or on this thing also. Or there is an additional camera like this. This is the HD camera which we can attach. And if you see here, there is a curve shutter also. So if you don't want the cameras on, shutter is not there, and there is a light around it. So these are simple things, they are not very costly. Everything is less than 999. So in front of the just lights, it can be around HD camera, even fits into your mobile very easily. And it is one of the best thing what you can give to your other female counterparts in the family, because they can use this as a makeup camera, and at the time of other functions, they will be very happy for their selfie appearance. So these are the HD cameras with a ring light and which can have 3 sensitivities. Sound. You need not have baritone of Amitabh Bachchan. It is not necessary. But please use a microphone and earphone. Try to eliminate high-pitched background sounds, car horn, mixer, vacuum cleaner, बर्तन घासने का आवाज, washing machine, TV, mixer, grinder, radio, other mobiles around, somebody speaking from the other mobile. The wired phones are preferred than the Bluetooth one. And confirm your voice quality. Sometimes the voice appears as if you are sitting in a well and it is coming as a very hoarse voice with a very resonant things. And we Indians are very, very peculiar. We sometimes speak something, we hear something, and we interpret something. So here this gentleman is asking you that I want to, why you don't show me? Tap on your patella. And the senior citizen on the other side says that I don't know where is my umbrella. So that patella and umbrella is mistake. And here you get all Googlers, PhDs from WhatsApp University and doctorates from Wikipedia. That I got suffering from so many diseases and you have not seen. Pradesh bhai, mera pura file dekha nahi abhi. They come with this kind of papers and then you have a tough time in negotiating with them. Of the patient and yourself, you should pamper yourself. Pamper your appearance. It boosts your image. Color combination of the shirt, preferably a neck or bow tie. If you are in a hospital, your back should be visible. Light makeup around your dark circles of the eyes to conceal it. Check how do you look by a screenshot on your own PC, and don't be in very jazzy, odd positions when you are making a consultations. And you may, we are all familiar with this kind of things. When we sit for a Zoom meeting, I can see something from the background coming up, even the dogs coming up, the cat having a paw on that. This is a very good article which I have found very nicely in Annals of Internal Medicine. I'm sharing this presentation to you, then you can read this completely. When you are wearing a white coat, your presence, your aesthetic look, your dominance makes a lot of difference. But it is not matched during your teleconsultation. Please have a good opening script. क्या होता है, कब से होता है, कैसा चालू हो गया, किधर गिर गए थे? Don't ask questions like ask them what is your problem, what is really the important thing for. First, confirm identity. मैं सागर सिन्हा से ही बात कर रहा हूँ क्या? लोकेशन, आप नवी मुंबई में सीबीडी में रहते हैं क्या? Privacy, who else is present? Orient to your setup and create a safe space for medical care. Normally, a corner of your office is a good thing. Then you insist your patients with whom you are going to do home consultation to have some simple gadgets. You need not be that many complicated, but simple point of care gadgets. Blood pressure apparatus, pulse, oxygen saturation, perfusion index, respiratory rate, a glucometer, a temperature thermometer which can be mobile based. नहीं तो क्या सेल खत्म हो जाता है, पीछे से तपड़ मारता है, चलता नहीं, जोर जोर से हिलाने लगता है. Don't do that. You should try to minimize on power, and you should stick to the laws of the land, whatever way they will. Most important is listen to the patient.
2 minutes, sir.
Yeah. encourage more description of symptom elaborately. If the patient has a good history, 80% diagnosis is given by him. If not understood, ask to repeat. Senior citizen patients and many doctors have hearing issues. Check about other comorbidities. नहीं तो एक गोली चल रहा है, वो तो साइकेट्रिस्ट ने डॉक्टर दिया है, तुम्हारा कुछ काम नहीं सर, वो छोड़ दो, हम लेता है, 10 साल ले रहे हैं, कुछ तकलीफ नहीं होता, क्या होता है, 15 किलो वजन बढ़ गया, olanzapine, again psychotic personality, you get lot many clinical views, and confirm medicines by trade names. Now imagine the horrible situation here. Sustamet 50 is sildenafil and Sustomet 500 metformin. 10 tablets of sildenafil. What havoc must have caused. During consultation, be vigilant, stay safe. You have a safety net. Many undisclosed diseases or medicines, epilepsy, psychiatric medications, antiviral for HIV and hepatitis are not told by the patient. On top of that, say, तुमको क्या करना चाहिए? You don't worry, I am taking it for 10 years. Always have a clear safety net for yourself. अगर आपका ये अच्छा नहीं हुआ, तो आप इधर जाने का attach the number of the hospital, photograph, Google location, सब कुछ कर दो. If no response, go to ABC, buy whatever the XYZ choice you want. What is the real thing? That review, recap, relearn, reinforce and reciprocate good amount of any consultation. How you can practice, how you can give based of your knowledge and experience to the patients and relatives. We strive for only one goal, and that is our improving the patient outcomes with telehealth. So friends, thank you for inviting me again here. Thank you, Pradesh Bhai. Thank you, moderators, for giving me precious 4 minutes and be part of this joint venture. Fortunately, the two organizing people are in the audience. Dr. Alok Modi is also involved. Dr. Rajesh is also involved. Do attend this conference. This is going to be a Mahakumbh Mela of technology in medicine. And all your registration, एक पूरा वसूल होने वाला है, जितना आपको freebies मिल रहा है. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent, sir.
So the success of your presentation will be judged not by the knowledge you give, but by what the listener is, right? Thank you so much.
And now I request Dr. Sandhyaven Sasetya to felicitate Dr. Prashant Nayak. And I request Dr. Mansukh Bhai Gatiwala sir to felicitate Dr. Shashank Parstola with certificate. Thank you both the moderators for their valuable time.
Now we have a presentation from Health Rate Company. I request the representatives to come over and give their presentation for the audience. Thank you, Sandhya Ben. Thank you, Dr. Mansukh Bhai, for doing the honors.
Volume apa na audio.
Technology, health a ray of hope in the pandemic-affected world. With the advanced AI-driven technology, Health3 helps to interact doctor with patient and prescribe the medicine in 10 to 20 seconds, which manually takes 10 to 20 minutes. A user can register on the app and book appointment with the doctor. The OPD management section keeps track of patient history with the hospital along with consultancy and follow-ups. The IBD management module enables patients' admission, allocation, transfers, and discharge. This will assist hospital to handle all stages of patient workflow from reception to payment and discharge. Our billing segment ensures safe and secure payment procedure, either done digitally or manually according to the convenience of the patient. The patient receives a discharge summary from the hospital team that explains the aftercare procedure in detail. The doctor and patient can check and evaluate the patient record on daily, weekly, or monthly basis. Health3 helps the hospital management by creating groups and templates for repeated cases and monotonous work. The doctor can use Smart RX feature to prescribe in the patient's language. It also helps to search the medicine in different ways. They can take follow-up for their patient with the help of SMS or WhatsApp messaging. As compared to manual practice, it helps to save 10x time for both doctors and patients. It minimizes the error and improves the efficiency by removing the laborious and tedious job while providing complete security to all kind of data with 100% encryption, hence providing hassle-free working environment for everyone involved. For demo, call us at or contact us on our website healthray.com.
Good afternoon, everyone. But AVDM compliant है. We have already integrated with affirmation. और आज के लिए स्पेशल ऑफर है. जो भी डॉक्टर हमारे साथ रजिस्टर करता है उसको 50% ऑफ है आज के लिए. एंड वन मोर थिंग कि इंडिया में एक ही सॉफ्टवेयर है जो डिफरेंट प्रैक्टिस के लिए कस्टमाइज हो सकता है. इफ यू आर एन ऑर्थोपेडिक तो पूरा जो आपका ओपीडी कंसल्टेशन है आपकी प्रैक्टिस अकॉर्डिंग कस्टमाइज कर सकते हैं. आप हमारा डेमो यहाँ पे स्टॉल पे देख सकते हैं. थैंक यू.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And now we come to the last session of this conference, and I request Dr. Yatish Lapsiwala and Dr. Bhupesh Chawda to come over the dais as our moderators for the next session. And they will call on the next speaker, who is Advocate Dr. Chintan Patra. I request moderators to call him.
The Chintan we have a debate. I'll take this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see so many persons at the end of the day. Actually, the organizers are very smart. They have kept two very important subjects at the end of the day, so everybody gets glued to their seats. And for that, we have two very learned speakers, Advocate Dr. Chintan Pathak. Actually, we have heard him in the morning sessions also, and Sri Yuvraj Singh Gohil, ACP Cybercrime Surat. I request both our speakers to come to the dais. Friends, we are going to cover very important subjects. Suppose we are having a credit card and it is lost, debit card and it is lost. What should we do? Suppose we are getting messages on the phone that you have won such and such lottery ticket, and what should we do for that? suppose our mobile phone is stolen, what should we do? And all these topics will be covered in this session. So it is going to be very interesting session. So please be seated. Firstly, I think Dr. Chintan Pathak will be, or Yuvraj Singh. Yuvraj Singh will be speaking few words, and then Mr. Chintan will be speaking, and then we will take the question answers which we come across day in and out, and which are very important for us, all of us. So, Mr. Yuvraj Singh, please. Mr. Yuvraj Singh Gohil is ACP Cybercrime Surat. So all the legal aspects, all the regarding all these matters will be covered by him.
Good evening, everyone. Since it is a last session, I won't take so much time because I know you will be tired. But I would like to thank all the organizers for inviting me on a discussion on a very important topic, that is cyber security. As a doctor and as a police, we both are fighters. As a police, we are fighting against anti-social elements, and as a doctor, you are fighting against anti-health elements. But while fighting against our enemies, we come across and we become victim of health-related issues or anti-social elements. So I would like to have some words on a real-time basis that we come across where as a doctors or as a hospitals are becoming victim of cybercrime. In this modern age, we all are using mobiles, internet, laptop, computers. It is part of our daily life. But while using it, there is one famous proverb. Our power of science has outrun our power of humanity. Our power of science has outrun a power of humanity because we have guided missiles and misguided men. But this proverb proves only in case of cyber fraudsters. That is a very 5 to 10% people of our world, common world. So I would like to first quote some examples where doctors were become victim of cyber crime. I will discuss real-time examples so that you come across and you also get some clues that what type of precautions we have to take while using internet, mobile, or while having social media chats or having financial transactions online. In one case, generally we find that doctors' social media accounts get hacked. There are in many ways. Sometimes you get requests from social media accounts like Facebook or Instagram that your colleague who is also a doctor, you find same photograph of your colleague, and they will ask for some money that they are in need of some money. So after checking his photograph and his or her message, you will directly try to pay because on the other side they will try that they will not they are in meeting or they are in some important work, so they won't talk. So directly they will not talk, and by messaging they will give UPI ID or banking details, and as a good friend we will pay money. But after paying money, we will come to know that the person who was asking for money was not your friend. He or she was pretending to be your friend, but they just used photo of your friend while chatting with you. Same is the case in WhatsApp. So for that, I would like to request you all that whenever you use your social media accounts, try to make your social media accounts private and locked, so that the people who are not your friends on social media just don't use your photographs or your basic details, so that you can't become victim of that type of fraud. At the same time, we all are also using online shopping portals, various online shopping sites for day-to-day purchases, and at the same time also equipment related to medical. But I would like to request you all that try to use authorized online platforms. We all know Myntra, Flipkart, Amazon. Just try to use authorized portals to use it, and don't just buy anything. Just you on the social media pages where we find Facebook and Instagram advertisements. There you will find products very cheap, but soon after paying the money, you won't get that product, and you will become victim of cyber frauds. These are the basic examples which we find doctors approach us as a cyber cell Surat City. But there are many other aspects also. As a hospital, as your institution, how you have to be cyber safe. In that case, we all have hospitals data, our patients' data, and there are some administrative people whom you have hired to manage that data. So we come across many cases where hospital doctor come to us and they say that their personal data of their patients and their medical histories have been stolen or have been given to other competitors. So I would like to request you that whenever you store your data, the personal data related to your hospitals, just make sure that the trustworthy person or only protects it, and just make a secondary data backup so that whenever you find a loss of data, you have access to second copy on your servers or in your pen drives or hard drive so that you can access that data. There was one case, I would not give name of the hospital, but one of the famous hospital of Surat City became the victim of a SIM swap. Each and every hospital is having their bank accounts in the name of their banks. So generally, cyber fraudsters just take the leaked data of the bank accounts related connected to your banks, and they will try to switch off their SIM card. They will issue another SIM card with the same details, and when you find that, you will get OTP. But after getting OTP, you won't be using that SIM card, and the other SIM card has been activated in your name, that hospital's name, that the KYC you have given in hospital's mobile number. And so when you find that the mobile number connected to your banking accounts, if you find there is no network for more than half an hour, or you find some SMS for some OTP, but that you haven't done a financial transaction, try to contact your SIM card provider if your network is not there for more than half an hour, and just check it whether another SIM card has been issued by another cyber fraudster. And if you will check it, we have find 2-3 good examples also that by awareing the person was aware that if I don't get my network for more than half an hour, I have to contact a SIM card provider. And so 2 or 3 people have just was having very good knowledge about that, and they don't get their SIM card new, and the money was saved by them. Another case was of ransomware. You all know about AIMS data breach. So it's a humble request that whenever you use your basic data, you just store it in another server also, and you should have a backup of your data so that, and the person who is handling your computers and basic infrastructure, just try to avoid clicking unknown links or unknown applications so that the data breach don't happen. And try to use a good level of Firefox and antivirus applications so that you don't become victim of ransomware. We find across many hospitals fake Google pages online. There are many doctors, for them appointment is very hard. So generally, the cyber fraudsters use the name of that hospital as well as their doctors, and they make fake Google page of their doctor or hospital. And after making that Google page, the person generally search for that doctor or that hospital. They come across very first name on Google, and they will think that the site is right. But unfortunately, the first or second probably sites becomes wrong on Google, and they just end up paying money for the appointment of that doctor. So I would like to request you that just if you have your personal pages on Google as a doctor or as a hospital, try to check whether there are any other pages in the name of yourself or their hospital. And if you find some another name or fake page in the name of your hospital or yourself, just try to report on Google, or else you try to contact a cyber cell. So we will report on Google LERS portal and we will remove their pages. There are many fake websites of famous hospitals. We come across one case where there was a case of kidney buy. You will get 4 crore if you sell your kidney. And the page was made up of a very renowned hospital of India. We cracked that case and we arrested more than 6 Nigerians connected to this type of fraud. So same is the case. You just check whether there is any fake websites in the name of your hospital or what. There are also cases of email spoofing. You as a hospital or as a doctor, sometimes you communicate with the other vendors through email. So while connecting with emails, you will get one email from your vendor from where you are buying your medical equipment. They will give you bank account that you have to pay your money on this bank account. And generally by seeing basic initial header, you will find that the mail is same, which we are communicating since last 2 years or 3 years, and you will end up paying money. But after this, you will research that email, you will find some another header. There will be some minor mistake. For example, yuvrajgohil@gmail.com. They will write Yuvraj Gohil, but there will be 2 L in the spelling of that mail. So my humble request that whenever you are communicating with your email through any financial transactions, you just check the email spelling. Is it right? If the email spelling is right, then only you end up paying money. As a common citizen also, we should take some precautions so that we don't become victim of cybercrime. There are Google customer care number fraud. So generally when we want some contact number of any banks or any restaurants, any hotels or any contact number, we generally try to Google it. And while we Google it, we find the first or second number of the hotel or any banks which we are requiring, and we will just end up dialing that number. And after dialing that number, they will make you download any applications, and you will end up having a victim of cyber fraud. So generally, you prefer that whenever you want any official number of banks or any hotels or any restaurants, try to take the customer care number from their official website rather than Googling it. So it will be good for you if you try to take numbers from official websites. Generally, there are some cases where emails are being hacked or your social media accounts are being hacked. Only because sometimes it is get hacked by passwords. We just make our passwords very easy so that we can remember it. We just use our initial name, our surnames, or our date of birth, which are very easy to get it. So just try to make use our passwords very strong by using capital letters, small letters, alphabets, as well as some symbols, and at the same time digits. And just avoid using your date of birth or your names in making your passwords. And try to make your social media passwords as well as your banking passwords different. Because in case your password has been hacked on your social media, so it don't affect your financial transactions. So make your passwords different as well as strong. There are some fraud. The topic was the credit card fraud. There are many ways in which credit card frauds have been happening since all over India. So whenever you you apply for credit card, after some days you will get a credit card at your address. After getting address, very next day you will get call that for activation you have to give OTP.
2 minutes, sir.
You have to. They will ask for OTP. So it's a humble request that whenever any person whether it is bank or credit card company, never share your personal details like PIN, CVV, OTP on phone. It might be possible that cyber fraudsters are calling you and you will not know that they are not banking persons or credit card persons, they are cyber fraudsters. So you will end up becoming victim of cyber fraud. There are many other frauds happening with common citizens. Just to name few: investment related fraud, policy related fraud, matrimonial fraud. You just make one single formula for you that never share your personal details with anyone online. If you will just follow this basic funda, 99% cases, in 99% cases, cyber criminals will be failing to contact you and cheating you. And whenever you try to use your social media accounts, just make it private, lock, and two-factor authentication. If there will be two-factor authentication in your financial transactions, emails, or any social media accounts, there will be very less chances that your accounts will be get hacked and you will become a cyber victim. And there was one topic of a mobile theft also, which very common issue with every citizen. So the government of Gujarat has taken a wonderful initiative, and they have done an initiative by launching e-FIRs. So you don't have to visit police stations if your mobile has become has stolen. So generally you have to visit a citizen portal app or a site that is www.gujhome, G-U-J-H-O-M-E, gujhome.gujarat.government.in. And you have to report your mobile theft case with your mobile bill and your ID cards. Government will take actions, and in most of the cases, we have find that after lodging the FIRs, people have got their mobiles back. And if you become victim of mobile stolen, there is one another site that is www.ceir.government.in, where you can block your IMEI number. So that if in case fraudsters use your mobile, they won't be able to use your mobile because your IMEI, that is International Mobile Equipment Identification number, will be blocked, and they will not able to use their mobile phones. Because of lack of time, I will be very.
Sir, you can continue. If anything left, please continue.
Yeah, you can continue for the mobile, sir. No problem.
Mobile, it is enough that you have two sites for blocking. That is ceir.government.in site, where you can block your IMEI number. So in case somebody take your mobile, then also they won't be able to use it. And the other is www.gujhome, Gujhome.gujarat.government.in site, where you can register your mobile theft cases. And police will try their level best to catch that mobile thefter, and they will recover your mobile as soon as possible. And there are timelines in the cases. In 30 days, police has to report the documents in the court after launching of e-FIR. So your work will be in a very speedy way, and at the same time, you won't have to visit police stations. That's all from my side. Definitely, if you will be having any questions, we will take it on after we finish that discussion. Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Chintan bhai.
Really thankful to you, Guru, who actually came over here and one presentation we made. I'm very thankful, sir, to this conference, and very thankful to the city for us. So sir actually covered almost all the topics which are basically with the relevant with the general people and particularly the doctor fraternity. I'm just sharing some of the very important parts which is also very important as far as our day-to-day work is concerned. Now I want to ask you that whenever you are communicating with on the internet, which is the important thing that you need to keep in mind? Which is an important communication way. વસ્તુ છે આપણે જેનાથી વધારે કમ્યુનિકેશન આપણે પેલી કરવું હોય તો વસ્તુ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે આપણે
If you are coming, I guess you have given your example that if you are just want to open the social media account, तो उसको જોઈએ ને મારે. email જોઈએ તમારું, right? તમારે કોઈ ડેટાને આપણે કરવી હોય, તમારે કોઈ વસ્તુની ઇન્ફોર્મેશન તો તમારે email account જોઈએ. So again, that what I personally feel, and across the number of cases, what I feel that they're also explained very well about the how to make the password. But at the same time, tomorrow email કેટલો secure છે તમને ખબર છે કે how can you know that whether your email is secure or not? કોઈને ખબર પડે છે? Anyway, so એક વેબસાઇટ છે, તમે લખી લો નામ have I been pwned, HAVEIBWPWNED, have I been pwned.com. Now actually this website is a repository of the data breaches. જેટલા data breaches થયા તે બધા email ની અંદર repository છે. Now what is there? તમે તમારો email ID once you put over there, then whether your email ID once તમે એને કરશો ઉપર search કરશો, whether it's going to be a compromise, તો એ તમને red માં દેખાશે. And if in the green, then you are secure. Yeah, have I been pwned? HAVEIBEENPWNED, pwned. Have I been pwned? Right. So this side actually give you. See, it is basically covers some of the database. See, now once you register yourself over here with your number, it's going to be intimate. कि तुम्हारे future में भी कोई वस्तु तुम्हारी जो compromise तुम्हारा था, it's going to be intimate. Now see, this particular site is just give you a hint. But मतलब ये होना चाहिए. I always used to say that treat your password as your toothbrush. કે તમારો જે પાસવર્ડ છે તેને ટૂથબ્રશ જેવી રીતે સર્વ કરવાનો છે. કેવી રીતે તમે તમારો ટૂથબ્રશ 6 મહિના વર્ષ સુધી વાપર્યા કરો છો એટલે yes or no? So you need to change it within 3 months or 6 months at least. Sir rightly mentioned that you can, your password should be 20 to 15 characters. It should be a combination of alphanumerical special character. Now question is that how can you remember your password? This is the biggest question for everybody. Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
So, is there any way that sir बात करें कि भाई you are not supposed to make your password as your name or surname, your birth date, your mobile number? I have a number of cases when the Facebook account compromised. The lady comes to us and she told me that my account was hacked. So I just asked her what exactly you provided. So she provided her number on the profile, and I asked her that what exactly your password? Sir, my mobile number is my password. Now she said that my account is hacked. Now see, people are basically unaware about how to put their password. Now how can you remember your password? This is my question now. Our password to banana, how can you remember the password? Anyway, your DigiLocker is the one way, but DigiLocker is fine. You can physically write kari shako, it is also fine. But quick easy way, ना तो मारी पोतानी patent करेली copyrighted मारी matter है, कोई कोई ने कहता नहीं. I am just sharing my copyrighted. So this is my way. What I do that. આપણે India is a country of festivals, right? આપણે બહુ બધા festival વર્ષમાં બહુ બધા festival આવતા હોય, right? What can you do that? Every festival has તમારો જે ફેસ્ટિવલ હવે ધૂળેટી આવે છે કે દિવાળી આવે છે, કયા ડે પર આવે છે તમારે એને જોઈ લેવાનું છે, મંથ જોઈ લેવાનું છે, યર તમારે જોઈ લેવાનું છે, રાઈટ? So this is how you can make this password. And again that તમારો ત્યાં ટિક માર્ક કરી દેવાનું ત્યાં આગળ, બરાબર? Just સમજો. And then after you can just add your initial name, આગળ પાછળ તમારે જે એડ કરવા હોય ત્યાં કોમ્બિનેશન, રાઈટ? So at least 8 character નો તમારો પાસવર્ડ ઈયર સાથેનો આખો બની જાય. So again that it will be a good to remember. તમારે ખાલી ટિક મારી હોય so at least you can. So if તમે જો ટિક મારી હોય તો what happen? તમને ખાલી યાદ છે કે ભાઈ આ મારો પાસવર્ડ આ રીતનો હતો, તમને કોઈને કહેવાની જરૂર નથી, રાઈટ? આખા મહિના વર્ષમાં તમારે 3 બી તમે કરો તો it is fine, it is completely fine. બીજું એક આવે છે પાસવર્ડ મેનેજર કરીને એક વેબસાઇટ છે, પાસવર્ડ મેનેજર. So ત્યાં you can generate your password. So बहुत strong password generate करे. But again the website, so you store your password. बराबर? Again that what can you do? તમે આમાંથી 2000 character તમારા બદલી શકો છો, and every time you can write physically also. Don't save your password in your phone or any devices, right? Because see, I always used to say that when તમારા ઘણીવાર સવાલ પૂછો how many application in your phone right now? કેટલી application છે તમારા મોબાઈલમાં અત્યારે?
20 or so.
20. કેટલી બેન? મોબાઈલ માં કેટલી એપ્લિકેશન તમારા મોબાઈલમાં અત્યારે કેટલી એપ્લિકેશન છે 50 ઓકે એનીવન પાછળ કેટલી એપ્લિકેશન બાર I think mostly that we don't know that how many applications in your phone, right? So that is the trouble with us. We never know how many applications in our phone. Now, एक सीधो साधो फंडा है आज सवारे मैं तुमने बात की कि 45 crore spyware in the already compromised mobile phone 105 application आपने ये computer emergency response team has reported this thing आपने government ये चले so again that what happened that every application which you install in your phone between you and the developer is there is one legal techno-legal contract. Now what is the contract? Contract શું છે? Contract એવો છે કે ભાઈ એક તમને બે લાઈન કહું છું કે the information which are sharing the information that this particular information you are providing us voluntarily. એટલે whatever information now તમે access નું આપ્યું છે ને you are accessing the phone of contact detail your microphone your camera your media files, your file, everything that access is voluntary. You are giving a permission, right? Second thing, we are sharing this information with any third party. એટલે કે બીજા કોઈ બી third party સાથે અમે શેર કરીશું. પછી આપણે એવું વિચારીએ કે મારો ફોન નંબર મને પેલા કોલ ક્યાંથી આવે છે પેલો કોલ ક્યાંથી આવે because that all the voluntary you are providing this all information to this developer. હવે કઈ ઇન્ફોર્મ તમારી પાસે કયા એપ્લિકેશન જેની ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે see minimum application you will put in your phone, right? Don't put so many application in your phone, right? What you need, if you are using one wallet like Paytm, just use the Paytm. Don't just going to be transfer with the PayU money or E money or there are number of there are offers. So apne offers available koi bhi nahi, don't do that. Just walk. Secondary, what can you do that? I question हमने दुनिया पूछा है कि लोग पहले ही कह दो कि just if you have a mobile phone is very cheap right now. So if you have afford the second phone, then if you are using the second phone, just use that phone for financial transaction. Don't use that phone for any social media interaction, right? Because see, now and then we are associated with a different kind of group. તમારો એક group છે medical માં group છે આ group છે family group છે. So there are number of groups that people are sharing lot of information, right? So every time kay information kay aayi you are clicking on some link and a particular link what happens that it compromise your phone. So if you want to use your financial transaction, just use in the different phone. Only install your bank application and just do the transaction. Don't install any other application in that particular phone, right? So this is the safest way actually if you are using your phone. But otherwise, if you are equipped, see, we are in the field, so we are keep updating ourselves. So maybe that 99% એવું કહી શકે કે અમે કોમ્પ્રોમાઇઝ નહીં રહે બટ સ્ટીલ મેં કાલે સવારે મેં કીધું કે વી ઓલ આર વિક્ટિમ રાઈટ એટલે હું એમ કહેતો હોઉં કે ભાઈ હું વિક્ટિમ નથી એવું નથી એવરીવન ઇઝ વિક્ટિમ નંબર ક્યારે કોનો આવે કઈ રીતે નેવર નો રાઈટ સો ધ ફર્સ્ટ થિંગ ઇઝ ધેટ ઇન ધ સાયબર વર્લ્ડ ઇઝ યોર અવેરનેસ ધ ફર્સ્ટ ડિફરન્સ ઇઝ યોર અવેરનેસ તમે જેટલા જાગૃત છો જેટલા સારી રીતે જાગૃત છો તેટલું તમારે એક વાત બીજી કે ઇફ યુ વોન્ટ ટુ રજિસ્ટર એન્ડ ઇફ you are victimized then you can register your complaint with the 1930. This is a very important cyber helpline by the Indian government. આ પહેલા cyber આશ્વસ્ત ગુજરાતની helpline, now this is the national helpline number 1930. And second is the cybercrime.gov.in is a government portal that you can register your crime. If the female is victimized, you can also register your anonymously. You cannot give your identity and anonymously you can register your complaint. And again that you track your complaint. તમારા relevant police station માં જ્યાંથી હશે ત્યાંથી તમને ફોન આવી જશે and you can go over there. So there are number of things, there are number of initiatives taken by the government working hard and closely working with the government. That's why I'm telling you, each and every month there are the capacity building programs going on in the government, particularly police force ની વાત હોય, public prosecutors ની વાત હોય, or maybe the judges ની વાત હોય. So that is, but as a citizen, there is our duty that we need to be keeping in mind everything that આપણી પોતાની બી alertness ની સાથે એટલી જરૂરી છે. So with that note, I am concluding. Secondary જે સરે વાત કરી થોડીક enhance એટલા માટે કરતો છું કે at least you need to be keep double check your privacy setting of your phone. કઈ રીતની માહિતી અને તમારું ગેજેટ તમારું જો ખોવાઈ જાય છે તો તમારે ઇનબિલ્ટ ગૂગલમાં ફાઇન્ડ માય ડિવાઇસ એક એપ્લિકેશન છે જેને મારે એક્ટિવ કરવાની છે. તો ફાઇન્ડ માય ડિવાઇસ ઇઝ ઓલ્સો ગિવિંગ યુ અ વેરી ગુડ તમને ક્યાંથી તમારું ડિવાઇસ જો નેટ કનેક્શન હશે ઇટ વિલ ગીવ યુ ધ વે તમને ક્યાંથી ખબર પડી શકે રાઈટ કે ભાઈ અહીંયા તમારું ઇવન યુ કેન રિમોટલી એક્સેસ યોર recover your data, remotely erase your data if the application in your phone is activated, right? So similar for application is also in the iPhone also. So yes, with that note, I am concluding over here. Now, if any question, please ask. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. And now I request Dr. Yatish Laksiwala to present a memento. Question, yeah.
Both modes are safe. Thing is, you have to check that whether you are using any mobiles or laptop. Just try to avoid unknown links to clicking unknown links. Otherwise, it is fine. You can use mobiles as well as laptop for your financial transaction.
Purchase and then it's good getting. So how do you know that these are the fake and these are the?
For that, just you try to avoid that type of website like Facebook. On you find advertisements on social media accounts also. Just try to purchase the items on authorized websites like Amazon, Flipkart, because there is no any a regular rules that this person is fake or not. We can't identify that fake.
Interpret any clues that this website is safe or this website is not safe.
Steve, just I'm giving you one of the examples that if you are going to be, if you want to purchase some mobile phone and you are finding something on the Google, and the very next time that you can find some advertisement on the Facebook or any Twitter or any whatever your platform you are using, right? Now the offer like that, you can get the iPhone in the iPhone in the 10,000 or 5,000 or 7,000, right? So these are the very lucrative offering on the different kind of site. Mostly that kind of these things happen. Now at that time we need to use our common sense, because how can anyone can provide you the 10,000 one iPhone or maybe a 2 iPhone, right? So mostly all the advertisement like these are lucrative offers, right? And people are they are basically playing with the human tendency, right? They very understand what is the psychology of the human being. कहीं पे भी free में मिलता है, कम में मिलता है, what we are doing, we are going to buy that particular thing, right? And that's the fraudster using all these things for that purposes. So again, that of course there are the number of relevant platforms, but the mostly what we suggested that don't buy from the unknown platform. At least you can just Google it. If the Google again they do not Google, but at least you can go through it and just check the review whether the site is genuine or not. Because sometimes this fake site also reviews are listed on the Google, and there are a lot of complaints are also there. So at that way you can also know that. Okay.
Is there a way?
Yeah, and you can do one of the options that you can use the COD, this cash on delivery offer. Don't pay directly. So we have recently one case when one fraudster have a number of websites. They are just registering the Pakistan server, and what they are doing, Pakistan they are hosting the service in the Pakistan, and again that just cover the money from the different person, almost 2-3 crore rupees, and then after he suddenly shut the website. Now people basically who are basically bought from this site, they lose their money. So again that this kind of things are happening. This is Surat case particularly. Yes. Yeah, Gami, did you take
something you don't get it and you can complain on the cyber cell?
Yeah, see, you can find this is a two thing that you can file your complaint with the cyber cell. Again, that you can file your consumer complaint also, because you are a consumer, you are asking for the certain service and you are not providing. You can also file the consumer case also same time. So both things there, and this is a cheating also. At the same time, local police station has a jurisdiction.
Sir, can we have a two-stage confirmation, both for purchasing and what sir has mentioned in email?
Two-factor authentication.
Two-stage authentication for purchasing as well as for payment. As sir has mentioned that in some email comes that you pay on this account. So can we confirm that account with our the service provider or whatever vendor we are there? Can we do it? That's what I'm asking.
For identifying bank account, that whether it is right or wrong, we can't just identify it, because the person who is seller, he might not be using his own account, or he or she might be using their company's account. But there is no any single platform where we can identify and we check the authenticity of bank account.
Chintan, do we have any clues regarding whether this website can be good or bad?
See, the first thing is that there is a HTTPS protocol with the hypertext transfer protocol secure. So again, that you can just go through with the whether S is there. But every time with S is not necessary. But at the same time, you can also check the reviews of the site because every time there are different reviews are there. So again, if you are installing any application, also same time the application reviews also there. So you need to be just go through with the application load. How many times basically installed means how many downloaded, how many times. So 50,000 plus. Then again, it's maybe some reliable. Again, that is not there. You need to be checked the review. Who's the developer? Again, there is a verified developer or not. That also you need to be checked. Then and then you can install the application. Yes, or website. To add one point in this, you can also check spelling. If there is any spelling mistake, we will not be going to take it out.
Email device में ऐप अपने आप नाम करो device नाम खोल नहीं
ડિવાઇસ ઓન હશે અને ઇન્ટરનેટ ચાલુ હશે તો એ આપનો જે ડિવાઇસ છે તે આઈડેન્ટિફાઈ થઈ જશે. જનરલી કેવું થાય છે કે જ્યારે આપણો ડિવાઇસ ચોરી થઈ જાય છે આપણે ફાઇલમાં એ જે ડિવાઇસ છે તે ઓન હોય છે પણ એ જો ચોરી થયા બાદ ફોન ચાલુ નહીં હોય તો ઇટ વોન્ટ વર્ક. સોરી
હેડસેટ ના હોય તો વાપરવાનું શું એમ?
નહીં નહીં કઈ રીતે શું ખબર પડશે આપનો ફોન ક્યાં છે ત્યાં એ તો આમ
ના સર
જીમેલ સાથે લિંક કરેલો છે
સર ફાઇન્ડ માય ડિવાઇસ
Find My Device
નહીં હાથમાં
ધોવાઈ ગયો હોય ત્યારે મેલ જે લિંક હોય છે મેલના માધ્યમથી આપણે લોગિન કરતા હોય છે લોગિન કરીને ત્યાં આપને અપડેટ આવશે મેલના માધ્યમથી ત્યાંથી આપ ચેક કરી શકશો ભલે આપની ફોન ના હોય.
ઓકે બસ ધેટ્સ વોટ યસ
પણ અહીંયા એક one of very important thing that I need to draw your attention 99% લોકોને ખબર નથી હોતી because of કે એ લોકોએ જ્યારે પોતાનો એન્ડ્રોઈડ ફોન લીધો at that time એમાં કયું જીમેલ એકાઉન્ટ યુઝ કરવું કોને ખ્યાલ છે ખરો આમાંથી કયું જીમેલ એકાઉન્ટ યુઝ કરવું જેન યુ આર ટોટ તો 90% people are basically don't know અને પછી બીજા બધા ઈમેલ એકાઉન્ટ બનાવી દીધા હોય કોઈ પાસે લીધો હોય તો ultimately that when you are buying your device and once first time you install that device you need to be come up with the Gmail account and રાખી રાખવાનો because at the time of recovery is very important. So Gmail account and password જે installation once first time it is very important to recover your data. Yes.
Contact number and physical address of that cybercrime branch.
So you can see the equivalence is local equivalence on. આપ જ્યારે સાયબર ક્રાઇમના વિક્ટીમ થાવ છો તાત્કાલિક એક હેલ્પલાઇન નંબર છે 1930 જે ચિંતક સરે વાત કરી 1930 ઉપર આ 24/7 વર્ક કરે છે ઓલ ઓવર ઇન્ડિયા વર્ક કરે છે જે ગુજરાતમાં છે ગાંધીનગર વર્ક કરે છે તાત્કાલિક આપણે જે બેઝિક આપના ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ ફાઇનાન્શિયલ ફ્રોડના વિક્ટીમ થયા હોય તો આપના બેન્કિંગ એકાઉન્ટ જેમાંથી ફ્રોડ થયું છે સોશિયલ મીડિયાના ફ્રોડ થયા હોય તો તેની જે બેઝિક ડિટેલ્સ છે આઈડીની તે ત્યાં આપ શેર કરશો ત્યારબાદ તે લોકો તાત્કાલિક તેની ઉપર કાર્યવાહી કરશે. ઇન કેસ ઓફ ફાઇનાન્શિયલ ફ્રોડ in no time they will freeze the account overnight account and after that you have to contact your local police stations and there are basic rules and regulations of government. If the fraud is of more than 5 lakh you have to contact local cyber crime cell for further details and police will work on it.
સર એક મિનિટ આપણે એક પૂછ્યું
તો તમે કીધું એવું જ મારી સાથે હમણાં થયું છે એક કોન્ફરન્સમાં જવા માટે ફી ભરવાની હતી કોન્ફરન્સનું નામ નાખ્યું પહેલી જે વેબસાઇટ આવી ડિક્ટો ઓરિજિનલ લોગો સાથેનું કમ્પ્લીટ અને બધું પેમેન્ટ કમ્પ્લીટ થઈ ગયું યુરોમાં બિગ ફેટ અમાઉન્ટ અને જ્યારે પેલું એનું એક્ટિવેશન વાઉચર નહીં આવ્યું ત્યારે મેં કોન્ટેક્ટ કર્યો એ લોકોએ કીધું અમારે ત્યાં તમારું રજીસ્ટ્રેશન જ નથી હજુ એ વેબસાઇટ ચાલુ છે મેં 1930 પર એપ્લિકેશન કરી ધ રિસ્પોન્સ વોઝ વેરી ગુડ આઈ ગેવ ઓલ ધ ડિટેલ્સ but that website is working somewhere in Europe, I suppose. And it is still first. They are still following up. કે તમારા હસબન્ડ નું તમારી વાઇફ નું કેમ હજુ નથી કરાવ્યો but that website is so official looking કે official website કરતા પણ સારી છે હોટેલ એકાઉન્ટ ટ્રેન બધું જ વસ્તુ છે અને બિલકુલ ડિટો છે
બેઝિક ડિટેલ્સ અત્યારે ઓન
આપની જે ડિટેલ્સ છે ને એની સાથે જો આપને ટાઈમ હોય તો કાલે મને રૂબરૂ ડિટેલ સાથે મળશો તો
સરનું પહેલું જ કહેવું હતું કે જ્યારે પણ અમારે આવા ડિસ્કશન થાય છે ને ત્યારે પર્સનલાઇઝ સવાલોના જવાબ અમારે આપવાના આવે એમ થાય છે. ઇટ્સ ઓકે, આપણા ડોક્ટરો માટે તો સર હંમેશા અવેલેબલ રહે છે. સર, વાત એવી હતી, એક ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી બિલ વાળું એક વાત આવી હતી અને એમાં એવું થયું કે એક એમાં ફસાયો, બીજો ફસાયો, પણ મહિના સુધી લોકો ફસાયા. તો સર તમે ડાયરેક્ટ ભાઈ ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી જે મને કરતો હતો એક તલત ઝરમરિયા કેવું કે પેલું પેલા આકાશવાણીમાં એક જૂનું રેડિયો સ્ટેશનમાં આવતું કે તલત ઝરમરિયા કે એવી રીતના આખું આ સાયબર ફ્રોડ પણ હમણાં ટીવીના એમાં આવેલું હતું કે એવી જગ્યાએ બધા કાર્યાઓ બધા બેસીને જાણતા એવું. હા, એટલે મારો કહેવાનો મતલબ એ કે આપણે એક જણી કમ્પ્લેન આવી ત્યારથી તરત સ્ટોપ કરવા માટે આપણે શું કરી શકીએ? આમાં બહુ બધા હજુ તો ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી બિલનું હજુ પણ આવે.
This Jamtara is supposed to be the cyber crime capital of India.
Yes, in Jharkhand. બેઝિક મોડસ ઓપરેન્ડી ને રિલેટેડ અલગ અલગ હોટસ્પોટ છે ઇન્ડિયા, જેમ કે જાણતા છે તો કસ્ટમર કેર રિલેટેડ છે. પછી જે વિડીયો કોલ નું જે ફ્રોડ થતું હોય છે તે રાજસ્થાનના મેવાત એરિયામાં વધારે છે ફ્રોડ હોય છે. જનરલી પોલીસ જે અલગ અલગ પ્રકારના જે સાયબર ક્રાઇમ થતા હોય છે મોડસ ઓપરેન્ડીના માધ્યમથી, તો તેને ટ્રેક કરતી હોય છે અને તરત તેના ઉપર વર્ક કરવાનું પણ કામ કરતી હોય છે. પણ જે સાયબર ફ્રોસ્ટર છે તે પણ બહુ હાઈટેક થયા છે. જેમ આપણે બિઝનેસ કરતા હોય છે તો લોકોની શું ડિમાન્ડ છે તે આધારે આપણો બિઝનેસ આપણે ચેન્જ કરતા હોય છે. તે જ રીતે જ્યારે કોઈ પણ મોડસ ઓપરેન્ડીને આઈડેન્ટિફાઈ કરીને પોલીસ તેના ઉપર વર્કઆઉટ કરતી હોય છે અને પોલીસ સક્સેસફુલ થઈ જાય છે, ત્યારબાદ તેઓ તેની મોડસ ઓપરેન્ડી ચેન્જ કરી નાખે છે અને કોઈ અધર વેથી તે ફરીથી સાયબર ક્રાઇમ કરવાની કોશિશ કરે છે. એટલે બેઝિક થંબ રૂલ આપણે જો રાખશું ઇન્ટરનેટને યુઝ કરવામાં, જે સ્પીચમાં પણ કવર કર્યું કે કોઈ પણ અનનોન વ્યક્તિને આપણે કોઈ પર્સનલ ડિટેલ્સ નહીં આપીએ, કોઈ પણ અનનોન વ્યક્તિ ફ્રેન્ડ રિક્વેસ્ટ મોકલે કે વિડીયો કોલ કરે તો તેને આપણે એક્સેપ્ટ નહીં કરીએ, કોઈ અનનોન વ્યક્તિ સાથે કોઈ પણ પ્રકારના ફાઇનાન્શિયલ ટ્રાન્ઝેક્શન નહીં કરીએ, કોઈ અનનોન લિંકને ક્લિક નહીં કરીએ. તો આ બેઝિક જે થંબ રૂલ્સ છે, આપણી જે સોશિયલ મીડિયા પ્રોફાઇલ્સ છે, તે બને ત્યાં સુધી આપણે બહુ ઓવર એક્સપ્રેસિવ નહીં થઈએ. આપણી જે ઇન્ફોર્મેશન આપણે શેર કરવી છે આપણા ફ્રેન્ડ સુધી સીમિત રાખશું. તેની માટે આપણે આપણું જે સોશિયલ મીડિયા એકાઉન્ટ છે તેને પ્રાઇવેટ અને લોક રાખશું તથા તે હેક ન થાય તે માટે 2 ફેક્ટર ઓથેન્ટિકેશન રાખશું. આ ખૂબ જ મિનિમમ 8 થી 10 બેઝિક નિયમો છે. એ નિયમો આપણે ફોલો કરશું તો સામેવાળો વ્યક્તિ કોઈ પણ રીતે આપણને કોન્ટેક્ટ કરવાની કોશિશ કરશે, કોઈ નવા રીઝનથી કરશે, ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી બિલ આવ્યું, કાલે કોઈ બીજો બિલ ના કરશે. પણ જો આપણે બેઝિક રૂલ્સ મેં આપને કીધા એ ફોલો કરશું તો ક્યારે આપણે સાયબર ક્રાઇમનો ભોગ નહીં બની શકીએ. તો બસ, અને સાયબર ક્રાઇમનું સોલ્યુશન પોલીસને રિપોર્ટ કરીએ, પોલીસ કાર્યવાહી કરે તો છે જ, પણ એનું સોલ્યુશન સૌથી પહેલા આપણા પાસે જ છે. અવર સેફટી ઇઝ ઇન અવર હેન્ડ. તો આપણે બેઝિક પ્રિકોશન્સ રાખશું, એના પ્રિકોશન્સ રાખશું તો ક્યારે આપણે સાયબર ક્રાઇમનો ભોગ નહીં.
યોગેશભાઈ, ધીસ ઇઝ ધ લાસ્ટ ક્વેશ્ચન.
એવું નથી લાગતું કે સાયબર ક્રાઇમ બહુ વીક છે, એના લોસને મજબૂત કરવાની જરૂર છે? કારણ કે જેનો ફોન આવે છે એને આપણે પાછો કરીએ છીએ ને ત્યારથી થાય તે કરે, તું મારું કઈ નથી તોડીશ એમ કરીને એવો જવાબ મળે છે ત્યાંથી. તો આપણા સાયબર લો વીક છે એને મજબૂત કરે.
એની માટે હું એ જ ખાસ કહીશ કે જે એરિયાની જે પ્રોક્સિમિટી હોય છે, કોઈ વ્યક્તિ ગુજરાતમાં કોઈ સાથે ફ્રોડ કરતું હોય છે તો સાયબર ક્રાઇમની સૌથી મોટી ચેલેન્જ જ એ છે કે કરવાવાળા વ્યક્તિ કોઈ જાણકારામાં હશે, દિલ્હીમાં હશે કે આપણાથી 1000 કિલોમીટર 1500 કિલોમીટર દૂર હશે. તો જ્યાં સમયમાં આપણે જો જાણકારા સિરીઝ જોઈએ છે તો ઘણો બધો આપણને આઈડિયા આવ્યો છે કે જ્યાં સુધી પોલીસ એને ટ્રેક કરે, ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ આપણી સાથે ફાઇનાન્શિયલ કોઈ ફ્રોડ થયું છે તો પોલીસને આપ રિપોર્ટ કરશો, પોલીસ બેંકની ડિટેલ્સ માંગશે. તો એવું નહીં થાય કે બેંકની ડિટેલમાં જો સાયબર ફ્રોડસ્ટર કરવાવાળો વ્યક્તિ પોતાના એકાઉન્ટમાં પૈસા લીધા હશે, એ કોઈ ફેક એકાઉન્ટમાં લીધા હશે પૈસા, કોઈ ફેક સિમ કાર્ડ યુઝ કર્યો હશે. તો પોલીસ એક આ પઝલ છે, સાયબર ક્રાઇમને સોલ્વ કરવું પોલીસ માટે પણ એક પઝલ છે, જે આપણે સુડોકુન અલગ અલગ પઝલ સોલ્વ કરતા હોય છે. તો એ પઝલને ક્રેક કરતા કરતા જ્યારે પોલીસ ફાઇનલ ઇન્ફોર્મેશન સુધી પહોંચે છે ત્યારે ઓલરેડી જે ફોનનો યુઝ થતો હોય છે કે જે સિમ કાર્ડ યુઝ થતો હોય છે તે ઓલરેડી યુઝમાં નથી હોતું, તેને લીધે પોલીસ બ્લેમ થઈ જાય છે. તો મારો પ્રશ્ન એ છે કે આપણે બીજાને બ્લેમ કરીએ કે પોલીસ વીક છે કે લોઝ વીક છે, મારી એક રિક્વેસ્ટ છે કે બ્લેમિંગ થી આપણે સાયબર ક્રાઇમ ના ભોગ બનતા અટકી નહીં જઈએ. આપણે અવેરનેસ રાખશું, આપણે બેઝિક થંબ રૂલ રાખશું તો ક્યારે આપણે બ્લેમ કરવાનો ક્વેશ્ચન નહીં આવે. બ્લેમ કરશું તો પણ આપણે જો ફાઇનાન્શિયલ ટ્રાન્ઝેક્શન નો ભોગ બન્યા છો તો બ્લેમ કરવાથી આપણે 2 લાખ કે 5 લાખ જતા રહ્યા છે પાછા નહીં આવે. તો એક બેઝિક થંબ રૂલ રાખશું તો બની શકે ત્યાં સુધી હું આપને એશ્યોર કરું છું કે 99.99% કેસીસમાં સાયબર ક્રાઇમના વિક્ટિમ નહીં થાવ જો અમે બેઝિક ટિપ્સ આપી એને ફોલો કરશું.
Thank you, sir.
Prevention is always better than cure. Thank you.
You have to be smart.
Last but not least, don't be a victim, be a responsible digital citizen. Thank you.
Dr. Yatish Lapswala to present to Shri Yuvraj Urmo.
Mama.
Then moderators, Dr. Yatish and Dr. Bhupesh Chavda.
આપણે તમારા સન આપ્યા પાડે I request your friends Mr. Parvala and then Dr. Renu Ruchai.
I request all of you to be seated for the valedictory function. Always valedictory function will be the very important for the each conference. Please be seated there.
પિક્ચર જોવા નથી જવાનું.
વાર છે જો સોચ ચાલુ થવાનો વાર છે.
પોણા જોનો ગોળ છે હો.
જલ્દી જલ્દી બતાવી દો.
એ લોકો જે
You guys are not the end. This simply means we miss you till we meet again next year.
Thank you. Thank you all.
ये लोग ऑनलाइन है सब कुछ
ना कॉपी करवा कलाक 1 कलाक
આવે બધું આવે છે
Oh, મારા ભાઈ.
વ્યવસ્થિત તમારે
બાકી હરીને આપી દો શાંતિ રાખવું તો જટ દઉં પણ એમ નહીં તમે મને હું પૂછ્યું દસ હતો
ત્યાંથી કોઈ રેફરન્સ જ ના હોય કઈ
બરોબર